Yo, what up, everybody? Pen, congratulations, you are first.
Okay, one of my most used pieces of equipment in the past year that I've gotten is this. This is the Bulletproof VTS, designed to turn pretty much any squat rack into a Smith machine, along with a bunch of other attachments. Let's get into a review.
How was your anabolic sleep? Pretty good. Had some good sleep last night. Gummy decided to try and wake me up at 3 in the morning because he just decided to be hungry and thought he deserved snack even though it was way too early. But I managed to get back to sleep and get some good rest. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? You're my little jackass. You have no manners, no consideration. You just bite me and try to wake me up whenever you feel hungry.
It's because I've thought about just doing a full series telling you about every little thing I've decided, because I'm kind of GC in the project myself, because I'm really detailed and there's a lot of details. But if you'd like to see that, let me know in the comments and subscribe. Also, if you would like to see this rack apparatus that I've built, it's pretty unique and it has a lot of unique components. If you'd like to see that, let me know in the comments as well. But today we are reviewing the Bulletproof VTS. This is a review probably I've been asked about more than just about any other piece of equipment. Reason being, I've posted a lot of content using it. I just haven't gotten around to a review yet, except for today. Now, the premise behind the VTS is that it turns any standard squat rack upright into a Smith machine. Now, if you're not into Smith machines, you're like, I have no interest in Smith machines, there are other things that these can do, but I will say, if you're not into Smith machine, technically, I can't really recommend these at all, because they're primarily for those of you that want a Smith machine. Now, one of the things...
Hello, Gum Gum. You want to come cuddle? Oh, look at this. Got a kitty here. You want to cuddle? Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, that's a good baby. Oh, wow. This is a good cat. Jesus Christ. How's my little baby? Hmm? That's a good baby.
With a home gym is you lack both the space and the cost to put in a bunch of machines. So doing bodybuilding type training in a home gym can sometimes be very difficult. One example of that I do in my gym, because I've got a really compact setup, is I use this. This is the Prime Smart Arm. Bulletproof has kind of the original idea behind this, which is the isolator. And then this allows you to now be able to push and pull on a fixed plane. That's why I think a Smith machine, for those of you that are into bodybuilding or want more stability during training for pump type movements, honestly, a Smith machine is probably the easiest and cheapest ways that you can add it to your gym. Now, let me show you kind of how this works. First off, I have this on my uprights. I don't have any weight attached. You can have weight horns. I'll talk more about that. Generally, the way I use it is with digital resistance and a volt.
You wanna see weapons? Or any upcoming movies?
I do want to see Weapons. I don't want to go to the theater to see it, but I do want to see Weapons. It's your baby otter. think that's AI, but otters do look like that. That's a nice otter. They're good. And this is a cat. It's a good cat. I was eating rice cakes, and he insisted that I give him a piece. Dude, it's so annoying. If I just want to relax and eat rice cakes, this cat will not leave me the fuck alone. I'm seriously considering getting, like, a small tent for my bed, so that if I, like, want to eat rice cakes, I can just set the tent up and still watch, like, TV or something while looking through, like, a tent screen, and then the cat can't fucking attack me.
Ultra, but you don't have to use that. You can use whatever you'd want.
Thanks for the donation,
to power
Bippy
it.
Bop.
You can technically attach bands to it too, if you'd like. The way that this works is it's on the upright, and these are two separate handles. There's a way, and I'll show you how you can use this single bar too. You lift up and push the hooks forward, and then just like any other Smith machine, press. And then when you're ready to lock them, opposite motion, pull back, and they lock in. Okay, now just like pretty much every bulletproof item that I've used, they are over-engineered. You can tell this just by looking at them. It's like, what the freak is going on? Why are all these cutouts here? Why is there a shell? There's just a lot going on. And that has both its positives and its negatives. I'll talk more about that later in the video of what I don't like, because there's certainly things about this that I could see.
Grey Knight donating $2. Have you seen this episode before? I don't remember ever watching this part.
Greetings, friends. I am the dead Space Scott the Genie. This is your lucky day, my phenomenal, because I'm gonna grant you 3 magical wishes. It's pretty good, eh, for the morning? And special, today only, buy 3, get 1 free.
I want beautiful women to bring me all the money in the world.
Good choice.
I can't believe it. Can I have a wish? No, don't be stupid. No one would ever have need of material possessions again.
Oakley dokley, che bello, ma figlio mio.
And that there be equality for everyone, regardless of race or creed. And I wanna be where it's always sunny and no one ever grows old. And lo, on the 3rd day he did wear of a goat, and it was good. Wear not the hat of unleavened.
I remember that episode. He basically killed everybody. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. All doctors are bastards, and Donatilers. You familiar at all with this dude's channel? This is pretty old, but I love how he shits on Mike, one of my favorite Mike haters.
What's up, y'all? If you're watching my channel...
I think I've seen his channel before, and I've seen one of his videos about Mike. Mike is a fucking jackass. Like, he used to be fine, but he just became a jackass. We can take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Chances are you know who Dr. Mike Israetel is. You're maybe even a fan of him. But if you don't know him, he is an exercise scientist with his PhD in sports physiology. So that does lend him some legit credentials, but does nothing to change the fact that...
None of the... So, there's no way to actually go to school and learn how to train properly. It's not a thing. Even, like, it sounds sort of paradoxical. When you go to medical school, you don't really learn how to be a doctor. I've known a few doctors who've told me you don't really learn anything in medical school. It's going through residency where you actually learn how to be a doctor. And then there's like experience and shit and like, personal research that you do along the way. So like there's just no way to go to school and learn how to do shit. Like Mike's sports physiology PhD, whatever the fuck it is, doesn't mean shit.
In my opinion, Dr. Mike Israetel is unequivocally the single most overrated individual in the entire sports and fitness industry today, and maybe ever. Now, most of what he talks about, I don't disagree with. I think he gets way too much credit for certain concepts that have been around forever, and I think he actually takes them too far and affects his training in a negative way. But I don't know why Mike gets so much credit for promoting higher volume and not training to failure. I mean, this is something that's been around since I first started. We did this in HST7. I mean, Lee Haney talked about stimulate, don't annihilate. Jake Cutler was a super high volume, never go to failure. This isn't groundbreaking or brand new. My main issue is that, well, Dr. Mike, he works out like a fucking asshole. You know, if you know anything about biomechanics, you can just look at him and you're just gonna be like, what the hell is going on? There's no tension on the muscles. He's using orientation strategies to hit this big range of motion that he desires, but he's not keeping tension on the muscles. He's working out in a way that causes his body to lose range of motion, lose functionality.
I would say that's absolutely true with his bicep training. He does not have particularly impressive arms, and he trains biceps like a retard. That dumb exercise he came up with where you lay flat on a bench and do the dumbbell curls, I've tried that. It literally does not do fuck all. The only time I would even maybe consider doing something like that is maybe if you're, like, not even actually. Like, if you have to use very light weights for rehab or something, but even then, that's just a stupid exercise. There's like a sweet spot when it comes to range of motion. Range of motion definitely does affect tension on your muscle fibers. But if you have too much range of motion where you have to lower the weight too much, it ends up being a negative where you don't get any stimulus. So there's a sweet spot where you want like enough actual weight and you want enough range of motion, but he goes like to the extreme where it's all range of motion, no weight, and like again, he doesn't have particularly impressive arms.
And also, I mean, he's going to look like a powerlifter the way he works out. He's not going to look like a bodybuilder. He's not going to have the separation, the details of a bodybuilder. Then my main two issues with his mechanics are, first of all, he's stuck in extension all the time. He stabilizes through spine extension. He turns every single movement into a little bit of an erector exercise with some spine extension. And then my other big issue is that he uses these orientation strategies to hit ranges of motion that he feels like he has to hit, that he really doesn't have real range of motion to hit. And he's actually losing time under tension on the muscle. It's like, just getting a big range of motion doesn't equal muscle. We need mechanical tension, and that's what you're sacrificing for that. And also, a lot of times he doesn't get the in-range contraction, and he's orienting to try to get through there instead of keeping it on the muscle tissue. So I'll show you guys a few examples of what I'm talking about. Take a look at Dr. Mike. What a physique. This is what you can look like if you follow his strategies. And
Yeah, by the way, this is the guy who says he's sub 10% body fat year round. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. Recently he went on fucking Dr. Mike's show again, I think, talking about the cosmetic surgery he had to get the liposuction and skin removed. He is still claiming his love handles store water. He was saying no matter how much fat I lose, when the fat goes out of my love handles, they fill up with water, so it still looks like they're fat. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He just can't eat properly. He cannot follow a clean fucking diet and control his fucking calories. For whatever fucking reason. Some of it may have to do with his ADHD. And, like, the food he's eating helps calm his brain or something. Some of it, some people just have a greater hunger drive, like hunger hormones affect them differently, but like the guy, it's all cope and can never admit he just fucks up.
You're going to ruin my fucking relationships and finances with these sporadic streams, you fucking cunt. Steroid cunt. Just 'cause your expensive injectable drugs keep you wired and don't know what to do doesn't mean you can subject us to this. We have lives.
The only expensive drug I'm taking right now is growth hormone, and it's not that expensive. It's not like a ridiculous amount of money that I'm spending per month. I'm not taking super high doses. It's like what most people would consider a low moderate kind of performance enhancing dose. Otherwise, testosterone's extremely cheap. I'm only spending about like $50 a month on it right now. But thanks for the donation, Pizza. I wouldn't say the streams are sporadic. I told everybody that I don't have to train, and I'm just going to get up early and do a stream where I game and shit. I've been streaming every day, like around the same time. Shut up, fucking Pizza.
I'm not being a dick, and then him and some other people, you might think that this is genetics, but this isn't. When you see this pooch belly, you see this really flared rib cage, you can tell that this is somebody who has really overactive abdominals, really tight paraspinals, really tight back muscles, erectors, really underactive pelvic floor. And so that's why all the times you see Dr. Mike, it looks like he's got this belly hanging out in front of him, even when he's at a lower body fat. It's not because he's super fat or even that he has insane amounts of visceral fat, but it's because his viscera is getting pushed forward because of where the pressure is coming from his overactive muscles, because of how he works out, how he's positioned himself.
I've known someone who has like I think a lordotic spine. Yeah, lordosis. She had a stomach that kind of protruded, and it was due to her lordosis, and I think she had like pelvic tilt. But it's nothing like Mike Israetel. Mike Israetel's stomach bulges like that because he eats too much. Guaranteed. Everyone who eats too much ends up having a bulging stomach. So he just fucking eats too much. Yeah, it's the vid making that sound. Whatever, that guy was having audio issues. It's not on my end.
How his body feels like it has to be in order to operate. And so, I mean, this is somebody who does copious amounts of gear. You can even tell we got the little growth hormone horns on there. And
what game you playing? We're going to play Battletoads, and I also want to play some racing games. Probably some BeamMG.
This is not a physique that I really think I would be proud of if I had his level of education, his level of dedication. I mean, look, no pec development. And this is pretty common from people who use orientation strategies to work out their pecs. They're going to miss out details. Sometimes you can get some decent size, but you're going to miss the details. This is my bro science that I think Dr. Mike would hate, but whenever you don't get full contractions, you're going to miss out on details. Yeah, we want in-range stretching, that can help with size, but if we don't squeeze the shit out of it, you're going to miss out on some of those fine details that really matter in bodybuilding. All right, so let's check out some workout technique, and right away, I bet Dr. Mike is a super thrilled with this form. He thinks this is on point, but what I see is crazy neck.
I'd actually sort of disagree with that. I've never really gotten good chest development from doing shit like cable flies or machine flies, where you can squeeze all the way in. And like I've seen some people like Scooby Fitness, what's his channel name? Scooby 1966. He had crazy fucking pecs. Like really fucking well-developed pec muscles, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. That guy was a natural up until like fairly recently, where he had to go on testosterone replacement therapy. And he pretty much only ever did dumbbell flies. Like that was his main go-to movement. And obviously with dumbbell flies, you can't squeeze, at the top because gravity and shit. So I kind of disagree with that. I think it's probably genetic. I don't know. Everyone's fucking different. Everybody has their theories. Like, you're gonna make gains with any fucking exercise at the end of the day, so whatever. Just kind of do what you want.
Neck extension right away, back extension.
Yeah, I'm enhanced now. Started taking steroids August 1st, so it's officially been 3 weeks exactly.
Extension lumbar, not really having the range of motion in your hips to get that depth. I don't see any kind of mutation. I see your body just kind of rounding and shifting forward a little bit. And I mean, he's trained in a way that he's really taught his lower back. He's got to handle a fuck ton of load. Most of the people aren't able to get in
I'm pretty sure Mike Israetel doesn't have any kids.
that position with that amount of load without having some sort of issues or pain. And I mean, you can also see, like, he can't even reach the bar. He has no external rotation in his shoulders. And I mean, your mobility is really a direct result of the activities that you're doing. So when you work out like an asshole using shitty orientation strategies, you destroy your range of motion in your shoulders and in your hips. And you can see that's super evident here. I mean, he's not even like close to the bar. He's very far in front of it. And I mean, look at that just extreme flare. Just fuck a stack. You know, who needs a stack? I guarantee if I were to actually like take Mike on a table.
Yeah, that is weird. If you can't, like, he's not even that big. If you can't reach to grab the bar, that's pretty weird.
Do some table tests. He would have a horrible straight leg raise, horrible internal rotation, nothing there, terrible external rotation. I mean, he would present with just such limitations that I honestly wouldn't even probably let him.
Growth hormone does not extend your stomach. Plenty of bodybuilders in the 90s and 2000s were taking growth hormone. None of them had, or very few of them had distended stomachs, like, what's his name? Dorian Yates was on HGH. He didn't get any stomach distension until like later in his career when he started taking insulin. And he said when he took insulin and was eating more, that made his stomach bloat up. And it's probably from like visceral fat storage. He actually got a full body MRI scan to take a look at the size of his organs. All of his organs were normal size, and he was using HGH and other steroids for years. So it doesn't seem to actually increase the size of your stomach, like your intestines, other organs. Like Kevin Levrone, like all of these people, Flex Wheeler, none of them really had distended stomachs. And, like, again, Dave Palumbo, he had a distended stomach, but, like, again, that's from eating. Like, look at his stomach now. He does not have a big bloated stomach. He was just eating too much.
And do much loading bilaterally for like a month or two. Everything would be unilateral. We'll be working on getting some relative motion back. So here we see a chest supported T-bar row where he is not using the chest support at all. He's using it to turn this into a back extension exercise. And if I saw somebody doing this at my gym, I would probably go over and try to offer advice and help them, because this is not what you want to do.
Yeah,
on
I
a
don't
T-bar
know why
row.
you'd bother
I mean,
doing that.
why are you making this a back extension movement? I mean, the whole point is to use the chest support. You know, you have unsupported, barbell rows, unsupported cable rows. The chest support is supposed to allow you to kind of keep that contact and keep the ribs from flaring, so you can get a little bit different back activation. And every single time you're just extending as you're pulling, you're missing out on shoulder extension. You're missing out on a lot of the lats, because you're not keeping these ribs controlled at all. I mean, not every single movement has to be a...
I'm starting skateboarding again. It's been 10 years. It's going to be funny. I tried skateboarding when I think I would have been like around maybe 10, 11, 12 years old. Fuck skateboarding, dude. Falling on a skateboard fucking sucks. Like dick. I don't know why, but falling on a skateboard is so much more horrible than falling on rollerblades. And what made me quit was I fell on the skateboard and I hit my ankle on the ground, and my ankle swelled up like fucking crazy, to a point where I couldn't put on my hockey skates and shit. And like I was just done. It's way too fucking hard, and it's so easy to fuck yourself up. I'd rather just rollerblade.
A low back movement. I mean, I think most people who just started working out would look at this and be like, what the fuck? We're gonna look at some pull-ups now. I think that's what we're looking at. Let's see what kind of great advice we have from Dr. Mike.
Critical things to look for in assisted pull-up machine are one, good range of motion, especially bottom stretch.
Really important to look for a good range of motion, especially the bottom stretch in an assisted pull-up machine. What the fuck does that mean? Every single time you're at the bottom of a assisted pull-up machine, you're in the same stretch position. What, are you fucking bodying it out with your little fucking legs and body? I don't think so. So, I mean, this is another example of him just talking to talk. I don't know why people think he has anything to fucking say, to be honest. So we watch him do the pull-ups.
To be something like
Just tons of extension right away. Again, no lats involved whatsoever. Again, something, if I saw in isolation in itself just one time, I wouldn't think anything of it. But now I see a pattern where every single thing this guy does is through huge global extension. Oh, like this. Like stabilizing your tricep push down through neck extension, through back extension. Like every single thing is getting that over involved. So let's look at this chest press. We have an incline press. What I see is immediate rib flare. Again, ribs are going to move as we press, as we drop, but we want them to move under tension. We got to think about where do our pecs actually attach. He's so like stressed and so hyper focused on getting the stretch from this position. He always recommends going real wide and real low. Well, that might get a little bigger stretch in the clavicular fibers, but when we have that huge flare, we're opened up and we're squeezing our shoulders back. We're not thinking about the sternal fibers where they attach to the coastal cartilage. So it's like if my ribs are in a more depressed position as I lower the weight, I'm going to get more of a stretch than if I'm opened up right here. That is not tension. You want to keep those ribs down, actually keep tension. You also don't want to completely retract your shoulder blades. You want to get like more depression and posterior tipping on there. And so there's no real contraction at the end range on this as far as the actual pecs working. I see a little bit of upper abs working. Arching your back is okay.
I disagree with the guy when it comes to like chest activation. I don't think any of that shit really makes a big difference at the end of the day, and you do want to make sure that you retract your scapula. It's just safer for your shoulders.
Hey, not really. On a chest press, when you want your chest, don't arch your back. You'll feel way more pecs if you're just a little bit, tiny bit past neutral and extension. Oh my gosh, and here what do we got here? We have some flies. Again, I just see crazy orientation strategies through these ribs. That's not helping you. Keep these down. If you control that stack, you'll feel way more tension on your muscles. We have some cable flies now. We get a decent stretch. I don't have anything really wrong with that, but whenever we close, it's not terrible. Again, we're kind of orienting to get there. I don't see a real good contraction on there. I don't see that full press. I don't see any kind of full kind of depression of the ribs at the end. And same thing over here. We're still in that flared position. Now we're up high. When you over squeeze your shoulder blades, you take a lot of tension off your pecs. You don't want to completely retract your shoulders when you press. Again, this is a powerlifting strategy. We don't want to look like powerlifters. And what do we have here? We have more.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I find when I don't retract my scapula, I feel it way more in my shoulders. Could just, like, you know, everybody's body's built differently, but when I don't retract my scapula fully, it feels more like a shoulder movement, and I am more prone to getting shoulder injuries.
More of this just beautiful stabilizing from the erect.
Booty cum donating $2. This guy like you, except you more light skin you thought. Well, I've never been stupid enough to do something like that, but thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
In this tricep. So what a great back extension exercise. You might get a little bit of triceps with this too.
Last exercise. The two really good cues to use are arch your back a little bit, pull your chest up, and also retract your shoulder.
Don't arch your back and push your chest up, and don't retract your shoulder blades. Don't be like Dr. Mike.
Pre-stretches your pecs and keep your shoulders tight.
Pre-stretches your pecs. That's fucking stupid. You don't want to pre-stretch your pecs. You want to load them into that lengthened stretch position.
It's the chest, the real bonus of the move.
All right, we got leg curls. Again, you can see the pooch belly. You can see the crazy extension strategies. You can see the feet turned out because.
Yeah, he does. That is really weird. I don't know if he has really severe lordosis and pelvic tilt. That's really fucking strange how every single exercise he's in like an extreme amount of thoracic extension.
His hips are so done forward.
Dude, his stomach is just bulging like fucking crazy. He needs to just stay on a diet.
This excellent rotation strategy to hit the range of motion that he places his body in. You can see right here, super turned out duck feet. And again, this is a leg curl that he's turning into a back extension. And when you add extension on every movement, you miss in-range contraction on something like this. We're taking away from the upper hamstring development because we're using these fucking beastly erectors. I mean, he's got some erectors on him because he has to. Again, this is a squat. We're using big orientation strategies. There's no sort of relative motion happening in the hips. Not a huge zone isolation, but again, it's how you do. One thing is how he does everything. When we're looking at these lunges, you can really see some of his lack of mobility. I mean, he looks like a big toddler walking. But you see that collapsed arch on the left foot? That's because we're missing internal rotation there. You can see the missing internal.
Bootycum, donate $2. Yes, Drillington, I am a thought. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Bootycum. Cum Blur, just donate $2. What gaming/office chairs do you use and recommend? Do not get a gaming chair. They're a complete waste of fucking money, and they're horribly uncomfortable. If you're gonna get any kind of chair, I would look at just a good, what do you call them? Just like a good, comfortable office chair. Ideally, if you have the space and can, like, use them, get a recliner. I'm using a recliner right now. Bro, that thick-ass padding, having a leg support, like a leg rest, and, like, being able to just lean back as far as you want, just god tier. So it's my job to sit on my ass, watch videos, play video games for hours on end. This is by far the best chair I've ever fucking used. Like, nothing comes close. So don't get a gaming chair. They're all fucking, like, they're just a scam. They're over fucking priced. They're less comfortable than a good office chair. But god tier comfort, if you have the space for it and you can, like, put it somewhere and whatever, yeah, get a recliner. I would say if you're gonna get a recliner to use as a like, you know, office or, you know, gaming chair sort of thing like I use, you probably also want to get a height adjustable desk that's electric, so you can adjust it like up and down. And then you can just adjust the height of the desk however you need to, depending on how you're using the chair. So if you're reclined backwards, you might want the desk a little higher, and if you're just sitting perfectly upright, you might want it a little lower. But yeah, that's just God to your comfort. So just find a recliner that is just like faux leather or something. Thanks for the donation though, Cumbler. Just hope that helps.
Bro, can you make videos on how your strength, physique and health change as your enhanced journey progresses?
Well, yeah, I am. I'm gonna make a video, might make it later today if I have time, where I just talk about why I went on steroids, what I'm experiencing from them, you know, both physical and mental health changes, side effects, stuff like that I've experienced so far. And yeah, I'm gonna like just like I'm gonna start doing more regular vlogs and shit, or I'm gonna just talk about, you know, the drugs I'm on, dieting, training, you know, stuff like that, just periodically. So right now I'm just on like really small baby doses. It's 210 milligrams of testosterone per week, and it's 30 milligram injections per day. And I'm on 5 IUs of growth hormone per day. And with that alone, it feels like I've already made like at least a year's worth of progress that I would expect to see naturally in only 3 weeks. So in only 3 weeks, it feels like I've made about a year's worth of progress, at least in terms of physique development. I'm not at absolute peak strength because I'm dieting right now. But if you just look at the last workout live stream I did, like, bro, my arms are up by at least 0.1 inches. Before steroids, 3 weeks ago, I measured them. They were exactly 18. Now they're 18.1 inches. They are, like, my arms are clearly bigger. I would say the muscle that looks the most enhanced right now is my back. It looks way thicker than before. I have way more back thickness. Well, 0.1 inches in only 3 fucking weeks, and that being like solid muscle, that is a huge improvement. That is a lot in 3 weeks. Like, especially for an advanced lifter, like, I've been lifting for a very long fucking time. That is a huge improvement. And it's not like I'm bloated and storing like a ton of fucking water or anything. I'm leaner. I look visually leaner, and like my back especially just looks way thicker. And that's only after 3 fucking weeks. And that's on small fucking doses. So once I get a little more serious with the gear use, and add in like shit like Masteron, dihydroboldenone, and maybe like push higher doses of growth hormone, like, yeah, I'm gonna blow the fuck up. Booty come $20. I'm just joking, saying 0.1 VG, you know that. Keeping you on your feet. Alright. Well, no problem, Booty come. Thanks for the donation, dude. I can no longer grow an afro. My hair has become pretty straight as I've gotten older. I used to have like, you know, the crinkly black people hair. And I used to be able to grow an afro, but it's actually gotten pretty straight. It basically just grows straight now. So I can't grow an afro. My hair just gets longer, basically.
Rotation, so we're missing pronation of the foot. It all starts at the hips, and again, it's because of the way he works out. It's not a genetics thing, it's because he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to do proper mobility work for that. So here's an example of how Dr. Mike really likes to use orientation strategies to get to in-range contractions. So instead of doing a lap.
Thanks for answering my question. Hopefully you can be a really cool case study of what happens when an advanced natural hops on.
Like, there's plenty of people who've done it. I'm not the first, but, yeah. I could have kept growing as a natural. So this is me totally natural, like no drugs. This was June 24th. So I hopped on August 1st. This is the like biggest physique I've ever had. And I think I weighed 200 pounds here. I could have kept growing. The issue is the amount of fucking effort and injury risk and like slow progress and health risks that I'd have to take to get any bigger. It's just not really worth it. So like that crazy bulk I went on to bench 410, it's like I can't fucking do that again. It's just retarded. I didn't necessarily have to bulk that extreme, but like again, even adding like an extra 20 pounds of body fat, is that really healthier than just going on steroids? Like probably not. And again, lifting those kinds of weights without any kind of hormonal support to help with like recovery, it's just way too risky, and like the gains are much slower, so it's just stupid. So I wanted to keep making, you know, consistent progress, lift relatively safe, and stay healthy, and just made sense to hop on. Thanks for the donation, though, Rain Cypher.
Pull over, getting your lats, kind of keeping control, keeping your ribs from going crazy. He's just using every single muscle group he can to try to get...
Do you mostly do alternate dumbbell curls now instead of straight barbell? I do straight barbell curls. I do straight barbell curls day 2 when I train my biceps, and I do alternating dumbbell curls day 1 when I train my biceps. I just do a mix of exercises, but chin-ups and alternating dumbbell curls are my 2 favorite bicep movements. I found that I've grown the most with alternating dumbbell curls.
Get to that in range. So when I see someone doing this, and I mean, he does look pretty cute with his little feet, Dalen.
Stephen Miller Chad donated $2. Fuck Fuentes. Stephen Miller is the most base guy in government, and Fuentes mad because he's a Jew.
That you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies.
The reason why you see so many older white people, particularly white women, is because they're all retired and they're looking for money. And there's people like George Soros or foreign interests like the Chinese Communist Party who are paying to give these people money to protest.
They all need to go home and take a nap because they're all...
Yeah, Nick Fuentes is fucking crazy. We all know that. Thoughts? Let me see. Worst song ever made.
This is not the worst song ever made. If you've been on Twitter in the last week or so, you've seen this video of Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros performing Home on NPR's Tiny Desk. It is being framed as the worst song ever made, and I gotta put an end to this madness. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. You just had to be there. Okay, so listen up, kids. In the mid-2000s, there were groups of white people, some with man buns on acoustic guitars, others had bandanas with mustaches on electric keyboards, and they were all making bangers. The rhetoric around this song is flawed revisionist history. It's erasure of a very specific moment in time and a specific sound in time. I belong. Take me to your best friend's house. They all cousins. So let's take a step back, take some time to revisit this era. Also, I know y'all are just online saying whatever because people.
I mean, that song did not sound too bad. Thanks for the donation, Stephen Miller Chad. Yeah, VG, want to comment on steroids atherosclerosis risk, please? The two primary mechanisms that people claim steroids increase atherosclerosis risk is through lowering HDL, which HDL is non-protective against heart disease. We know that through genetic studies, and we also know that through drug trials. They have actually tried making drugs that raise HDL, and they're non-protective. So it's not causally related to heart disease risk. And the other mechanism is through direct arterial damage. There's some downstream hormonal things that happen when you take steroids that can increase inflammation and can damage your arterial, like your arteries, cause inflammation, inhibit arterial function. That, at best, has a weak association with heart disease, at best. And it doesn't seem to actually accelerate atherosclerosis risk. That was an old theory that doesn't have any evidence in support of it, because now we know that LDL cholesterol just passively travels through your arterial bed. So whether your arteries are healthy or not, like whether they're inflamed or not, cholesterol just passively travels through, and then, you know, it ends up developing into atherosclerosis. So the reason why there's so many dudes who end up developing atherosclerosis when on steroids, it's primarily just due to diet and lifestyle. So a lot of bodybuilders just eat a lot of meat, a lot of cholesterol, more saturated fat, not many vegetables, lower fiber, you know, crap like that. They're also extremely stressed out all the time, you know, because bodybuilding shows and whatnot. And a lot of bodybuilders also take, like, recreational drugs. Look at Antoine Vaillant. He was a big partier. And he ended up becoming addicted to crystal meth. That's why he, you know, dropped off the face of the earth for a while, and he had to go into rehab. So that's the primary reason. As long as you can keep your LDL cholesterol low enough, or ApoB if you want to be more specific, you're going to have roughly the same risk of atherosclerosis as a normal person. Like, look at Rich Piana. Rich was an older guy. He was, what, like at like mid to late 40s when he died? He had no apparent atherosclerosis. And that's not even a guy who ate particularly well, and he was on high doses of steroids. So if I had to guess, he probably was on a low-dose statin for a while, and that just kept his arteries clean. I would say the bigger risk if you're on steroids is maladaptive cardiomyopathy or left ventricular hypertrophy. And that's why you'd want to take a drug like telmisartan. Those sorts of blood pressure meds, they prevent left ventricular hypertrophy. And again, if you get if you get something like that, left ventricular hypertrophy, it's largely genetic. Dorian Yates, he got his heart checked. He did not have left ventricular hypertrophy or maladaptive cardiomyopathy. His heart was a normal size. It's what you'd expect for an athlete. And again, that's a massive, gigantic, Mr. Olympia winner for several years in a row. And he was on high doses of fucking steroids, including human growth hormone. So it's largely genetic if it's going to affect you, but you can lower the risk by taking blood pressure meds like telmisartan. And if you get it, it's mostly due to genetics. Blur just donated $2. I have a height adjustable desk, even though it's manual, not electrical. I'd get an electric one. You can get electric ones for pretty cheap now. They used to be $1 billion, but IKEA sells one that's really good. I use the IKEA electrical adjustable desk, and it has a pretty good weight tolerance. I think it's close to 100 pounds. So you can put a bunch of monitors, computer on it, shit like that, and it'll handle it just fine. Do you think these types of ergonomic office chairs are comfortable and healthy for prolonged sessions? Have you ever tried one? They're not going to be nearly as comfortable as a recliner. Again, recliners are god tier. But they are better than gaming desks. I can guarantee you. You're going to be more comfortable with something like this. I was an idiot. I bought gaming chairs. I've never actually used chairs like this. But these are, in fact, better for you. I would look on like Reddit forums and shit and see what sort of office chairs people prefer and like just do some research. I wouldn't trust things like Amazon reviews where, everyone's saying, oh my God, this is the most comfortable chair. Amazon reviews are a combination of people who are fucking retarded, who don't know what they're talking about. And that is like the first product of its kind they've ever bought, and they don't know how to compare it to anything else. Or they're just bots, and they're people who are just claiming it's AI or somebody just lying and pretending who works for the company. Thanks for the donation though, Cumbler, just hope that helps.
I just found my new favorite sport to bet on. Partial arts.
Amazing. Because you've got that difficult.
I can appreciate if you're disabled, still wanting to do normal people things. I get it. But, I mean, if you're in a fucking wheelchair, you're not gonna be able to do martial arts. So, just get a gun. Go to a shooting range. Learn how to shoot. And, if you can move your upper body, do strength training and shit, get strong. You may be in a situation where you do have to fend somebody off with just your bare hands. And if you're strong, you might be able to, grab their throat or something, or at least protect yourself until somebody can help. But get a gun. Why are you doing this? It's just so silly. All right, well, thanks for the donation, SV.
When I see someone do this, I don't know what they're feeling, what they're getting. I see some pecs going, I see some abs, I see very little lats going on. I mean, this is just horrible technique. You can see anyone doing this in the gym, you would just be like, This guy doesn't know what he's doing at all. And it's funny because someone like him gets so much respect for their titles as having a PhD in exercise science, but then you have somebody like Branch Warren who gets completely shit on for having poor technique, when in reality, I think he's got way better technique than Mike. I mean, look at this. Yeah, he's using some momentum, but he's not using orientation strategies. He's keeping his spine neutral. He's putting tension on the actual muscle. I would take that over the way Mike lifts any fucking day. Okay, again, we have a pull with no lats. Back extension, crazy rib flare. Okay, we get it. That is your go-to move. Rib flare, back extension on every single move. Okay, what about here? Okay. All right, immediate back extension and rib flare. I don't see any shoulder extension. When I see someone use this technique, I can tell they're not going to have really good rear delts. They're not going to have very developed lats either. And again, just so much on that low back. Here we have them on the Smith machine doing more chest work. And again, there's just no tension on the muscle. Immediate rib flare, over retract it, pressing. We're actually getting a little rib depression, but it looks like it's come from the abs this time. I guarantee you he's not feeling much on his actual pecs. So let's get Dr. Mike's opinion on posture.
Posture is the single biggest cesspool of bullshit ever. Posture is mostly genetic.
There's a small genetic component. I mean, your infrasternal angle, your infrapubic angle, but posture is really dictated by the forces that you put your body under. And there's no perfect posture. It's not like there's a certain way to be or move that's perfect, but you can definitely move like an asshole like Dr. Mike does, and doing so will fuck up your posture.
One thing people get wrong is that, like, sitting in a chair, like, hunched over, that doesn't actually change the shape of your spine. Muscular development absolutely can affect posture. You can get shit like anterior pelvic tilt because of, like, a lot of people sit down and they end up getting like very shortened tendons, and that can actually tilt their hips, and that can, like, stuff like that can happen. And then, like, if you have weak hamstring shit, that can affect your posture. If you have, like, a weak back and shit, weak muscles, those things affect your posture. But, yeah, the way you, like, move around and sit and stuff like that, it doesn't actually do anything.
Which basically means you no longer have
like
good
hunching
mobility of your
over,
joints and you're going to have issues.
The idea that hunching over something does anything, it doesn't.
Almost nothing to do with muscle strength. It's just how you usually sit. Nobody has bad posture because their pecs are too strong and their back is too weak. You'll notice something about your muscles. They're not just on all
Yeah, that's not true.
the time.
Well, you do have concentric activation through your entire erector group, Mike. They are on all the time on you. Some muscles are concentrically activated to some degree, and that does create issues.
If your pecs are really big and strong, my pecs are rather big and strong, if I say so myself.
Not very detailed.
No, not diddly dick. I'm not sitting with my pecs activated. Where the do these people come from?
Oh, and this is a great example of what can happen when you lift using orientation strategies and overextending everything. You can end up hurting your neck while you sleep. I mean, so when I just started looking at Dr. Mike's clips, like, I didn't know who he was at all. I've always turned off anything that he came on right away just because I'm just so...
Yeah, so he's totally wrong. You can end up getting shortened tendons. And some of that can be due to muscular imbalance and not stretching and stuff like that. And it, like, if you only train your chest and shoulders and you never train your back, you may actually end up having, like, your shoulders roll forward.
So, like, turned off by him. I don't know why. But I typed in Dr. Mike injury. After seeing the way he worked out, I knew this guy had to have some kind of injuries in his history. And just based off of what I know, seeing someone with his setup, his strategies, I can tell he's going to mitigate some of the issues that would come from having, like, the achy knees, shoulders, elbows, and that kind of thing by just, like, changing the volume and kind of backing off. Again, someone like him really recommends not going to failure. That's because his body can't handle going to failure. It's in a fucked up position because of the way he works out. And also, every single rep this guy does looks like he's at failure. His first rep looks like what someone should look like an absolute failure. So I don't know where he's going to go if he hits failure. He's going to have to just move through spaces. He's already oriented his whole everything. But anyway, I was curious to see if he had any kind of injuries in his neck or back.
Of all of the porn stars, is Riley Reid your favorite? Probably. It's not just the way she looks. I just really like her attitude. She just seems like kind of happy and enjoying herself when she's fucking, so I kind of like that. She also has a really nice butthole, and she does anal, so that's good. She's kind of a freak, so I'm into that. There's one Asian porn star I really like, Japanese chick. What's her name? Sorashina. She's really cute too.
Back, because that's typically what I see with this kind of pattern. This is what we call in PRI, we call it a pec pattern. And you get a lot of minor aches and pains.
Nah, I haven't tried the Battlefield 6 beta. I'm just gonna wait for the game to come out.
In your neck and back, occasionally a pretty bad spasm. So here we have Dr. Mike tending to his wounded neck that happened from sleeping. But I guarantee it happened is he probably had some sort of a injury during the workout, felt it, and then he woke up the next day and it was like way worse. And then when you look at these comments, you can see like this guy saying, I'm assuming this was from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and not lifting, which these people respect him so much that they can't comprehend that when you work out like an asshole, things like these happen. And Mike works like an asshole even though he's a doctor. And here he goes, he talks about, I just slept on it wrong. About 95% of my shit is like that. Okay, do you know why that is? That's because when you're in a gym in a controlled environment and you're loading your body, you can kind of tell like, okay, I feel a little funky, this is it, I'm gonna back off a little bit. It's when you're in an uncontrolled environment, when you're not thinking about it, when you're in certain positions for too long or you do a sudden movement or something, that's when it's gonna happen. It's gonna be all funky outside the gym, but it's because of what you're doing in the gym. This is kind of funny because you don't see a lot of people actually talk shit on Dr. Mike on his Instagram, and especially without getting a lot of crap from some of his followers, but black belt chairboard, so probably a jiu-jitsu guy. You train like a moron in all your videos, no wonder you get hurt. So it's like, it's true, like Dr. Mike, how do you even do jiu-jitsu? With your mobility, with your shitty, like tight pec pattern, you have no rotation ability, you've got no joint range of motion, and that's what, I did have to double check on this because I thought he might have got hurt in actual jiu-jitsu, and he clarified that he didn't. Being stuck in extension the way Dr. Mike is all the time is really negative for a lot of reasons. I mean, one, it is really unaesthetic and contributes to that belly pooch that you see on him, but it also creates these flared ribs and his down forward pelvis, which just kills your shoulder and hip mobility. It just takes away all your internal and external rotation, but it also can create a sympathetic response because that's where your sympathetic nerve system lies, and it can be compressed through there. So when you're in the state of inhalation because your ribs won't go down and you're compressing the sympathetic nerve, you can be in a real fight or flight mode, and it can really affect a lot of things in your life. So let's see Dr. Mike at his last show. And again, this is somebody who has all the access to the best drugs, the best trainers, the best gyms, and this is what we come up with. And his physique is exactly what I would expect. It looks kind of like a powerlifter trying to be a bodybuilder. Again, you can see the belly pooch, which is from his descended pelvis, his overactive erectors, his overactive abs, creates that unaesthetic appeal, that unaesthetic appearance. Dr. Mike actually has decent pecs genetically, I think, but you can see zero separation through anything, no fibers, shoulders are terrible, no delts.
Yeah, he can't diet.
No lats. I mean, somebody like him, what they're going to have erectors, and that's usually about it. I mean, no details at all. Terrible lats, but these erectors, man, they are some meaty erectors. You got to give them that. I mean, when every single exercise you do is an erector exercise, you're going to have them developed. So what is this? Most important muscle to look jacked.
If you get a wide back with big ass lats, what it does is it exaggerates that V taper even more than you would.
If you get a wide back with big ass lats.
I've noticed, like, when I do a front double bicep pose or a front lat spread, my lats are way more apparent since going on gear. I think my back has gotten the most progress from the steroids.
Is this like wishful thinking? What is this?
You wear suits, you wear fitted shirts, you look fucking ridiculous.
Oh, maybe he's talking about Martyn and Ronnie because he's not talking about himself with white lats.
Ridiculous. Like, you get a guy turn around and you see his last through his fucking trash.
Thanks for the membership, the Beat Geed, something like that.
You're at a wedding, you're like, do I want to marry that guy? I mean, I'm married, but certainly I could go to the bathroom and please him orally. It's the least I could do. I mean, what are weddings for anyway? So big back is a big deal. And
but you don't have it at all.
Jokes.
Like, no lats at all.
Without clothes, it establishes that fucking presence. Big back plus big shoulders is like...
So the two things you like the absolute most as a bodybuilder.
Super Mario Kart with the shit rose at bonus points. That is really a fucking move.
Is that what he's trying to get on his own? Is that what he thinks he has? Because that's not where you're at all, Dr. Mike. Some goon lighting. Again, we see this fucking disgusting, grotesque little belly popping out. Again, this is what you can get. You do the amount of drugs and you work out like Dr. Mike. So we can see here these crazy overdeveloped erectors. And he's like, oh, what the fuck is that shit on my back? That is what you have created inadvertently. And I think he's actually really proud of these. But again, you can see no width in the lats at all. Yeah, I'll take lats over these thick-ass erectors. People are telling me my spine erectors are weird and it's making me self-conscious. Yeah, they're weird. Most people don't lift every single pound of weight that they do through their back. Here's more Dr. Mike advice. I noticed that your feet aren't in a perfectly symmetrical setting. Dr. Mike, I honestly think overthinking that stuff borders on mental illness. So it's like, what? So your foot position, if you have one foot turned out real weird and the other's not, that's a sign of your mobility really being off, and that's going to lead to uneven development. I mean, you're a bodybuilder, Mike. You know that symmetry is very big, and if your foot placement is weird, you can end up with a situation where you might have an adductor that's way bigger, which is really common with a lot of bodybuilders. You look at somebody like Nick Walker, his asymmetrical legs are one of his biggest attractions from his physique. Here's another question. This is one that was answered by one of his disciples, and it's just kind of crazy to me that he spawns this kind of thinking because it's not healthy. Just a question: is she hyperextending the back? And would it be better if she wasn't looking straight to the front instead of keeping her neck a little bit more neutral? So this person's saying, hey, wouldn't it be better if they did their workout with a little more neutral spine? Common sense. Look, you're not going to fuck yourself up if you're going into extension, but ideally we want to be in a neutral spine when we're doing most of our work. You're going to get way more tension on the muscles. You're going to stop yourself from getting injuries. You're going to stop yourself from looking all fucked up. He has some disciple of his spouting some bullshit about why it's actually good to do all your movements with extension, hyperextension in your back, basically. I do like what this guy had to say. I don't think hyperextension per se is dangerous, but I see clinically a lot of patients with anterololesthesis type injuries in combo with rotational injuries since erectors take up so much slack for a lot of people. So what he's saying is people that are really stuck in their back, it increases their incidence of vertebrae slips. That is a type of spondylolisthesis, and it is is associated with athletes that have a lot of force generated while they're going into a global extension. And also a lot of people have rotational issues that are overextended because, like I mentioned before, when you're extended, you don't have rotation. Rotation is an expression with spinal flexion. Okay, so this is a really good point. And I like that there are people that are actually on here that do call them out. Okay, so at this point you might be saying, but John, Dr. Mike has a PhD. You know, I just have a bachelor's in finance. I'm a PRI practitioner. So what right do I have to critique someone with a PhD in exercise science? Well, one thing you gotta understand is that having a PhD really gets you very specific in what your area of focus is, okay? And as an undergrad, when you do exercise science, you get a little bit of kinesiology, but then whenever you go into your graduate work, you kind of decide,
It doesn't teach you how to be a bodybuilder.
am I gonna go the kinesiology route, or am I gonna go the exercise science route? And if you go the exercise science route like Dr. Mike did, you're really not getting much biomechanics, much kinesiology, not much at all past what you did as an undergraduate. You're really more studying the acute effects of exercise, hormonally, the nutrition that goes into it, and how to manipulate variables to get the effects that you want. When you go on the kinesiology biomechanics side, that's when you really break down human movement and get a good understanding. So Dr. Mike is not a movement expert at all. If you couldn't tell just by looking at him, his education was not based on movement. Listen to him to his advice on nutrition, on anything that has to do with like training volume, training style that doesn't have to do with technique. When it comes to technique and biomechanics, he's fucking clueless, okay? And this is a good example of how you...
Well, he, like, in literally every regard, he's become more retarded. I remember his older videos were far more sensible, but he's been saying stupid shit like, natural lifters should train with more volume than, pro bodybuilders on steroids. Like, it's just so fucking weird.
You can't always trust people because of the credentials, because here he is going up against an argument with Dr. Joel Seedman, who also has a PhD, but his is in kinesiology. And they've had a few run-ins over the years where Dr. Mike...
Joel Seedman's a complete retard.
Really shits on Dr. Joel Seedman, which, you know, some of it's warranted, but a lot of it's not. And we'll go over just a little bit, so I'll share my thoughts.
Great miles today, fellas. I've had enough charlatan nonsense. Ain't no more nuance left in this mouth. I'm Joel Seedman. If you see me in the street, you know what I'm saying? I'm joking.
Oh, this guy.
Hey, folks. I'm Dr. Mike Israetel, professor of sport and exercise science, co-founder of Renaissance Periodization, bodybuilder, grappler, etc. But mostly, I'm known for talking smack on the internet in video form, specifically about folks that have some modicum of fame and are exercising. Some combination of, well...
So condescending.
Today, we are going to be setting our laser beam of sights on Doctor of exercise science, I believe.
Kinesiology.
Joel Seedman.
Can I build and keep the Patrick Bateman physique well into my old age like 80s while being natty? Is that possible, or do I need TRT eventually?
You are not going to look like that at 80 years old without being on testosterone. I can guarantee you. I have seen 80-year-olds who look like that, who are on TRT, or, like, again, just on performance-enhancing doses. I have never seen an 80-year-old man be able to maintain that kind of muscle mass and conditioning who is not on performance-enhancing drugs. So you can try, but I've seen far more people who are elderly like that, who are that jacked on steroids. I have never seen anybody, not one single person, ever look like that at 80 without being on steroids. Thanks for the donation, though, Bryce. Appreciate it. Am I going to compete? Yeah, I might.
Let's do it. When we look at all areas of kinesiology, already entry.
Honestly, this isn't a horrible depth. What they fight about all the time is squat depth and 90-degree ranges of motion, which we'll get into later.
So just the background of who Joel Seedman is. Joel Seedman has, I think, a PhD in exercise science. He's
Kinesiology.
Similarly qualified to myself.
Way more qualified than you when it comes to biomechanics. He got a PhD in kinesiology from the University of Georgia. You have a PhD in sports physiology from East Tennessee, and I think that's like the only school that offers that I could find. So he understands how the body works a lot better than you.
Except he...
Now, I know, and everybody knows, that Joel's a little bit full of shit, just a little bit. I mean, he even admits it, but he does say how the crazy shit that you see on Instagram is only like 2% of what he actually does.
Likes to create really fancy exercises that have a lot of complexity to them.
So Joel's whole thing is that he really promotes 90-degree angles. He doesn't think you should squat deeper than 90 degrees, doesn't think you should bench press or row deeper than 90. And I mean, the reason he promotes this is because that it is a good like range of motion to ensure that you're keeping relative motion and not dipping into orientation strategies. And he trains a ton of athletes. And if these athletes trained under Mike the way he does, they would lose all athleticism right away. And honestly, even as a bodybuilder, I would probably rather train Joel's style of 90 degrees versus Mike's overreaching and using extension and orientation strategies to get there. And I mean, there is evidence that this might be optimal, and Joel talks about that there are conflicting studies, whereas you see someone like Mike who says, this is it, 1,000%, this is the only option. So I do think that's worth noting is that Joel You know, I think he overdoes it with the knife.
Like, I think the range of motion thing is a little overrated. As long as you're able to put enough tension across the muscle, it doesn't really matter. And again, I think there's a sweet spot where you can kind of maximize both, where you can use a lot of weight and also have good range of motion. But if you go too hard in either direction, you know, they both have their own downsides.
90 degrees, but I do think that that is a little
injuries and lifting. So technique variance, I think, is a very small component of injury variance. I think the largest component is probably the total volume load you're exposing the lifter to, and also the ramping of volume load. This
is so stupid. So Dr. Mike's saying that the reason people get injured is because they do too much volume, not because of a variance in their technique, not because they're using shitty technique. It's not like you can use perfect form, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that rep was too much volume, now I'm fucked up. What happens is you get to a point where you compensate, where you use an orientation strategy, and your body can't handle that. You're never going to hurt yourself using perfect technique, okay? It's because you're having some sort of an extension, some sort of a lateral shift. Something is making you move funky. You've overdone it, but it's because of the technique. It's because the technique went. It's not because of the amount of volume, because you could have, you know, very low volume and just lose your technique right away because it's too much of a load, or you could have a very manageable load but just have so much volume that you no longer keep your form. But it always comes down to form and technique.
For example, is much more likely to injure some.
THX The only thing I am scared about on jumping on testcypionate is hair loss and acne. My natty T levels already bother my skin with acne and hair loss. I am dutasteride hair loss stabilized. I don't want to be bald, man. My androgen receptor is too sensitive.
Acne, I don't think acne is really triggered by DHT. I think it has more to do with estrogen. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If you are already losing your hair, I can guarantee you with nearly 100% certainty, you're going to end up losing your hair anyway. So things like finasteride, dutasteride, whatever, it's only really going to slow hair loss, like vast majority of cases. Dudes who were going bald and then they end up taking finasteride and shit, they only slow it down. So if you're going to go bald anyway, like what do you care about more, gains or keeping your hair for maybe an extra 10 years? I don't know. To each their own. If you're worried about other things like acne, like that would bother me more. You know, if you don't want to take that risk and you're also not too concerned with like making as much progress in the gym as possible, then like, yeah, don't bother. It could also be the case that if you go on steroids and you inject every day with a long ester, you might actually have better skin. It could be the case that your natural hormone levels are fluctuating a little too much, and if you went on testosterone, you'd keep your levels at a consistent, baseline, and your skin would actually clear up. You never know, but, it's up to you. There's no right or wrong answer, really. I've thought about, like, that was a concern, the hair loss thing for me. I'm not prone to acne, but the hair loss was a concern for me. And I gave it a lot of thought, and, I figured I care more about physical perfection than I do about keeping my hair. So I'm willing to run that risk. There's a lot of dudes who are still attractive bald. Most women I've talked to don't really seem to care too much about hair. Like, most dudes don't have beautiful hair, Like, if you're, like, some Swedish guy with, like, beautiful blonde locks and girls always say, oh my god, your hair is so pretty, like, yeah, sure. The hair's working for you, but I don't have hair like that. My hair is kind of just on my head, I don't think it really affects my appearance all that substantially. So if I lose it, like, whatever, I'll just shave my head. I don't think it's too big of a deal. I actually used to shave my head for swimming for a while, and I kind of just liked not having hair. So I used to shave my head bald. And again, like, I it's not like I got more attention from girls when I grew my hair out, so I don't think it really matters. And a lot of dudes just look kind of harder and more masculine when they're bald. So, and women are attracted to masculinity. So, like, if anything, there's a good chance you'd be more attractive. So, I'm not too worried about it. I also don't think I'm particularly prone to hair loss. My dad didn't start losing hair until he was in his 60s. And I'm also pretty sure I'm a low DHT converter. I've noticed after hopping on testosterone, my penile sensitivity increased a lot. So that's a sign that I might have had like relatively low DHT levels or maybe low DHT sensitivity. So I don't think I'm particularly prone to hair loss. I'm sure if you took if anybody took enough steroids, they could induce hair loss, but I don't think I'm particularly prone to it. But thanks for the donation, Bryce. Appreciate it.
Somebody also, I think, probably the biggest factor outside of on-load, do they train?
Do you regret not hopping on sooner? Do you think people in their 20s should consider tea? I wouldn't say I regret hopping on sooner. I don't think it would necessarily have been a bad decision. I did want to bench 405 naturally. Just to kind of prove like you can be vegan, natural, and be strong. So I did want to get through that. I also know a lot more about steroids now and how to take them safely compared to, years ago. So if you could either look at things from a glass half full or half empty mindset, like the half empty mindset would be like, oh, I could have gone on steroids before and I would have made so much more gains and shit. But like conversely, I could have gone on steroids earlier, not known what the fuck I was doing, gotten a bunch of side effects and had a bad experience and fucked up my health. So, I think I made the right decision hopping on now. What about gynecomastia? That's fairly easy to manage, at least if you're on lower kind of simpler protocols. So you can just take Arimidex or Novadex. If you notice yourself developing gyno and lower your dose of testosterone. When I first hopped on, I was getting inflammation in the gland, and I just took a dose of Arimidex, and that got rid of the inflammation and the gland swelling. And I lowered my testosterone dose temporarily, and now I'm back up to the dose I was on before, and I'm not getting any gynecomastia or gland swelling. So a lot of people end up developing gyno from hopping on testosterone, but it's like a temporary thing. Your hormones kind of have to adjust to the like higher level of test that you're going on. But right now I'm not taking an AI, which is an aromatase inhibitor. And I'm on the same dose of testosterone I was before, and my nipples aren't developing gyno. There's no gland swelling. So again, it's easy enough to manage if you just slowly ramp up your dose, take an aromatase inhibitor if you notice that you're getting gland swelling. When you're on very high doses, like some pro bodybuilders, that becomes more complicated because you're talking about multiple compounds that can trigger gynecomastia development through different mechanisms, like different hormonal pathways. But if you're just on testosterone, it's not there's not too much to worry about, and it's easy to manage. I might end up getting gyno, like eventually, if I start running higher doses and multiple compounds. But if that's the case, you can just get surgery to remove it.
It's genetics. I think genetics is the biggest
I think Mike knows he looks like shit, and I think he blames a lot of things on genetics because of that.
influence on injury risk of all things.
And I also think he gets injured a lot, and he has a lot of like nagging pain that he doesn't understand why someone like him would have that if he's so knowledgeable. So he blames genetics.
But I would say that technique, in my view, has at least 3, possibly 4 ways it could influence injury risk.
God, he just over-explains so much shit, right?
So I think it's fairly well understood, or at least we have reason to believe, that changes in movement pattern from repetition to repetition, essentially moving in ways you're not accustomed to with high loads, can increase the chance of injury. So if you're used to doing the same movement, even as Jordan, and like we point out, I definitely heard Jordan point this out, like, even if your deadlift looks like shit, if it looks like the same piece of shit every single time, we're not so as worried about you getting hurt.
Fucking ridiculous. You know, because as soon as you use shitty form, it's not like something bad happens right then. It's a buildup. It's repeated stress to the same structures that are kind of taking too much of the load.
If you do the surgery properly, it permanently removes the gland. There's some bad surgeons that don't remove the gland completely, and you can still end up developing gynecomastia again, and then you need another surgery. But yeah, if the surgery is done properly, it permanently removes the gland, and then you don't have to worry about gyno ever again.
So if you have a shitty deadlift and it looks like shit, it's a problem no matter if you haven't gotten yourself hurt yet. It doesn't matter of time.
Because you're used to those movement patterns, you've had some adaptive buildup in them, so you're fine. I think there is slight reason to think injuries could be magnified if every repetition looks very, very different, right? So if you see someone do like an underhand bent over.
I can tell you, I'd rather have someone who has like a shitty deadlift have, 3 shitty deadlifts and 3 good deadlifts than just 6 shitty ones. So I don't really agree with that either. See, Mike just places way too much emphasis on programming and not enough on biomechanics. Honestly, in my opinion, give me somebody who's got really great, really perfect biomechanics and just very average programming. I'll take that any day of the week over somebody who's got really great, really perfect programming and just average biomechanics, okay? Assuming the intensity is the same, the person with the...
Never get on gear for women, get on gear for men. That is just fucking stupid. There are plenty of dudes that women find attractive because they're on steroids. Look at Chris Hemsworth. So, yeah, the guy who played Thor, Chris Hemsworth, he's on, or at least was when he was doing Thor, he was on high doses of steroids. Chicks love the fucking way he looks. There's also dudes like Henry Cavill. You have to keep in mind, everyone's genetics are different, right? So if Henry Cavill is like the ideal male physique right now, you may not be able to look like Henry Cavill without taking steroids. Henry Cavill can look like Henry Cavill without taking steroids because he's Henry Cavill. But you may need to take steroids to get Henry Cavill's physique. So that's just bullshit. If you're more muscular, leaner, look better, have better body composition, women are going to find you more attractive.
Superb biomechanics is going to get way more.
And if
out of every
steroids
single
help you
rep
do
they
that,
get way more time and retention. They get way better muscle recruitment. All right, so I've kind of shown you that you can't really use Mike's education as a justification for his shitty advice. Like a bodybuilder, you watch Mike work out, he works out like a powerlifter. So let's break down some of this. I'll show you what I'm talking about. When Jared goes, you can see he's got a little bit of a forward elbow position. His arms are kind of in front of him. He's getting some lats. Yeah, he's getting a little too much extension. It's fine for my liking, but it's not a big deal at all. And he just looks like he's getting a lot more control, a lot more time under tension under actual muscles. Now let's compare that to how Mike looks, and I'll show you the biggest differences.
Dieting does not get rid of gynecomastia. You don't know what gynecomastia is.
All right, we see Mike go. Doesn't that look a little different? First of all, we're using some orientation, some movement to try to jerk our way up there. We look at the elbows, they're really flared out instead of being turned in. That means we're not getting any lats. I mean, really, he doesn't have that range of motion for that degree of shoulder flexion at this moment. He's orienting to get there. So he actually shouldn't even be doing these pull-ups. He's getting 0 lats. I mean, that's a big difference.
The guy, like, cannot do a single legit pull-up.
Actual muscles. Now let's compare that to
yeah, Jared can actually do pull-ups. Mike literally cannot get one single legit pull-up.
And I'll show you the biggest differences. All right, we see Mike go.
Yeah, like immediately starts kipping when he, on his first rep.
He actually shouldn't even be doing these pull-ups. He's getting...
And 4 sets of pull-ups done. Assisted pull-up time, do another 4
Assisted pull-ups, you can see the same thing. Overextending his back. He's basically turned this into like a high row of some kind.
You know what I feel like, fellas?
Not your lats.
In my testicles. Fuck.
Then when you watch Jared go, again, you see a lot more forward position, a lot more shoulder extension. He's getting some lats engaged. And he's not nearly as oriented as Mike is. Okay, here we have Dr. Mike critiquing a girl's lifting technique.
He's looking directly down into the ground, and she's rounding her upper back.
I mean,
rounding her upper back. Are you fucking kidding me? Lean beef patty's ass is just great.
We don't want to look directly down into the ground necessarily, but you want your head neutral. You don't want to be looking directly up the way you promote on everything.
Her back. What I would like to see is her arch her upper back.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
that helps you arch the lower.
So we can see here we have Jared Feather on Dr. Mike's IG, and you can tell he's being coached through this. He's got crazy neck extension, really big hyperextension through the back. Really, this is Dr. Mike technique.
Forward, it helps you do that. It helps you push your hips back more naturally. It's an auto.
There's no reason to keep your your head upright like this.
That big arch.
Also can help you detect if your knees are too far forward and help you push your knees back. That upright posture is not the way to lift the most weight, but the mind muscle connection you can generate with your hamstrings. And the specific technique
I would never listen to Mike about anything about mind muscle connection.
to make sure that hamstring limiting factor will occur better for most people if they arch their entire back and lift their chest up. I see a lot of people doing this look down stuff. They don't really know where they got it.
Because they know that there's value to keeping a stack. They're going to feel more activation in their glutes whenever they keep their ribs in a neutral position.
Got it from, but this is not the ideal technique for this exercise.
I just can't stand the condescending look on his face. You know, ugh.
Oh yeah, that's another thing, Wandering Mason. Like, all these people who are like, don't do steroids, they're gonna make you look ugly. All the fucking dudes that they say look amazing and are natural, they're on fucking steroids. Like, it's hilarious. So yeah, like, just get fucked. So they make you look better. It's undeniable.
Okay, so that was Jared Feather on Dr. Mike's Instagram. Let's look at Jared Feather on his own Instagram doing the same exact exercise. Oh, look, a lot different looking. In fact, he's almost looking at the ground the same exact way the girl was that Mike was critiquing. We don't see this crazy hyperextension. We don't see the neck super extended. This looks a lot better. And it's because Jared intuitively knows that when you keep a neutral spine, you're going to put more tension on the muscles. He can connect his muscles in a way that Dr. Mike obviously can't. Going on there. That's just super flared ribs and just pressing with retracted shoulder blades. I'm not seeing any protraction really occur. They do similar movements and have similar programming. Good mornings. Well, just one more example so we can see Dr. Mike hitting this crazy super big extension, just really kind of arching the back, sticking that ass out there. Just putting as much on that low back as possible. And then we see Jared, very neutral spine, much different. A very appropriate amount of extension in the back, putting a lot more on the hand.
Yeah, Mike definitely has some weird issue going on. Like, in literally every exercise, he's in hyperextension.
Hamstrings and glutes. I don't recommend going into such extreme extension right away, but when you go heavy, your back's going to go in extension, your spine's going to go into extension. It's up right away, so that's why.
Improved, but it is pretty wild that this is able to work on anything from a 2x2, 2x3 to 3x3 upright, which is the 3x3 upright, as well as pretty much any hole configuration. This is really made to have universal compatibility with just about any upright you could find, from the Amazon basic squat racks all the way up to really expensive stainless Rogue uprights. And with ways to do like a counterbalance system, that is a possibility. It just adds more complication to the system. For a lot of people, I think you can get by just fine with a standard VTS Lite, and I'll talk about more of the differences a little bit later on. Now, the way this functions versus a standard Smith machine is instead of being on guide rods, it's using your upright, which means it has to use rollers. The VTS has rollers on all sides of the upright. That allows it to basically remain in contact no matter where you're pressing from. The VTS Lite only has them on the front and back. So in my experience, the real difference other than the weight between them is the fact that this one can use these ISO handles and has the hex board attachments, where the VTS Lite, you can't use the ISO handles. Now, I will say, my favorite way to use this is in this orientation. One reason that this is actually superior to most Smith machines is most Smith machines, the only thing you can use is a standard straight bar. Well, this allows you to use isometric handles. There are Smith machines out there. I just used one a couple months ago from Max Pump called the Iso Smith, but although it's a very cool unit, it still cannot interchange handles and use other things. Whereas this one, you come off, you then lift this over, lift it.
Set up your workout the night before or your previous workout, and then it's ready to go. This is an incline setup, so you already can't bring the bar as far as you can on a typical flat bench. But you'll see the bar doesn't even touch my chest. I actually really like this bar from Titan. I'm telling you, this feels incredible. The fact that I can have a seal row bar on here, which I don't know of a Smith machine that has a seal row bar. So you can basically get as deep a stretch as you want. I also have attached to the VTS. You see how you're able to just lock it right back. The ISO arm,
beyond power, this.
Yeah, I might end up getting these, just so I can have a Smith machine. Well, it's not a glorified Smith machine. Like, that's the point, is that you don't have to buy a Smith machine. You just buy these, and then you can have a Smith machine. What do you mean overpriced glorified Smith machine? I think these are like $400 or $500. Try finding a Smith machine for $400 or $500.
5 billion pounds. Unlock.
What do you say to someone that says steroids can make you dumb? Well, I mean, they can. Look at Mike Israetel, but I'm not going to be an idiot who does the fucking steroids he's taking, like fucking Tren.
Would just 20 milligrams cypionate and 2.5 milligrams dutasteride be relatively safe on hair? 2.5 milligrams dutasteride is strongest dose that's also safe according to studies and inhibits 80% scalp AHT conversion. Would 20 milligrams cypionate put me around 1000 N/DL? Can I stay there forever?
Most people who take 20 milligrams cypionate per day are going to have tests closer to 1500. But I wouldn't be able to tell you. Everyone's different, dude. There's no one size fits all with how these drugs affect you and what side effects you get. So, it really depends. There's not really any way to know if that's going to be harsh on your hair until you actually do it. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. Thanks for the donation, though, Salty Splatoon.
Impress. One thing you notice about the ISO handles, first off, you have to take your upright apart and you have to slide this over the top of the upright. You can take, there's this back shroud. You can take it off, but then you'll notice there's actually a lot of components that are welded just to make this ultra strong because it's able designed to hold a lot of freaking weight. Because of that, you have to take your upright apart and then slide it over the top. That's really not the big deal. The big deal is dialing in these rollers. The way that these are tensioning are with these screws, and you can see because there's so many rollers, you've got to get them so they all fit up against the upright, and then you have to lock them down. Well, over time I've noticed if you don't tighten them tight enough, what can happen is you can end up introducing slop in the movement, and it's really annoying. So you don't want to have to fix it during your workout. Just fix it from the beginning, get it absolutely dialed how you want. The other thing I'd say is don't over tighten them. One thing I found is I actually over tightened this side and I didn't tighten that one enough. That one had play in it the first time I used it. This one was so tight, it was actually harder to get it up and down the upright. You want it to be snug, but not too snug. And so you have to make sure you just get these, the welds, just some of the components, the powder coating. It's not awful, it's just, if there was one thing about Bulletproof's equipment that I think could be improved, the engineering is amazing. Now, one of the selling points behind the VTS is the fact that it's future compatible with all these accessories. And will I personally keep using these? Absolutely. Honestly, I said in the intro, one of my most used pieces of equipment, not talking about resistance, but over the past year, I use this for all sorts of things, from RDLs, deadlifts. I've used it, I've attached a foam roller for neck training. I've used it for presses, obviously, for rows, attached Vultras up top and done lat pull downs with it. There's just a ton of things I use these for. There would be a lot of things I'd get rid of before I got rid of these. VTS Lite. If you're gonna use digital resistance and not use weight, you can just go with the VTS Lite too. You're just gonna have to use a single bar. If you wanna just future-proof compatibility and you're not worried about the weight of them.
Yeah, I might get those. Those look sick.
I recently sold my Coop Squat. Yes, the Rhino belt squat rack I built maybe 6 years ago and I've used pretty much every morning to train with, and that's because I'm building a new belt squat. Today I'm gonna show you a DIY belt squat that I plan.
I don't know why I would ever want to talk to More Plates, More Dates, Connor Murphy, or Blaha. They're all fucking retarded liars, so no, I don't have any interest in talking about anything with any of those idiots.
To replace the Coop Squat, I think it's gonna be better. I've got some ways that you can do it for cheaper.
Yeah, I'm sure Connor Murphy and Blaha are gonna be able to give me any fucking steroid advice. They're all, like, they're both fucking retarded lying dickheads, and More Plates, More Dates is a fucking lying idiot selling that Turkesterone bullcrap.
Using the equipment you've already got. I'm pretty excited about this one. Let's get into it. Hey guys, this is Coop from Garage Gym Reviews. Welcome. If this is your first time here, sometimes we build stuff, sometimes we review other stuff. Today, it's kind of a combo of that because it's technically DIY at the same time. It's not like I'm building it with wood or anything like that. These are parts that you can buy off the shelf.
Penguin Zero made another video calling out a guy abusing his dog. Are you going to react? No. What's the point?
Also, if you'd like to see a cheaper version, let me know in the comments. So having a built-in angle is nice. Another thing, if you want to angle it more, not very hard. You literally just put some things. I'm actually thinking about getting some UHMW pieces that fit in these. Your mom. But a lot of the belt squats, they just take up a lot of space. Really expensive.
They're really expensive. He says you need a Beyond Power, $2,200. We got a Rogue T-bar stand. How much does that get? Say $500.
This is the bougie version. It's less than a Rhino. I think the budget version is pretty sick in that I'm gonna show you how you can use your weight stack on your lat pull down, your low row, whether it's plate loaded or a stack, and do it where you can start at the top of a movement. That's what I think is pretty cool. I'm just gonna show this one because I wanna try it. I'm eager beaver. All right, so one of the things that's nice about this is you can start the load at the top. So basically I'm gonna hold this and now it's waiting for me to stabilize. Load is on, it's not all the way on. I'm just gonna try and squat. Oh, yes. It's working. I'm at 40 pounds total, 40 pounds at top of the rep, 80 pounds at the bottom of the rep, and it basically graduates. So a little bit light. I'm just gonna see, let's just see what 200 pounds on this feels like. That's nice.
That's kind of neat.
Okay, as you can see.
Yeah, those fucking electric, you know, pulley things, like, those are cool. They're just way too fucking expensive. If they could bring them down in price to like under 1,000, that would be perfect. But like $2,000 is crazy. Like you may as well just buy a fucking functional trainer at that point. Like you can find good functional trainers for that much. I should get back into streaming too. Hope you're having a good day. Yep, I'm having a good day. Just woke up, did some cardio, and now I'm streaming. Streaming's good, you know. Have you seen the M3 barbell? I saw one on Mirafit. I don't know what that is. Oh wait, fuck.
Hello everyone, it is Toby. In this garage gym, it has been... I pulled on that bar, I got a 200...
What's special about this bar? I'm happy with the barbell I have right now. I'm not going to bother getting any new ones. Like the video if you like butts. I do like butts.
That's not heavy enough. We must go heavier. And for a lot of you, you'll be able to squat that too. For reference, probably right now, I'm probably around a 405 back squat. Max all time is 465. Sam, how are we gonna double the load?
Well, that's easy.
Okay, we're gonna try this pulley. This is how it's gonna work. I'm gonna route that cable through this pulley. This pulley is gonna be attached to my belt squat belt. Pulley's gonna go through this, through the machine, the Voltra, and then attach on the other side. I'm doing this on the Voltra. This isn't exclusive to the Voltra. This can work on any cable machine.
That sounds like far too much effort. One-time gig was moderator in VG chat. Anybody remember that? Don't be jealous, guys. I do remember that. That was really good. You did a good job, gig.
If you give it another attachment point, you can double the felt load. They're making a mount called an adaptive bar mount that uses, it's just hand tightened so you can move it really quickly. I use a climbing carabiner. Let me know in the comments because I'll probably pick. It says 65 right now, which double that, 120. That's 100 pounds right there. And it feels every bit as the 200 pounds felt before. Dang. That's hot. Oh, yeah. That's nice. All right. The way this would work is you're going to go in here. You've got a stack. This could work on your Adonis. This could work on these pulleys if you pull them all the way to the bottom. You're going to deal with some height issues. So then you may have to build your platform up a little bit, something like that. Although I have workaround for that here in a moment too. But this is a way that you could do belt squats on your cable tower. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind is I would not use that. The reason being, I'd have to start with the weight at the bottom. Anybody who belt squatted, getting out of the hole can be really hard. So basically, you'd have to get in here like this, attach this, you know, like, which I know people do this, but it's not ideal, and I don't even know if I'd call it safe. It's just, so you get in here like this, then stand up, which doesn't really work very well with a heavy stack. I mean, this is only 60 pounds. So then you do your squats, which I just want to say the smoothness of a cable stack like this on a belt squat, it feels incredible. Feels so good. Okay, so there's your belt squat, but we're gonna do you one better, Bubba. We're gonna start at the top. Sam, bring out the secret weapon.
So this is your just basic, I want to say $45 or so chain hoist that you can buy off of Amazon. They're greasy, they're ugly, they're archaic, some would say, but they work.
All right, so we're going to attach this to the top.
Up here?
Nope, this one.
This one?
Let's just try this one. One thing I'm thinking, if you've got a shorter rack, I mean, this isn't a short rack, this is standard height, this is 90 inches. So they make a 100 inch and 108 inch. But a lot of you are gonna have a 90 inch or so rack, whether you're using this on this or the Adonis or something like that. So you got all this chain. The way this is gonna work, we'll attach this down here. Now, you're like, wow, I don't really wanna do that. I don't either, but a couple things. One, they do make them so they can give more pull on each one, so you don't have to go through this whole chain, basically. The other thing is you really only have to use this for the first set of your working weight. You know, like maybe you're starting off on your warm-ups or whatever, this could work. This is a way that basically you're gonna be able to lift it up and offload it. If you wanna lift it up in a different way, depending on how heavy you're going, you don't have to use something like this. You could like take a handle and pull it up and then hook it in to a chain. The reason that this is more convenient is, yeah, you have to deal with that noise and black hands and stuff. But once you attach it, you can then offload it to your belt at the top of rep and then start it. So I'll show you how that works. So we're basically gonna attach this in here. Need a carabiner.
Another option too is a motorized cable hoist.
Right.
And you can get those for like 60, 80
That
bucks
is
off of Amazon as
ridiculous.
well.
Yep, with a button.
Just a button.
Yep.
Way too
A lot
much
easier.
fucking effort for something stupid like
but
that.
let's just go heavy just so we can show it. So we'll go, let's go 200. The reason I angled it is so that this isn't in the way. If you put it here, it may be in your headspace. So it's just a little bit nicer to get out of the way. You can then get in here, hook into it.
Dude, setting this whole fucking thing up every time you want to train legs.
And then you're basically gonna lift.
That's a little silly.
Feels very nice. It's heavy.
I like the idea of this.
Stack, 200
like,
pounds.
That's a clever idea. I don't know if there's like a weight stack that's
More than any other.
I don't know if there's a weight stack that would be easier to use to do something like that. Yeah, they have a plate-loaded only version of this. I don't know if I could think of some way to lock the weight upright for doing a belt squat using something like this. Because what, this is 850 CAD. What was the thing? Fuck, I should have left that one tab open.
They're lighter.
Not that.
Hey guys, it's
Did he leave a link to it? Indie T-bar row. Yeah, so 700 plus, so you're at like 1500. Versus the Rogue Rhino, I think if I wanted to order that fully shipped, that would be, I think about 3,500, maybe more. No, even more. Yeah, that would be close to 5 grand. So 1,500 versus 5 grand. That would actually be a pretty good value proposition, assuming you could find some way to lock lock this thing upright for when you're doing the squats. I think somebody did make a homemade belt squat using this. I gotta look into that. That might actually be worth doing. So get that cable tower and this. That'd be way fucking cheaper than a Rogue Rhino.
their T-bar row, and I'm gonna make some modifications to it. They've started to include the parts. Look at that.
Oh, Coop, if you were here to build the last 2 Rogue.
I've already talked about Penguin Zero being a retarded hypocrite. Like, again, everyone saw the video, everyone knows. What's the point of rehashing the same thing all over again? He's a lying dipshit. That video series went viral, everyone saw it. So it's like, I already know the guy's a liar, so what's the point in putting the effort into it?
Time in his master IM 3000 really well. It's definitely one of those allows you to have a Smithy machine that I'm most looking forward to. Standalone machine is by far the Temple of Gains quad send. The quad send leg press hack squat is just extremely well thought through. Most leg press hack squat combos, you automatically have a piece where you're like, the leg press is great, but the hack squat, or the hack squat's great, leg press is, The depth is usually on those not very great. The quad send, the depth, you'll never reach the bottom of that thing. The integrations of things like digital resistance for the Beyond Power Voltra and things like that, it's just like, man. Plus, you can use plates. Just very well done. That piece, if you're in the market for those, that's one I would absolutely wait for and will definitely be living in my personal home gym. Now, Force USA has absolutely leveled.
What do they call it? Quad send?
What's going on, guys? So much anticipated. Cycle through the pictures here. We can see the safety arms on the side.
Fucking faggot didn't even use it. Oh, perfect. We're currently only shipping within the US. Oh, standard shipping. Okay, so you can order from Canada. Never mind. I actually found a place nearby-ish, like near Toronto, that's selling what looks to be pretty good leg presses and hack squats. I don't know where the fuck they're getting them from. I'm assuming they're just white label products from China, but they look like they can handle a lot of weight and they look pretty high quality. Their leg press and their hack squat are both like about 2,500 or $3,000. I might get one of those. I'll probably go to their warehouse and ask to take a look at them and shit, but Canada is not great, like not nearly as good for just machines as the US. Yeah, quad send. They don't have a price estimate yet. This thing looks fucking dope. It's probably going to be expensive, but it looks fucking dope. I don't really have an issue with a lack of space in the basement. All I'd really need is like a leg press, hack squat, and maybe some sort of cable tower, cable machine. And then I don't think I'd really ever bother getting any other new equipment. And there's plenty of space for all of that, so I don't need a hack squat leg press combo. So it might just be worth getting a hack press and a leg press separately, if they're both better. I don't know when they're gonna come out with that. I'm sure shipping would be a billion fucking... 11 gauge steel, thick reinforcement, over 700 pounds of beastly stability. So the machine's 700 pounds. This can hold up to 1,800 pounds. That's actually fucking dope. I wish they'd give you a fucking price estimate. That's definitely the most epic leg press hack squat combo. The most heavy duty ones I've seen so far can only hold like 1,000. No, I haven't played Battletoads yet. We're gonna start soon. Let's play some Battletoads now. I just gotta go take a piss. Gum gum. Oh, my gum gum. Look, guys, I have a little kitty cuddling with me. Oh, look at him. He's like a noodle. Oh, gum gum. I love you, gum gum. You're such a good baby. He's been cuddling with me this whole time. You're my little cuddle buddy. You were being very rude this morning, biting me, forcing me to wake up. 'Cause you were hungry? Yeah, you have no manners. You don't give two shits. Alright, I'll be right back. How much is your rent? It's $2,200 a month. Ugh. And considering I'm renting out a house, that's not too bad. And I've got a full garage. Having the garage is so fucking awesome, dude. Like, holy shit. I remember I had to, like, change a tire and change the oil the middle of winter. That was fucking horrendous. Oh. You want to come cuddle again? Yeah, you can come cuddle. Come cuddle. Yeah, that's a good baby. Oh, there's my gum-gum. Do you guys see this? This is my cuddly baby gum-gum. What a nice little sweetie. I want to have a shouse. Have you heard of them? I have never heard of a shouse. Garage stream when? I've actually already done a garage stream. Yeah, iguanas are like vegan friendly lizards. I like iguanas. I really like lizards. I was kind of thinking of getting one, but I don't know, like they may be high maintenance. Ah, fucking, oh jeez, this is gonna be rough.
When are you going to start posting more on your OnlyFans? Can you start banging some petite blonde women on there, because that is my goon addiction. Sort of like an indie black scene.
Well, I actually have been posting more on my OnlyFans. I have a bunch of new pics and one new vid up. So I have been posting more. I cannot watch this video because it's making me log in, but thanks for the donation, Wally. Fuck! Oh my god. Yeah, there's like inertia. Oh jeez, oh my god, that was... That's bad. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh, shit. Motherfuckhole. Oh. Shit. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Oh, what? Oh, shit. It's harder to do it on the other side. Damn it! Oh, you bitch. Cocksucker. Fuck! Oh my god, it's weird. My brain, like, thinks it's gonna take longer for the thing to get there. Ah, shit. Motherfuck. Damn it, I don't know why. I always think it's gonna take longer for it to... Ah! What a fuckhole. How in the fuck do you even... I don't know how the hell you even kill that green dude.
I can't believe how ridiculous this game would be without save states. Whoever designed this game could not have been sentient. Just some soulless automaton. Or they were a person who has never seen grass in their life.
It's fucking diabolical, dude. No! Ah! Yeah, this game is fucking ridiculously hard. This is by far the hardest game I've ever played. Yeah, nothing really compares to this. I don't even... oh my god.
On the upper part and get up for the others. Get up on the third arrow on the right as it may escape difficult if you lose a life or two to do it. Left as you begin the stage to the final stage, the revolution. If you hold down the jump button and left as you begin the stage, you'll float up at the beginning and you can grab this flagpole weapon, which is very useful for fighting this hornhead enemy. Once you get up here, you need to make sure to jump over this ball and you want to be jumping towards the left. Wait until this green platform just appears and then quickly jump across. The very last one fades out before the others, so you need to move quickly on those. These yellow platforms will fall out from under you when you jump on them. And up here we have another hornhead to fight. I like to wait until he does his little charge attack and then hit him with the pole. If you don't have the pole anymore, you can also use a charge attack, and if you drop your pole while you're fighting him, don't try to pick it up again until the hornhead is defeated. He will definitely capitalize on that and deal you a bunch of damage. Here's another one. Alright, we have some more springs to climb up here, and at the top is a bouncing ball that we need to avoid. Make your way over to the right, take out this hornhead, and once he's gone, there will be a spring platform that we need to use to get up to the next level. So jump onto that and bounce up here. This enemy is called a swell cheeks. It's like a weird green cloud. Now if you hang out up on top of this second spring and just start mashing the B button, you should be able to take out that one with your stick. This hornhead is a good bit more dangerous. The red one will open his mouth, and if you would do like a charge attack or get too close to the open mouth, he can actually suck you in, and that's instant death. There are very few checkpoints in this stage, so you certainly don't want to die here. This swell cheeks can easily be taken out by moving to the left and hitting him from behind, but this second one you just want to avoid. Quickly get onto the brown platform and move up. Wait when you get to the top so that you don't get hit by the attacks from the two swell cheeks that are shooting down at you. Over here we'll fight another green swell cheeks. He's kind of the boss of this area. You can try to do a charge attack or just mash the stick attack when it gets near you, and if you don't have the stick, just use punches whenever he's flying around the bottom like that. But whenever he gets up in the air, I like to try to hit him from behind. That's a good way to deal some extra damage without having to worry about getting killed by this guy. Once he's defeated, get up onto the spring. Carefully watch out for the ball above here as you navigate that falling platform. Here we'll have to experience our first moving platform on the Revolution. When you're jumping to a platform that is moving itself, you want to jump a good bit early. When you are on a moving platform and jumping to a still platform, you want to jump when they're right about on top of each other. So this one's moving, jump early. Now we're on a moving platform, jump right when they're almost on top of each other. Same thing up here, right now. And then we'll wait until this one gets close to us and jump. Here we need to clear this spiky ball, so wait until a good time and get up there. You need to get to the flagpole as quickly as possible so that this storm cloud doesn't blow you off the tower. Start jumping up these green platforms and wait here. This is a checkpoint, but wait for this one to reappear and then very quickly jump up. That last one will disappear out from under you if you don't jump very quickly there. Now, we need to finish the rest of the stage to the boss without dying, or we're going to go back to the bottom here. So get onto this flagpole, wait for this cloud to blow his air, and whenever he's done, it moves up a little bit and a yellow platform will appear below you. You need to press down to let go of the flagpole a little bit early so that you can fall onto that yellow platform. Take out this horn head with the flagpole you just pulled off the wall. And remember, when you're on a moving platform, that you want to jump whenever the one above you is almost right on top of you. This swell cheeks can be dangerous. Try to hit it from behind when possible. Once it's gone, you'll be able to move up again, and there's going to be another one of those flagpoles for you to grab. If you're not grabbing the flagpole, it is instant death when that cloud comes up and starts blowing on you. This time you have to drop down to a spring platform below, and then bounce up to another flagpole to survive the cloud attack. This time, you're going to need to drop back to the spring that you were on before, and then you'll find another spring on the other side that you can jump to get up to the next section. And this is the end. You want to go very fast up and to the left here. So all the platforms are going to be to the left until you make it to the next level. Here, this next one's left, but then there's one to the right, and that one drops out from under. And if you go fast enough, you'll avoid that yellow swell cheeks, and it'll be time to fight the Dark Queen. The Dark Queen is very difficult, but I do have good news for you. If you die up here and you still have continues left, you'll actually continue at the Dark Queen. So she's almost like the 13th level. What you want to do is try to avoid her when she's in the tornado form, and then you want to get behind her and do charge attacks from behind. You can also catch her in the air once you get her with one charge attack, but you can see if you attack her from the front, she'll get you with a knee attack and you'll be knocked down. Try to avoid her whenever she's in the tornado, and try to get her from behind, but whenever she's like revving up the tornado and you don't see the yellow part of it yet, she's vulnerable then, and she's certainly vulnerable when she stops spinning. So whatever way she's facing when she stops spinning, try to get behind.
Dude, this game is insane. Let's see, Dodo donated $3.
We did not see any combatants in the hospital. We did not treat any obvious combatants. Like I mentioned, it's not like they're wearing a vest that says, you know, Hamas.
Was there ever a...
How would he know? They don't wear uniforms. So, like, how could he claim that? We've seen combat footage posted both by Israel and by Hamas. They wear normal, plain clothes. So if they're injured in combat and they get transported to a hospital, they'll look like a normal fucking person. Like, a dead giveaway is they've, like, been shot. Like, so if they're an adult male or fighting age male and they've been shot, you can bet in all likelihood they're Hamas members. Like, what a fucking idiot. So, yeah, there we go. Another fucking retarded-ass liar, just like that, who was that Green Beret dude who I'm really even still questioning whether or not he's actually a Green Beret, who was lying, Guerrera or something. That guy was a liar. This guy's a fucking liar. The doctors that the New York Times interviewed about the, like, bullets to the head kids, they're all fucking liars. They're all fucking liars.
Moment where you feared for your own life? Because the IDF has been able to just slaughter people with impunity. I mean, American citizens in the West Bank, which of course Hamas doesn't govern, have...
Hamas is in the West Bank. Oh my god. They're laying IEDs in the fucking West Bank all the fucking time. That's why armored vehicles have to tear up the fucking road in the West Bank all the time. It's because Hamas operates from the fucking West Bank, and they try to kill Israeli soldiers and just normal Israelis. Jesus Christ, what a dumb bitch. Like, what the fuck? Why do you think the Palestinian Authority is working with Israel in combined, like they're basically doing combined operations essentially so that they can deal with Hamas terrorists? Like, they're such fucking liars.
Have been killed by Israeli settlers with impunity. So was there ever a thought in your mind that this might be it for me?
I remember getting there was a 7-year-old child who had a shrapnel injury to his
There we go. So, think of the children.
abdomen, had 2 surgeries already into his abdomen in a matter of a week. And when I got there, he was yellow as a crayon. I don't think I deserve the praise. I think this is an obligation to us as physicians and nurses, healthcare workers.
The few American doctors here are doing what they can to help Palestinian medical staff. A photo above Zainab's cot reads, Zainab, the images of...
Gross, baby.
One thing that has given me a little bit of hope in this entire nightmare that...
Whatever, we get the idea. They're fucking liars. They're just completely and utterly full of shit. Bro, Young Turks can just suck my dick. It's just disgusting that they can post that, you know? Oh my god. Fuck! Just epic bullshitters. Can you? Oh no. I see. Yes. It makes it a tad easier.
Hopefully sometime in the very near future the young turds end up going bankrupt.
I seriously doubt they ever will because I have to imagine they have really low overhead costs. They clearly don't have any research team whatsoever. It's just Anna and Jank coming up with whatever horseshit they fucking feel like. And what? It's just employee pay. They can set up a studio wherever the fuck they want. So I doubt it. They're just grifting fucktards, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Thank fuck. Alright, we did pretty well there. Damn it! Oh my god, I can't believe I fucked up so bad. Oh, I thought he was dead!
Don't lie, the steroids weren't to get bigger, you started them to get better at Battletoads.
Well, yeah, partly. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Little bitch. Fuck! Oh my god. Dude, I'm about to go nuts.
Tofu.
Ah. Wow. Fuck you. Oh my god, this fucking game. Alright, well thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate that. I did have tofu for breakfast this morning. I can't fucking believe that, dude. Oh! I think dealing with them that charge attack is just better. I'm gonna just do that from now on. Just seems more predictable. Damn it! Came from like the wrong direction. Fucking bitch ass. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Fucking pussy. Alright, this is the furthest we've gotten so far. No! Well... At least that's a checkpoint.
I like making sandwiches with the tofurkey slices. They are really tasty, but they come in such a small pack and they are expensive. Is there anything as yum and convenient? Frying tofu to make a sandwich is kinda a pain.
The only other option would be to just make your own seitan. So you could make your own seitan and make deli slices out of that. Otherwise, yeah, deli slices just tend to be expensive. They are nice, though. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Oh. Fucking bitch. No! Booty come $22. Did you time me out? Thought. No, I did not. I did not time anybody out. What do you see yourself doing in 20 years for work? If you ask me that question again, I'm banning you indefinitely. Stupid fucking question to ask. You're a fucking retard. Ah, fuck!
Attention chat. There is an outage. Your chat is broken right now.
I was lucky. Don't think there's an outage. Thanks for the donation though, non-wib. It's a stupid fucking question because it assumes that I won't be able to do YouTube or something. Okay, well, AI is gonna take over a lot of jobs. What do you plan on doing in 20 years? You know, whatever fucking stupid shit job you have, well, AI's gonna be able to fucking do it. So what are you gonna do, fuckface? Oh, you have a fucking career that you built up over years? What are you gonna do when you can't do that anymore? Like, fuck you.
Now it's working. I thought I must got you in your feelings, YouTube autistic. Anyways, I'm going to do 90 minutes cardio and pull session and abs with no food. Feel fucked but must go on.
Ah! What a bitch. Alright, well, good luck with that, dude. Have a good workout. Thanks for the donation.
Who needs jobs anyway? They're a pain.
Yeah. Might as well just, collect EBT benefits and, sell weed or something. For some extra cash. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuck yeah, bitch! That's what I'm fucking talking about. Damn it! Okay, I don't know how to deal with this guy, Okay, the charge attacks do work, it seems. No! Fuck you! We're getting closer. Son of a bitch.
That is if you don't get arrested for selling weed, that is.
I honestly don't know if anybody gets... Fuck! I don't know if anybody gets arrested for selling weed anymore. I know, like, I don't even know if anybody sells weed. At least here. Because they legalized it, so I don't know if the cops really care, and I don't know if anybody's even buying it from any growers, because you can get it cheaper just at a store. So you might want to just stick with... Ah, fuck! You might want to just stick with fentanyl. Oh. Okay, I'm stupid. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, son of a fuck. Oh. Saggy Pants just asked your 5-year plan. Make money, fuck bitches. Fuck, damn it, I should have gone the other direction. Oh, bullshit. What a load of fuck. Damn it, oh my god! We might as well just start over. I missed the fucking checkpoint. Dude, what a dick.
I gerted on a photo of your mom. Or way. Fucking pussy. Oh, what are these fucking notifications on my phone? Literally nothing. My phone just makes noises.
I should have an Amazon delivery coming today. Yeah, you know what's funny? I ordered protein powder and an automatic cat feeder, and then it said it was coming Friday, and I needed protein. So then I ordered protein yesterday, and now the protein I ordered that was supposed to be coming Friday is just coming today. It's Thursday, right? I'm not crazy? Yeah, it's Thursday. So I got some extra protein. No big deal. Don't have to, like, order again. You aren't very good at this game. You're not very good at life. So, fuck yourself. No! Fuck you! Oh, how could it do this to me? Damn it! Ah, fuck shit! Oh my god, I hit him off screen. When are you going to die? Fuck! Eat shit. Like, actually eat shit. He did not fucking die. Oh my god, that was so many fucking hits. Oh my god, fuck me. What a load of fuck. Fucking turd. Oh! What a shithead. Like, you're an actual dick. This game's a fucking dick. Dude. Great. I'm gonna need a break. Well, we got further than last time, but I need a fucking break. That's brutal. That's rough.
And this is like,
yeah.
It makes you just a little different. It's like a different drop.
Yeah. I'll drink like a big bottle before I even go out.
I used to work security. I've literally seen the difference, bro. I've literally seen the fucking difference. Like,
And people drinking different alcohols?
Swear to God, bro.
Yeah.
Like, people who drink, like, it's usually black guys who drink, like, Hennessy or whiskey for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And not that they're always getting in scraps, but I just feel like it's a lot more, like, posturing and, like, yo, it's like, where's tequila? It's like, usually, like, the bodybuilders are drinking more, like, tequila vodka, and then...
You think there will be regulations on AI? Well, there sort of already are, but I don't know how they're going to handle it taking over the job market. You're probably just going to see unions push back against it, and non-union workers are probably going to get fucked over.
Because, you know, like alcohol, like there's different ones that are like some are stimulants and some are depressants. So
Is this one more of a stimulant then?
What would you say? I'd say it makes me rowdy, so I'd say it would be for sure.
Just makes me feel good.
Yeah.
Like,
Can you Google that? Google that. I want to see which one that is. Which one is this? It's Crown.
Crown is so fire.
Yeah.
It actually wasn't as bad as maybe it's because I have this in my mouth though.
Yeah,
makes it taste a little different.
Nicotine makes everything feel better for sure. 100%.
But you don't like nicotine.
I'm trying not to be addicted to it. You know what I mean?
You should not.
I smoke.
Do you like any GameCube games? I had a GameCube. There weren't really too many exclusive games that I liked. I didn't play any of the Zelda games because they looked like shit. Never liked Mario. I liked Rogue Squadron for the GameCube. And I did like Pikmin. That was the one exclusive I liked. I think Rogue Squadron was an exclusive too, wasn't it? So yeah, there was a few. GameCube sucked. It was not a good game. I actually didn't play RE4 when it first came out. I didn't play it until way, way later on PC.
smoke a lot of cigarettes when I'm drunk because they don't count when you're drunk. You know what I'm saying?
So funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna make
Trust
more
me, I
merch.
know. I've been there.
I'm terrible with nicotine. I'll smoke like an entire pack on a night out, and if I have any cigarettes on me, I'll wake up and I'll smoke it.
Really?
And then like I'll like constantly vape, and then like
You put anything in front of this guy, he just does it. Any sort of food, any sort of like drug. Like,
Is your blood
anything.
work good?
I'm not really.
Don't ask him about his blood work.
Well,
man.
I
He
don't know. I
doesn't
haven't
know.
even tried.
No way.
But like I just haven't been on roids.
Wait,
so-
have you not? Did you never do blood work before? Like you hopped on, or
Well,
you did?
well, I
right?
never really did much shit. So.
True. Yeah. So
That's so funny.
this is like the smallest he's ever been since he was like a kid, because he took like he's like a crazy hyper responder.
Makes sense. Yeah.
When I met this dude, he was like actually like twice the size, and he's already fucking big. He's like 6'4", whatever. Like you're what 295?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So in
You
like
win
the
the street
300
fights.
range.
You win
Yeah.
the 290 for sure.
Yeah, so if like you too far, right? If you're 260, he's 290.
Yeah,
though.
it's
That's
done.
the thing. It's toast. You know what I'm saying?
261 even. It's like it's a wrap. You know.
But it's like
Have you ever climbed Mount Fuji?
No, haven't climbed Mount Fuji yet. I don't really have an interest in climbing any mountains. Just seems kind of lame and gay. Thanks for the donation, though, Joe. I gotta go to Walmart, get some tank tops. Might go tomorrow, maybe later today. I don't know.
imagine being 320 and like lean and like strong. Like I wouldn't say like shredded, but like if
Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks was dope. They should make another game like that. I don't know why they don't.
he came down like 5% more, he would have like abs. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's like it's
I had like
insane.
a 2-pack. That was about it. But
you had gargantuan traps, huge arms, and a beer belly. That's like a
Yeah.
peak male physique though.
I was still drinking a lot of beer though.
That's like the reverse sleeper build. That's like the awake build, because you know the sleeper build, like they look small and then they're shredded. It's like you like look sick in a tank and you take it off. It's like, oh, what is that?
I like wanted to keep a tank top on if I was
I've always kept the tank top on, unless I was like so like ready. I was like, fuck it.
Nah, but you have a really good physique. You had like pretty small waist, good abs. Like I used to rate physiques for my content. So
I remember
kinda,
that.
Yeah.
That
You
was the
remember
first,
that
yeah, that
video?
was the first thing you did, right?
Yeah,
First
yeah,
thing-
yeah. Because well, what I was doing was, well, I wasn't doing much. I was in my room rating shirtless men, but
not sick.
I was trying to blow up, and I was like, obviously trying to leverage like the
Yeah.
authority figures in the space and whatnot. Is this recording, by the way?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I guess we just got right into it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
That's how I always do
nice
it.
flow conversation. It's good.
Yeah.
Well, leveraging the authority figures in the space, and obviously like it was getting traction. It definitely wasn't the content I was like super proud of, and I'd say to this day like I'm not like 100% proud of all like the content I make, because I just want to do like everything at a super high level. But I remember I rated Adam 22's physique. He got pissed.
He got mad. Who gets mad about that?
He got mad because I was just roasting him about how he got his girl out by a giant black girl.
Yeah,
So
that sucks.
you
BBC
know.
day. Fuck off.
Well, low-key, I was like, yo, like Adam, like let me have a turn type shit. You know what I mean?
I had him on when that was all happening. I was
And
like,
then were you
why?
like, yo, are you down if I have her or no?
Yeah, no, I think
You
I
did?
think I said that to him after. No, but it was
Like
jokingly.
off camera?
Yeah, like jokingly.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said he said only professionals.
I see.
And I was like, what makes someone a professional? And I
I'd
guess
say I'm a professional.
Maybe,
This
maybe he
one.
just wanted to like measure about size or something. It's like maybe if you're huge, you can have it, but like, yeah.
I'd be in there. Not worried about it. So how did you guys first meet?
We actually met in LA. So I own a clothing brand, Retaliation Project, and he was my first ever athlete.
Okay.
So he hit me up. He was like, yo, I like the clothes, whatever. The brand does super well to start. And I was like, okay, got to capitalize on this. So we bring all the athletes we had. We only had a handful to
Yeah.
LA to make content, all sorts of, you know how it goes. Like over
course.
here, when everyone's collaborating, it's like good vibes. It's like very good content, very good for the views, right? So I meet this guy and like, bro, hit it off. Like, I'd say this guy's my best friend. And like, he's the like, bro, like actually like one of my like top, like I'm in debt to you, bro. Like that ass. I'm in debt to you, bro. Because
This is so sweet. I love seeing it.
nah, because it's like I'm not good
Started
at
off rating dudes' physiques. Just,
yeah, I'm not good at communicating my feelings, so I don't even talk to him about it like that. You know when you have a friend and it's like it's kind of unspoken.
those are the
As-
best friends, though.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like but like I would kill for this dude and he'd do the same. You know what I mean? So we just had that chemistry off the bat, and then from there started making videos, all that good. So people love like we do eating challenges, we do a lot of drinking videos as well, lifting challenges, all that stuff. It's not all the content we do.
Did you ever start a vegan lifting podcast with fucking who? Like, what, there's 3 people I could like interview, and most people also don't like me. So I don't see that really taking off.
He like has like a lot of like meme content, funny. So But yeah, it's pretty much what we get up to.
Yeah. And so you guys are both in Canada? And you're
So
from New
he's
Zealand?
from New
right?
Zealand.
Yeah.
I still live there. He sleeps on my couch in Canada. No, but what's crazy is I have a guest room, okay? And she sleeps in the guest room. He's like, I don't like the guest room. I like the couch. Couch is comfy. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, well, I have my TV here and the comfy couch. And then I could go to the kitchen if I want an ice cream sandwich.
It's like a
Yeah.
studio.
Yeah. And then it's like, well, if I want the whiskey, I have the whiskey here. And it's like, okay, well, I guess you can sleep on the couch then. So then I moved the camera guy in. And so it's the three of us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, when did you start making content?
I think it was around COVID.
Yeah.
I was like, I think during COVID, I was like lifting bricks and like, I was kind of bored as well. And I was like, I'll just post it, see what these cunts online reckon about it. And yeah,
Lifting bricks. Let's see what the cunts online reckon about it.
But yeah, people were like with it a little bit, and because people fuck, I just kept posting and posting, and then like I didn't really mean to blow up or anything like that. I'll just post.
People
videos
just
of me.
saw his physique and were like, what the? I thought you were photoshopped at first. Like podcast, whoever, like pop up a picture. This guy literally looked insane, bro. Like especially for his age, 19. Like he had guys like top of the industry being like, yo, you take synthol, like this and that, you Photoshop, and it's like he really like was just like that. But yeah, you were lifting bricks like because you didn't have a gym membership.
Yeah, so,
right?
so I just made weights with bricks, like legit bricks, putting wires through it.
Yeah, so he didn't even go to the gym yet.
Did you have like people that you looked that were making content like you wanted to make content like? Because nowadays, like I noticed a lot of people get into fitness just because of content.
Yeah, 100%.
Like a lot of people don't like you said, you just kind of fell into it.
Yeah.
Like how I did it, it wasn't like, oh, you're gonna be on Instagram and be on you. I mean, YouTube was more of a thing, but not as much of like Instagram and this whole influencer thing. It wasn't it wasn't a thing. And so I did it because I actually loved it. I think a lot of people today get into it because maybe not that they don't love it. Not that I just think straight up they don't love it. I think they just want followers on the internet and they see it as an easy way in.
I lucky only started posting though because supplements were expensive.
Vegan Gains and Teller is just sending SK or Sky's stream because you two are rarely streaming at the same time. I think last time you was when you debated him. Comment something in his chat. Question mark.
Fuck yourself. It was ridiculous. I love that sign behind him. It said "Ill Dems." Yeah, Ill Dems. His speech had nothing in it, and then Dick Durbin got up and he spoke and he said, "We are Catholics. We are union members. We ate fried chicken after church on Sunday. We drove Ford automobiles. We are Democrats." It's like politicians used to state what policies they were for, and then their handlers would have cliches and they would show.
It's true, they used to, but since when is Donald Trump what policy? What policy does Donald Trump? What policy?
Them doing all the cliches in the ads. Now
I have concepts of plans.
Politicians, the Dems, they're just yelling the cliches as they're speaking. Yes. They're like, I want factory floors in slow motion and point at blueprints.
It's so funny that they say this stuff because, like, sure, okay, but then they go back and they love Donald Trump. It's like compare and contrast.
I go to the playground and I push minority children on swings.
You know, I was just thinking it's like fighting fire with fire. It'd be like telling the survivors of the Titanic, we're going to drown you with help. Anyway, Harley, congratulations on your new upcoming film, Wingman.
Thank you.
You played. So, a thought.
This guy used to be funny. I forget what movie I know this guy, this face. Who is this guy?
Experiment. What if you were the Democrat Party's wingman?
Oh, wow.
Could you help them or is it too late?
I don't know if they could get laid because they're already
Harland Williams.
So.
You live in California, so
I live in Cali, and Gavin Newsom. It's just hard to take anything this guy says.
Leave. You don't like it. Leave.
Seriously, he's just so oily, so greasy. Like
He doesn't seem to be watching his chat.
hair on the weekend and use it as a water slide park.
I love it. You want to make fun of Gavin Newsom's hair? Have you seen Donald Trump's hair? Have you seen it? You making fun of Gavin Newsom's hair? I mean, you ever heard of glass houses? Don't throw stones in glass houses. I mean, Donald Trump wears 1.5 inches of foundation on his face every morning before he leaves the house. He cakes it on with a putty knife. He just spackles it on. It's pretty unbelievable how much makeup. Then he sweats through the makeup and it just like cracks, and it's like all the beading of sweat on his nose. It's so gross. It always looks like he's hot. Like Donald Trump's always so hot, and he's always saying America's hot again. America's hot again. He's so hot. People said America is dead, but it's hot. I think he means the weather.
All right. Well, thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains.
And I just want to get like a supplement sponsor. So I was like, if I can get sponsored, it means I'll get like free protein, free pre-workout, like I don't know, just anything that I can get my hands on.
Yeah.
And so that would like cut costs because at the time I was at university, and so like I did it for that reason, and it just ended up like being a career.
Dude, That is shocking that this guy was in university. Like, he does not look like a type of person who could read a book.
I only got this deep into fitness for
No
club,
offense.
I'm not gonna lie. Because it's like, but
it's real.
No, but I wanted to leverage like the hype the gym was getting. And it took a while though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And then I actually got more into it because I enjoyed making the content.
Yeah.
Like I found like the science of bodybuilding like so interesting.
Yeah.
And so I just like fell down that rabbit hole more and more and more. But I mean, I always worked out. I played basketball, but and so I did like sports stuff, but it wasn't like bodybuilding. But to this day, I'm not like huge or anything. I kind of just talk it online. So, but yeah, I mean, we're in the digital renaissance as far as like you can really make something of yourself just from your phone. Like you've seen this time and time again with like the people you have on the podcast, and it's like they all say the same thing. It's like you just gotta post, bro. Like you literally just have to post, and like whether it's fitness or whatever, like if you believe you can have an impact on somebody, or even like to a smaller degree, like the way to go viral online is you have to have people emit an emotion. You know what I'm saying? So it's like whether that's hate, you're still going to go viral, whether that's like disgust, whether that's they're attracted to you, whether that's whatever. Like that's the key component. And so I knew I could do that in multiple different ways. And I was like, hey, well, I'm not going to build generational wealth with my psychology degree. It's like not going to happen.
Yeah.
But with social media, I can use that as a launch pad and start other businesses. You know what I'm saying? So my whole idea with like the fitness industry was to make money 100%.
Yeah.
Do I have a favorite novel? Probably To Kill a Mockingbird. Probably. I think I enjoyed that book most out of any other I've read. Favorite manga though is definitely Berserk.
But I still love it though.
Yeah, at least you're honest about it. I just think a lot of people get into it and they like that fake like, oh, I want to help people and motivate people, and they're not like straightforward about their actual intentions.
Well, you have to like the fitness industry is super vain as a whole. I mean, you're literally posting yourself shirtless, oiled up. It's like, look at me, look at how hot I am. Like, yeah, you're a douchebag. But there's some that are open about it, and some that aren't. Like, there's a lot of people who, you know, they're so like they have such a god complex that they'll literally lie about like everything as far as like the supplements they're taking, the steroids they're using, like even photoshopping their photos, bro, to make like a 2% difference. It's like, honestly, like it's insane. And the amount of, I guarantee the amount of sociopaths in this industry is probably like the highest, relatively speaking. But you know what's up? Those people win because they're savage. Like when you don't have like a moral compass, it's hard to compete against that. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, it's interesting. All right, guys, quick interruption for the podcast. Transcend and your stuff. It's to get fit. Do not. Let's get back into this podcast.
Yeah, the guy's fucking right. Like, look at Greg Doucette. He'll sell, like, bullshit fucking supplements to everybody. These other fucking cocksuckers, like Will Tennyson, Jesse James West, they'll do collabs with, like, some of the most scumbag fucking lying cocksuckers on the planet, like Liver King. The people with no moral virtue whatsoever get ahead.
So when you started, for example, did you start out the gates taking gear? And did you start out the gates taking gear?
No,
because a lot of kids now is like they like they're in the gym for like 3 months and they're like, I need to be on steroids.
I was natural for like 6 years.
Yeah,
but yeah, like when I was natural, like I was killing it really. Like I was 16, benching like 315 for like 6, and then by the time I was 18, I
Wait, how old were you?
16. And then when I was 18, I benched like 440 naturally. And then when I was 19, I was like, I can't be doing this natty shit. I'm just gonna.
What made you think that though?
Because I just wanted to see where my physique could go and like where my strength could go.
But with that being said, bro, you didn't even take a lot of. That's the thing, because you haven't seen your potential. Because like the cycle he told me he did, I was like, are you retarded? Like that's nothing.
What is the cycle?
He did like an Alex Eubank cycle. He took like a little bit of Rad 140 and like
did Rad 140 for 3 months, and
which is so bad for your liver and kidney, by the way. But like,
well, it was only 3 months.
Okay,
yeah,
it's fine.
Well, I mean, the drinking and all the other stuff is not good either. But
no, that
I do it off cycle though.
Yeah, we drink like off cycle. So like when that's why our physique's like, we used to be huge. Like I'll speak for myself. Like I was like pretty jacked, I'd say. And then as we started to do more drinking content, which is like what people really, I find like enjoyed, like the shorts and the TikToks always did well because we were just doing like fun challenges. And I was literally doing like Mr. Beastification of content as far as like fitness, just making it like super like dopamine centric, like fast cuts, like and like low key brain rot. But where people like were like, yo, these guys are actually human beings is when they saw us like drinking and like partying and shit. But yeah, that's obviously the worst thing you can do for your physique.
Yeah.
So
stupid.
But you know,
how do you balance it?
In order to not, Well, to be honest, I never like took a lot of.
Yeah.
So first cycle was like 400 tests. I took I took like a bunch of different stuff to see what would happen, but I didn't take it. I didn't take it all at once.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's
Okay,
like I was already so autistic, bro. I'd like write it in like a little like notebook type, and I'd be like, yo, this is like hard, and then I felt like a mad scientist, so I'd take like 400 tests. That was the base for the cycle, and then I took Anadrol, and I was like, okay, bench went up like 25 pounds this week. This is crazy. Like that's what Anadrol does. Yeah, I know you like Anadrol.
I've actually never ever. I've done it. I've never done it to like an extent. All those things for me, like D-ball and Anadrol, whenever I took them, I felt too much. Like it was too much for me. And I'm super sensitive.
So why wouldn't you take more then?
Because so it wasn't too much like, oh, this is good.
Oh, you were like overstimulated. Type
yeah,
shit?
like mentally it was too much.
Okay. Yeah. So Anadrol, Winstrol, Anavar. I took Halo. That was. Did you ever try Halo?
No, just trying.
Oh yeah, his trend story is funny. So I was meant to hop back on cycle, and I bought a bit of trend, and we brought this kid from Norway who's like 6'6", claim natural, like big as fuck. His name's Gorilla. Shout out Gorilla. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
But so Shan's like, yo, I've been off cycle. Like I need to compete with this guy. And I was like, well, I could give you a bit of the trend I bought. So I inject him. And the dude, like his personality, he's so laid back. He's so chill. He's literally like the chill guy, man, bro. This guy starts like trend raging. He's out on the town. We get asked for pictures all the time. This guy's like, Q, like I don't want to take a picture with your dog. Like literally like.
Oh my God. Oh, that's hilarious.
Drunk dad raging. I was afraid he's gonna like beat my or something, bro. It's crazy. But yeah.
Bro, because I don't even take much.
And the thing, he's like a hyper responder to everything, bro. And the
oh my God.
thing is, you got all the bad side effects and 0% of the gains because you can't make gains in 5 days, bro.
Yeah, it took like 0.5.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much that is.
For 5 days, or you tried it for longer?
Nah, he took 2 shots of like half an ml. So that would have been like literally like 100 trend.
Yeah.
So that's
Trend
like
Ace?
Yeah, Trend
Yeah.
Ace. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Like after I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm not doing this. Like I don't know.
So you've never tried it?
I've never tried it. I already have gyno, bro. I already have like hair loss. I already have no nuts anymore, just from like the little bit I've done. So, you know, I'm cool to stay away from the trend. If I ever did a show, 100% though, 100%. That's gonna be like I'm gonna run 1,000 trend.
Would you ever really compete? Would either of you ever really compete?
It's hard to say because it's such a commitment. And like you've dieted a million times, and like you also used to coach, correct?
Yeah.
So you've seen all these people. It's like I feel like there's a certain level of body fat where you look great, and like you even look really good on Instagram too. And if you know mess with like the lighting a little bit, you look like 6%, let's say, right? So let's say that level's 10% of looking like peak on Instagram. There comes a point where it's like you're now show lean and your brain just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right. So as a content creator, it's like, am I willing to sacrifice my business to like look kind of good? But then since I'm in the fitness industry, that look does sell. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I could maybe capitalize off more views, but again, my content's not really based around my physique at all.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no, for me, I don't think I would. I just can't be, man. 16 weeks of dieting is.
The dieting to steer you away.
Bro, what you should do, but what you should do is get like you could be like a strong man, bro. I don't know if you look at his hand.
Start at 12:50 at 1.75 speed. Pen, I will expect my free $5 membership by the end of the day if VG doesn't pass the Battletoads level by end of day. Don't make me come looking for you. I know people.
12:50. Oh, is this gonna be stupid? All right. Thanks for the donation. Less is more. What is more dangerous, trend or test? Take a fucking guess, dude.
Couldn't have missed. First is the alleged noose, which was made either from bed sheets or bits of clothing. The facts are a bit murky there. In either case, the material given to the prisoners for clothing and sheets is designed in a manner to prevent just this Epstein situation from happening. Also, as far as I can tell online, the color of uniform for the Manhattan Metropolitan Correctional Center is blue, not orange. At least that's what all the MCC prisoners.
Booty cum donating $2. I'm using autistic videos like this to get through cardio.
Three. When the gunslinger awoke again, the sea was dark, but there was faint light in the sky to the east. Morning was on its way. He sat up, and waves of dizziness almost overcame him. He bent his head and waited. When the faintness had passed, he looked at his hand. It was infected, all right. A telltale red swelling that spread up the palm and to the wrist. It stopped there, but already he could see the faint beginnings of other red lines, which would lead eventually to his heart and kill him. He felt hot, feverish. I need medicine, he thought, but there is no medicine here. Had he come this far just to die then? He would not. And if he were to die in spite of his determination, he would die on his way to the tower. How remarkable you are, gunslinger, the man in black tittered inside his head. How indomitable, how romantic in your stupid obsession. Fuck you, he croaked and drank. Not much water.
I don't know why he uploaded that, but okay. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
I could find online were depicted as wearing, but hey, I mean, that's just a bit odd to me. But it could be that they changed uniform colors by the time Epstein got there. I think that's doubtful, but I'll grant the skeptic the benefit of the doubt there. What, however, is even stranger is that if we refer to Michael Thomas's own testimony, then he states that he had noticed Epstein dangling from the top of his bed. And so he runs in, pulls out a blade, and cuts Epstein down. But wait a minute there, buddy. There's not a single sign of this fabric having been cut with a knife. Moreover, the end of the material is hemmed, meaning that most certainly it was never cut. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is certainly not the noose that Epstein used on himself, most obviously because Epstein did not kill himself. Reason number 8, Epstein did not kill himself. I'm going to advocate for the other side here. If I were to lobotomize myself right this second and believe that Epstein, the man who, as we discussed in the Zorro Ranch video, was obsessed with living forever to the point of having laboratories and female egg farms under his home, actually killed himself, then there are even more questions that we must answer. For instance, why, oh why, would he choose the most impossible method for taking his own life? A method that would only cause him pain, not death, and would likely get him thrown in the nude I'd watch chamber. And once again, this is the guy who made a point of telling everyone around him that he was a coward who hated pain. The answer is simply that he wouldn't. He would never take the slowest, most painful, and most unlikely way of taking his life. Instead, he would choose a much more guaranteed method for ending his life. Something sturdy and reliable and built for tough, my bad. Not an ad read right now. You know, like a large swath of thick plastic tubing, or you know, if I had my pick of the litter, I might choose a strong, black, unbreakable power cord. Now, obviously, Epstein didn't have his pick of the litter and couldn't have chosen either of these, so why are you telling me this, Cooper? Well, because Epstein actually could have chosen either of these things instead of the bed sheets. And that's because Epstein had sleep apnea. What a weird diversion, Cooper. I know. Why do I care? Just trust me here. I have a thing. My father also has sleep apnea, and with it comes a very large, loud machine with this strap that goes over your face and like sucks into your nose. It's really weird looking. And that attaches to a length of thick plastic tubing that then goes into a machine, typically a big black box, that forces you to breathe and is powered by typically a long black cable which plugs into any wall within several feet. Sleep apnea is really crucial for some people because at certain points you can stop breathing for seconds or minutes on end, which obvious problems when you stop breathing, you can die. And in spite of that, I still make fun of my dad, but that's a side point. But taking my dad out of the story, Epstein is sitting in a room with his sleep apnea machine. This sleep apnea machine was not regulated for prisons at all. You can see in the picture. It has several feet of this thick plastic tubing and then several feet of black cable plugging into the wall. So you'd actually have to be an idiot not to use that instead. And for one thing Epstein is not, he's most certainly not an idiot. Makes you wonder then why the media never told you that little bit of information, did it? Because all you had to do was look at a photo. Reason number 9. Now at this juncture, I am sure that in no way you believe Epstein took his own life. If you do, I would like to sell you some knives, and if you get 3 of your friends to join, I'll make you rich. So what else we can agree on is that I haven't quite proven that Epstein isn't dead. Fair, so let's move our attention to the photos of his body after it's taken away from the prison. The first thing you may notice is that none of these autopsy photos look like Epstein. And it's convenient that there are no photos that are direct on angles of his face, which means we can't run any facial recognition software or clearly discern if it's him or not. That being said, we can disprove this being Epstein's body well before the autopsy photos. There is a photo that reveals more to us than any direct on shot of his face could.
That seems a little...
And it's this skeezy little angle we get of Epstein's ear, or very clearly not Epstein's ear because they don't even remotely match one another. So unless Epstein...
I mean... That actually looks like his ear. It's just the shading. That's clearly his ear. It's just the shadows. Like, that's obviously him. Fuck. Like, it's the exact same shape. It's just the shading. Like the shadow.
Epstein got new ears while in prison. This is not his body, which leads us to wonder whose it is then. I've seen and read many theories, including a body double for who this could be, which is possible considering Epstein's countless millions of dollars he poured into his foray into human cloning, which, no joke, check out the Zorro Ranch video if you haven't seen that. My personal theory, though, is that this body looks a ton
okay, yeah, this...
like the brother of Hillary Clinton, named Tony Rodham, who died just a handful of weeks prior to Epstein. And here's a photo of what he looks like. And
buddy, he's fat as fuck. That's obviously not him.
no, I'm not lying to you. The man on screen is not Jeffrey Epstein. That's actually Hillary's brother, and you're not mistaken thinking that they could practically be twins. In fact, here's a side profile of him playing golf with Bill Clinton. The resemblance is uncanny. And the ears too, based on
no, that guy's way too fat.
what I've seen, seem to show a lot of similarities with that of the body on the gurney, but it's hard to tell because photos of Tony are not exactly bountiful. It is interesting though that Tony's nose most certainly has more of a hook shape like the body on the gurney, which Epstein's most certainly does not. However, that is not nearly the only thing about this photo that makes it so suspicious, not by a long...
It's the same shape. He literally shows the profile. He has a hook nose.
shot. Indeed, the more compelling argument is about the photo itself, and more specifically, who took it. Let's pause and ask ourselves. No one at this point outside of a few prison staff knows Epstein's dead, supposedly, and no one has spoken about the matter outside of the prison system. So how then did a photographer manage to be at the exact right place at the exact right moment to get a photo of the now deceased, allegedly world's most high-profile criminal ever, in the split second he's taken from the ambulance into the hospital? How? I mean, 1,000 things would have had to go correct. He would have had to know which prison Epstein was coming. He would have had to have known when they were going to take him out. He had to have known that he had died. He had to have known which hospital they were going to take Epstein to, and at what time. There were so many things that just make the chance of this happening zero. And no, there wasn't a tip-off either. It wasn't leaked to the press, and no one was made aware that Epstein was going to be there. And this is the only photographer who shows up to see Epstein. So I can't believe that. And therefore,
So here's the issue. There's way too many people involved for a cover-up to run that deep where they literally replace the body with somebody else. It's not possible. So, like, there's a plausibility that it wasn't a suicide, but completely and utterly implausible that they swapped his body out. Like, no fucking chance. It's obviously him.
Decide to look into who this photographer is. After all, he does seem to have the most fortunate timing ever and the best.
Yeah, so this guy's a little crazy. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more.
Hands. He's the most giant, enormous hands I've ever seen in my life.
Makes my dick tiny, man. It's bad. but yeah.
Yeah, it's comedy. So the dieting's hardest for you?
Yeah, like I've always struggled with the diet, bro. I think it's because I've always been like a fat cunt at heart.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I was always a fat kid, bro. So like when I did get kind of lean, I was like what? I was like probably like 17% body fat.
Yeah.
And that was probably like the leanest I got. But like I was still struggling like really hard to like, you know, not binge and shit.
Yeah, it's so hard, bro. That's the hardest thing. The dieting's the hardest part.
But you got those Islander genes, bro.
I think I struggle with the weight because I am half Islander.
Yeah.
With keeping the weight off.
Oh yeah, like keeping the weight off. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the most calories? Because I saw some crazy videos about eating. What's the most calories you think you've eaten in a day?
I think
You've
I
crushed
had
like 20K, 25K before.
Yeah, I have, but like yeah, just like.
But like of what?
It's just like and like KFC, ice cream sandwiches, like probably the things that would probably make you die. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Just the most processed shit in the world, alcohol as well. Because like
Spam.
Spam.
Spam in a
That's
can.
just not good.
You don't fuck with
I
it?
don't like it, man.
Bro, like straight out of the can on, and you just put it on rice.
Dude, so we're filming a
That's
full day of eating, right? I'm like, yo, like I want this to be like pretty like realistic, accurate to what you eat. Like, let's not embellish it. Like, here's a bit of money, like go buy something and then come back and then we'll film it, right? So I go to the gym, whatever, do my thing, come back. He has like 5 packages of like instant ramen noodles and like 2 giant things of like tuna, like canned tuna, and he's like putting it on like he's putting it in a pan with his hand and like mixing it around. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, oh, it's for the full day of eating, Connor. I'm gonna eat this. I'm like, it literally smelled like I've never smelled anything quite so bad before.
Yo, like you might think it might be yucky, bro, but that's honestly like one of my favorite meals.
Oh my
tuna
god.
and the ramen.
Yeah, but then like after you cook the tuna and ramen together, you like put it on top of rice.
Rice does make everything better.
Yeah,
That's
like,
true.
But yeah, like but that's like gas, bro. Like I would eat that stoned. You know what I mean? Like,
Would you eat it sober though?
yeah, I would eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, man. Like,
Is that what you eat most?
like not right now, but like it was something I would eat like growing up and shit.
Yeah. What do you eat the most? You think? What is the food you think you eat the most?
Uber Eats.
But what?
Probably
Me too.
like,
it's the worst. Spend so much money.
I like eating Indian food, bro. Like Chinese food.
Yeah. It's so good.
What do you think your
I just had some
monthly
last
Uber
night.
Eats bill is?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I calculated mine 1 month. You want to know what it was?
Yeah.
$10,000.
Yeah, I've done that many
To
times.
be fair though, I was
How do you spend 10K on Uber Eats and not get fat? Is this guy ordering like 1,000 salads per day? What the fuck? That's insane.
buying for like all the boys. So you're around that? by
Not all the
yourself?
time. No, I've done that. I've done that probably 2 or 3 months.
That's crazy.
Because, but I'm like, it's a problem if you're ordering all
Yeah.
your meals like that.
But don't you like have a meal prep company and stuff? Or?
Yeah, but like sometimes I just like random.
Yeah.
you
No,
know?
I feel that.
Did
And
you
it's
ever
like
doom scroll on Uber Eats?
A what?
Doom scroll. Like you're just like trying to find out.
Yeah. Like
That's
late
what
at
I'd be
night, it's the
doing.
worst
That's
too.
what I'd
When
be
you're
doing,
when like the stuff that's
scrolling
like
on
decently good to eat is like closed.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling. I'm like, I gotta pick something because I can't go to bed hungry. Like, and it's stupid because I have shit in my fridge I can go eat, but for some reason I just like.
yeah.
It's
or
a
it's
bad
like you
habit.
Oh,
need like a Monster, for example. You don't have an energy drink, and you're like 7-Eleven ordered
And
like the Uber.
you know what?
You get the service fee too, right?
Yeah, you know what it means when they, you know how they recently, I don't know how recent it is, but you can order something and then you could add other along the way.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, I swear that's the worst thing.
Bro, I did that recently. I bought like some, I think it was like, what was it? Syrian food, I think. Because I was like, I'm never f***ing Syrian food. So I bought some. And I saw the ad on it was like a liquor shop. And I ended up buying like 2 bottles of wine.
But what? Were you drinking wine by yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you the most scene. This is like on video.
Oh, red
too.
or white wine? Hold on.
Oh, red.
Okay, cool.
This
This
so I
is-
get horny, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, no, ever since I showed Buddy wine night with chicks, bro, he's been like, yo, I gotta like make them wine and like we'll drink the wine. We'll like that's his like big plan.
That's how you get the girls?
Yeah, why not, man?
You know, everything he's learned from me, man. But
you just slide in chicks' DMs or what?
No, usually I just meet them in person. Like I don't really do like dating apps. So like,
yeah.
If I see a chick in town, I'll say what up, and I'll get the contacts, and I'll set something up.
Just show them the followers. Just be like, yeah, I'm valid. You know what I mean?
Like,
it actually works every time. You ever do that?
Crazy.
You ever do that shit?
I never really. I think.
But yo, I feel like it wouldn't work here though because like that's like everyone here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I feel like I have a pretty cool car. Like I have a C8, and then I'm like over here, and I'm like looking at the cars. I'm like
yeah,
I'm poor, bro.
It's a weird.
I go to Miami. I feel like I'm in a GTA lobby, bro.
But that's how it's like.
That's crazy.
But Miami, it's just bull.
Yeah.
It's all like half the people rent that. It's all flexing.
True. I've never seen a girl in Miami without fake tits. Like, why is that? Like, I feel like I like smaller tits.
Yeah,
smaller tits.
When will I make my podcast tour? I don't know if that's gonna happen, man. Oh, I have a sleepy kitty here. Oh, look at this noodle. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's so tired. Why are you so tired? Oh my god. You are a sleepy boy. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. It's nice hanging out with you. Oh, it's so nice having a kitty. You are so silly. Oh my god. He's literally a noodle. Oh, I love you so much, baby. Yeah. That's your good cuddle kitty.
Yeah.
I like try to fit it all in my mouth. I did that the other night.
No, I get that.
I suck this.
Yeah, if it's like a little
in my
droopy.
mouth.
If it's a little droopy. Yeah, but if it's too firm, you can't do it.
Yeah, no.
So you're like more like an ass guy then, or you like the small tits specifically?
I like the fat, but with the small tit combo. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That honestly is the best.
Yeah, it is the best.
I feel like
I actually
don't have
like
a
that
type. Do you have a type though? Because you were saying
yeah, nice big round ass, small tits. It's pretty hot.
I know for a fact you like tall girls and you like kind of jack girls too.
I don't really have a type. Sometimes I like them chunky. Sometimes I want them skinny. Honestly, it just depends on like their personality.
Yo, are you ever in a mood for just like kind of like, you know, you could have like a hot girl, but you're kind of like, I want a kind of ugly girl.
Yeah, like, you want a cheeseburger type shit.
Yeah. Because you've been having the Wagyu, and then it's like, I kind of want a greasy cheeseburger tonight. You know what I mean?
Cheesy.
And like those girls are the best, bro. Brad's like, yeah, I relate.
No, I've done that before. I've been there before.
Yeah.
But like that, at this point in my life, nah.
It's like a 3 a.m. thing. Nah, yo, for sure. We're retarded.
Yeah, no. At this point, I'm just like, nah. I just can't even focus on that kind of shit.
Nah, but what I'm saying about the wine, this is captured on video. So the night before, we took shrooms from this girl on the street. Okay.
Sketchy.
We have the craziest shroom strip. I think we took he took a handful of shrooms and like it's the strongest strain, like the mushrooms with like the long thingy.
Yeah.
He gave me like 4 of them. So I don't know how much that is in grams because we didn't weigh it, right? And I'm not like super experienced with shrooms. Like I used to microdose to go to the gym. That's fire. Did you ever do that?
Yeah, a lot.
Sick.
Yeah.
He just had a handful. We start tripping. I like have this whole like existential crisis. Then we like recognize that like we're best friends. We're gonna make it to the top. Like we have this whole conversation.
I love it.
I also realize I have to hit legs because like I'm fucking because I'm.
It took shrooms to get you to know that.
I'm under the covers and like I like reveal my legs and then he goes and I'm like what?
Wait, hold on. I gotta take this back.
Yeah.
You were under the covers and he's laying next to you. What's going on here?
No. We're in the basement.
Okay.
We're at our boys' bin
Okay.
and there's like 2 mattresses and I sleep in shorts, right? So
Okay.
I pulled down the covers. He's like, I'm like, yo, no way you're talking about my print right now. No, I'm playing. But anyway, pull down my pants and like my legs are like mad small.
New data, and even Israeli scholars confirms that Israel is committing a genocide.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Guardian revealed Israel military zone data indicates civilian death rate of 83%. What the fuck does that even mean? Isn't there like 2.5 million people in Gaza? Like, what do they mean? Classified lists 8,900 named fighters is dead, or probably dead in May, as overall death toll reached 53,000. So are they saying 83% of the deaths are civilians? That's fairly normal, dude. The majority of the deaths in World War II were civilian deaths. Like, yeah, when you're talking about dense urban areas where civilians can't get evacuated, that's not abnormal. You just have to provide proof of indiscriminate killing, which they don't. You have to factor in ratio of civilian to militants, how likely it is to kill a civilian versus a militant, and like that's how you come up with a militant to civilian casualty ratio. But yeah, none of it, like whoever wrote that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
At the time, and I'm just like, what? He's like, you gotta hit legs, and I was like, that week I hit legs 6 times.
What? That's like the
I
most
swear to God,
Jim Bro revelation while on mushrooms.
But
fuck too, bro. That's my
we
second
couldn't
time.
we couldn't sleep. This is how it relates to the wine. See, it's all connected, Brad.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
understand? It's
Yeah.
all connected. Anyway, we can't sleep. It's like 7 a.m. Everyone's upstairs. Like they're letting us stay because we're filming a video. You know what I mean? So they're trying to help us out with the vision and everything because we're gonna go film the street party the next day. But we couldn't sleep. We're being like super noisy. Shen's just like, yo, let's just start getting up now because we're meant to go out and film it. But he's like, yo, let's just get up now. I'm like, what's like open? What was it, 7-Eleven or some convenience store? Some convenience store. We just start firing wine at like 7 a.m. and get super. We had like a 24-hour like bender, bro.
Why 7 a.m.? What's going on after 7 a.m. besides people going to work?
No, that's the thing, right? Okay, so it was like a university homecoming. And so in Canada, there's these homecomings and it's like you party all day. So like the second you wake up, you party, right?
Okay.
So yeah, we were meant to go out at like noon, but we went up.
Did you make it?
Really?
Because like 7, 8, 9, 10, I'm like, bro.
I mean, bro, yeah, we made it. We made it because like we were partying that night. This is like a complicated story. We were partying that night and then we took the shrooms and then we're start partying in the morning. We made it to the night, but we had some help. Did you see what happened to Togi? Almost died or something.
Yeah.
He was in
Like actually?
like
Yeah.
no, dead ass.
No, when was that?
Right.
Pull that up.
I genuinely wish him the best, bro. He almost died, bro. And I like saw that and I was like,
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, what? This is recent?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hold on, I'm gonna hit him up real quick.
Yeah, just be like, all good, bro. No, but that dude's like, I feel like he can't die. I feel like he's immortal.
I don't know.
I had this friend in high
Nah,
school.
bro.
I had this friend in high school and he was like on like every drug like all the time. And we're like 14, 15. I used to call him a cockroach because he just do so much like, and he'd be high at school, but he just wouldn't die. It's
Dude,
crazy.
I just, it's crazy because I never really got into drugs like that.
Yeah. No,
I was always into
it's-
performance enhancing drugs.
It's
but never-
good. It's good that you didn't. But the thing is, a lot of bodybuilders do.
Yeah.
And like, I'm sure you've seen that. And it's because like the endorphins. And like, if you're taking anabolics, I feel like now granted, we're not, but if you are taking anabolics, the reaction you do get from drugs you're taking is just on another level. Cause like your hormones are high, your testosterone, your
Yeah.
sex drive. It's like, and like everything, like I feel like somewhat revolves around sex when it comes to drugs, because like that's the pairing that makes your serotonin, your dopamine like go absolutely
Yeah.
nuts. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So really common for bodybuilders to do a lot of, drugs for that reason. But yeah, we honestly genuinely have to cut that shit out. Like it's, we
maybe.
gotta lock in.
Maybe like soon.
Like we should cut it out. Like, nah, like I mean,
You should not do that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
like,
Because you can't be like, you can't drink and smoke and
Yeah.
do drugs.
Shrooms
like,
are fire though.
Yeah.
Shrooms are great.
fire.
Shrooms are great. But
I
like,
love shrooms.
but you don't want to mix it with all that other too.
Mm.
You know, you kind of want to
Have
like
you?
separate it.
Have you or no?
I haven't, no, because
Okay.
I've always known not to.
Right.
You don't want to, honestly.
You know, I'm pretty bad, man. Like that night that we did do shrooms, I was just looking for weed, and then somebody was like, "I've got shrooms," and I was like, "Yeah, give it." And that was like my second time ever doing it, and the first time.
And you
was
took a
like,
lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Bro, I had a good time.
He's
man.
he's a human vacuum cleaner, man. It's
Okay.
crazy.
There's just people like that.
Yeah.
People are just different when it comes to like how the drugs affect them, for
Yeah,
sure.
I
Which is
had a
interesting though, because
good
you're
time.
hyper responding to the steroids, but you think because like for
He
me,
hyper responds to everything, bro.
but that's what I'm saying. Like I do as well, and that's why like I would stay away from certain drugs because I was like, I don't want to feel this much.
Did you hyper respond to gear as well?
For sure.
Imagine that's crazy because you could have pushed it even more though.
Because but it was weird because like I told you, I always had less was always more for me, and I always avoided doing too much because I would get to a point where I'm just afraid of ending up like that. I was afraid like, yo, I'm gonna die.
And that's like a
So I
testament to
avoided
your longevity and whatnot. Because like, bro, like you've maintained a good physique for so long, and
It's a long
and
time.
also like consistently making content. I feel like when you have all these other variables that like they can give you a boost, but it's like up like this and then crashes down. You know what I mean? So
well, the more things you rely on to like keep you going in whatever direction you're trying to go in, is like
Facts.
it's just
You didn't even read the whole thing. The bottom of that page shows a scale of how many people indiscriminately murdered in the last year. Very few are combatants. It's just mostly women and children. Stop trying to justify a massacre. Genocide is never normal.
So they're relying on Hamas figures, so the Hamas health ministry that literally overinflates child and female deaths. And what's the evidence they were indiscriminately killed? Like, you're a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Don't care about like any fucking gay ass articles you sent me.
It's not. If it's not of you,
No, that's why
naturally,
I'm
it's not
worried
good.
about Togi, like because of the Adderall. Like that's crazy. I actually like was low-key like super worried, even though like I don't think we like really like each other. We low-key have beef. I can explain that if you want, but like
What's the
fucking-
beef with Togi?
Nah, so he it's actually not that serious, but he was talking shit about my clothing brand after he said he like loved it. I have like the DMs. So what had happened was he signed, because this was when he was making needle porn. I mean, he was injecting himself. I call it needle porn.
Oh,
but,
for,
like,
on content.
yeah, on content. And I was like, this dude does not give a fuck. And what did I just say about people with like finicky morals? Like they're hard to beat, because it's like you can't top that. Like anything like you can think of that's fucked up to get views, he'll do it, right? So I saw that in him, and I was like, I also thought he was like kind of a nice guy because we had some mutual friends. So I was like, I hit him up. I was like, why don't you join my brand sponsorship? He's like, I kind of want to go to, I'm considering like a lot of these different options. I was like, what do you want to join? He asked me for a certain amount of money. I was like, boom, done. Send him the contract, sends it back. He's like, cool, super excited to join, whatever. This is like before he had followers. And like, I'm only bringing it up now because like he's more relevant than me, but back then I was more relevant than him. So now I'm choosing my time to talk about it.
Whatever.
Yeah. But where was I? Oh, right. Sends it back. Everything's smooth. And like a few days later, he's like, I'm going to sign with. This was my, like, as a business owner, this was my up. I like got pissed because I like will die by my word. Like, as you can tell, I feel like I'm pretty like open about it. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't like that he like gave me that commitment and then just turned it. You know what I mean? And it's like, not like, I have a small brand, bro. It's not like a, like we did, for me, it's a lot. Like we made 3 million in 18 months, whatever. It's like a cool story. Started from posting JPEGs. Our first drop, we didn't even have any clothes. I literally just sold JPEGs, and then I used the money to buy the clothes later. It's called a pre-order, by the way. It's not a scam. Anyway, yeah. So I was pissed. He gave me his word type, and then I kind of went off on him. Like I was being stupid.
Like on the phone?
No. I was just texting him. I was like, oh, I'm gonna sue you. Like I was just making it up. I was being retarded, and then he's like, okay. but then he went and talked about the clothes, because that was behind closed doors. So that's one thing. And then he talked saying like, oh, if you wear this, you're like Liddy's, you're da-da-da. I'm like, that's the shirt you said was fire. So why are you? He's like, oh, it doesn't fit. I'm like, dog, it's like it doesn't fit you because you ordered a XXL and you're a large, bro. You know what I mean? But
I mean, don't get me started on clothing brands in this issue, bro. I don't want to even start on that shit.
You don't want to, or we could.
No,
we could, because I'm actually quite educated on what happened to you.
Yeah.
You got fucked up.
Yeah. All right, guys, quick advice for the podcast. First grip, check this out. If you guys have been looking for wrap around the bar about your grip, if you front it so it's hard, hold and curl for chest. A shot, check.
Over.
That's the craziest.
That's true. Example, me.
A shot, check it out. Some of the best grips on the market. Let's get back into this podcast.
That's why you need people you can trust. Like, for example, me, everyone who works for me, I take a video of them and they have to say the N-word with the hard R. So if they fuck me over,
That's the craziest.
Yeah.
That's
so
true.
That's hilarious. I wonder if that's legal, but that's fucking hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Nah,
That
I'm
is
just-
the dumbest. There's no way that's
so
real.
stupid.
Nah.
God, that's funny though.
Nah,
That's funny.
But I actually had that idea with like girls, because I was like, yo, if I fuck a girl, because like, bro, like we're getting all this clout, like it's like, especially bro in my town, like you might like look at my account and you're like, oh, 500K on YouTube, you're gay or whatever. Like this guy's 20 million, like whatever. Okay, but where I live, I don't live in Toronto. I live in a small like university town.
Yeah.
Like I went to university up until this year, so I was still living there, and like I noticed like girls started acting super weird towards me, different, like crazy. Like there was I have a girl now, she holds it down, but like before that, when I was starting to gain traction, I remember like there was literally a girl who was trying to have a kid with me, bro, because she saw how well my brand was doing, and she's like, oh, this guy's gonna be rich and whatever. And it's like, he knows, he saw that. That's what was.
Dude, women are fucking crazy. Just absolutely fucking insane. That is just so fucking nuts. Having a kid with them to like sink your claws and shit, like that's just fucking crazy. It's insane too. Like, why in the fuck do women get child support? Like, they just exploit it. They all do. It's so fucking messed up. And then when they get the child support money, it never goes to the kid. They just buy whatever the fuck they want with it.
Wow, tried to baby trap me. I'm making like no money at the time. Like in her head though, it's like, oh, look at this brand. Oh, he has 100K. It's sick. You know what I mean? But yeah, girls are crazy. I'm sure that's gonna happen to you as well.
Not really. I've made my own mistakes with girls like that. Never so much like that. Like Nah, because I was more of a shithead.
Yeah.
Like, I was a shithead for sure.
Yeah.
I was more like, you know, you explained earlier about like this industry.
Congratulations, you're banned. Don't appreciate you spreading lies about me.
Being like vain and like I was there and I was like, oh, I'm the man. And I have all this. And
Mm-hmm.
it was weird because I just learned the hard way in so many situations with my relationships
100%.
where I was so focused on this stuff that I wasn't giving that.
Do you believe you had a big ego at that time?
To a degree.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Which is good because like you need an
Yeah.
ego to push yourself to a high level. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like you can't be content. Like an ego is a feature, not a bug. If you have no ego, you're gonna be dancing on the beach in Thailand, not worried about anything, right? So it's like it's good to have.
Cookie cutting programs, $20. Forgive me, Gains. I know this is kind of old, but thought you have to look at this lol.
Good genetics. I'm just gonna put it out there. Asians have good genetics. Vegan Gains, biggest troll on YouTube.
Of course, you know, he already like criticized everybody that is on steroids, everybody that eats meat. So I highly doubt that this dude uses steroids. His physique does look attainable because this dude eats clean, he's vegan.
Alright, so look at this picture. This is a picture of him when he cut down for a bodybuilding competition. But then look at this picture. He looks small, honestly. And that could be the lighting, that could be his physical state, but
Yeah, I was mostly doing cardio then. Wasn't really lifting as much.
small, honestly. Lastly, Philippines, obviously natural.
Yeah. Turk Flex, is this faggot on Turkesterone? He hasn't uploaded in forever. Weird. Bro, forgot you debated Connor Murphy. Yeah, I know. I debated him. Someone wrote in the comments, Battle of the Foreheads, lol. Thanks for the donation, dude. R donated $2. Did you know there are 3 new Frank shorts? I was not aware. We can take a look. Thanks for the donation, R. Soul Child donated $2. What is this? Estimated civilian death rate in select conflicts. Yeah, it's not particularly high, all things considered, especially since, like, again, that's one of the most dense urban areas on the planet, so... many genocide scholars, lawyers, human rights activists, including Israeli academics, campaigns, Israel's committing a genocide. Yeah, it's because they're faggots. They're all making shit up, and not like they literally don't know what the fuck they're talking about. None of these people have any military experience, and they're just gay retards, and they're suffering from like the Jewish version of white guilt. Just stupid. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. So again, oh, the civilian death rate in Afghanistan was so much lower. Well, Afghanistan isn't a fucking dense urban area, is it? Fucktard. And they're able to like evacuate civilians. People were able to leave. So completely different set of circumstances. Like again, none of these fucktards ever take that into account, so they just make shit up.
Let
me see. Rank Tufano.
It's been almost 2 years since my eyes have been botched by Dr. Taban, and he is unfortunately still active and claiming more victims. I was unable to post the entire review here, but this was on Google. It's a girl named Dominique, and I'll read that full one for you from my computer. I'm writing this review with a heavy heart, hoping to protect others from the trauma I've experienced. Getting work done by Mr. Taban was the biggest mistake of my life. What was meant to help me feel better about myself has instead left me disfigured, emotionally shattered, and mentally broken. Every day since the procedure, I've struggled to look in the mirror, and worse, I've struggled to find a reason to keep going. The emotional and psychological impact has been unbearable. At times, I found myself in such deep despair that I've had to fight just to stay alive. That's how serious the damage has been. He may be cheap, but there's a reason for it. I mean, I'm not sure if he's cheap. Maybe he lowered his prices because of his reputation going downhill. The cost of his work extends far beyond money. It's your confidence, your mental health, and your peace of mind. Please Don't make the same mistake I did. No one deserves to feel this way. He may never take responsibility, but I believe one day he will answer for the harm he's caused. Mr. Saban, if you ever read this, I hope the weight of what you've done haunts you. I hope the silence at
That sounds like Frank Tufano wrote it.
night is loud with the pain you've caused others. One day, whether it's through the universe or through God himself.
That Frank Tufano wrote that review. There's no way. That's Frank.
You will feel everything you've made me feel and more. Your legacy won't be success or skill. It will be shame, regret, and the suffering you've inflicted. You didn't just ruin a face, you destroyed a life. I mean, he did the same thing to me 2 years
Dude, that is fucking Frank writing that.
ago. He did the same thing to you, assumingly several months ago. So we know this guy is some type of psychopath, sociopath that is unskilled because of his continuous botches, or at this point, who knows if he's doing them on purpose, because he has complete control over social media. He's never suffered any repercussions in any capacity for what he's done to people. He's never had to reimburse anyone. So the only way this guy is going to be stopped is if these professional medical organizations step in, or if a judge steps in, or if the court actually holds him responsible, which is very unlikely because of the connections and how evil these people are. So it's really unfortunate that this poor girl Dominique has been botched just like I have. I mean, it's, kind of wonder if, how bad the results actually were and what he did to her. We don't have photos here. It's pretty easy to see, how bad my eyes are still messed up and asymmetrical and sunken into my head they are after I've spent all the money I've saved up on multiple revision surgeries. So,
well, you're an idiot.
I'm upset and tired of asking you guys for help every week. I don't know what to do. Just ask you guys for help until I'm able to get off Shopify and police actually do something against these criminals stealing from my business. Brandy Monsma, product not received, $800. There it is, delivered on his doorstep last week. And you know what upsets me so much? Look at all the products they got. Look at all of these products. All of the meat butchered locally, hand packaged by me, the organic chimichurri that I made myself, the eggs grown by the local farmer, the raw cheese is made by the local farmer, all of this chicken I butchered myself, all of these organic sourdough pastries you can't get anywhere else I made myself. Look, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Brandy, when you have a criminal record, are you still going to be able to teach English in South Korea? Or are they going to revoke your work visa? Let me know. Should I send this to your employer now?
There you go. Doxing more people.
We have an unmatched selection of the highest quality organic sourdough baked goods. This is our sweet pastry selection with our chocolate chip cookies, now vacuum sealed. We have both apple pies and blueberry pies. Here we have our plain glazed donuts. There's something newly available, Pop-Tarts. A lot of work went into this stuff, guys, and it's only good in the fridge for about 2 weeks, so please order it if you can. These are actually muffins. We're gonna remake these next week if they're not sold. That's the blueberry pie, and then delicious and amazing looking cinnamon rolls. So if you guys go to frankiesfreerangemeat.com, under the sourdough pastry product, you can use the drop down arrow to select from all of these amazing, delicious, egg and dairy free, naturally sourdough fermented, 100% USDA organic.
Yeah, those are gonna taste like shit. Sourdough sucks.
Nick Fuentes gives fatherly advice to his son Nathan.
Generational run, you're on Red Pill, Destiny's son Lowell.
I don't know. I don't want to get mixed up in that, because you know what happens when you got kids is when you're 14 years old, okay, people got to lay off this guy. He's 14 years old. People are on his Twitter. Oh, he's a Nazi. He's this, he's that. He's on a show. Look, he's 14 years old. And I'm not saying that to belittle him. He seems like a very intelligent young guy and seems very precocious.
Dude, being 14 is no fucking excuse. Just some bullshit.
So I'm not belittling him. When you're 14, I still believe you're a young man, but people should really be considerate and not treat it like a big spectacle. Him going out there and saying what he's saying, you know, there's family, there's clearly some family thing. He's griping about his mom, about his dad on his Twitter, on his Discord. Obviously, he's saying he's a Groiper. He's saying he likes Hitler. His dad is like a famous leftist. Like, there's a personal dimension to it as well. So you just got to wonder what is best for him as a young man. And I will say, I would say it about myself. I'd say it about him. It's not a good idea for a 14-year-old to be on the internet doing polemical stuff. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't think it's a good idea.
Well, you know, he's not really wrong. Thanks for the donation, retard. Can we react to Ryan Macbeth next stream? Upload a new video after coming back from Israel? Sure. Oh, my kitty. How come you're so sleepy? You're very sleepy today. Very cuddly and very sleepy. My goodness. You know I love you? Yeah, you're such a good baby. Look at this kitty. You're so sleepy. My goodness, what a sleepy peepee. Oh, yes. It's my sleepy peepee baby. Oh, you know I love you. You're so handsome. Yeah, you're so handsome. Love you so much. My little handsome baby. Oh, look at that yawn. He is the best kitty. Just the right amount of annoying. You want kitties to be just a little annoying. What a good baby. Oh my God.
You can, can push you to make more money, this and that. But I feel like for me, I just know that like all of this, like at the end of the day, like it's, when preparation meets opportunity, but also like, it's just the kind of luck, bro. Because not even in the sense that like, oh, I won the lottery. Like, yeah, I've posted, 2,000 videos to get to where I am. And, also like, but see, the thing is like, if I never met this guy, I'm not in the same position I am now. Or even like to say,
is it true long-term fasting will give you heart problems? I have no idea.
It's not a good idea for people like Nick to promote fascism online either.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fascism is indeed bad.
say like the experiences that happened to me when I was young to shape my mentality now. If that never happened, I wouldn't be here. You know
Well,
what I
that's
mean?
life. Yeah, that's the
exactly.
point.
Yeah. So, if you find yourself in a good position, like you just got to thank the Lord, man. I'm not going to lie. I know I just talked about cocaine and, saying the N-word, but like seriously, like God gave you everything.
No, it's true. It's true, man. And I'll tell you what happened for me specifically was I was in a relationship prior, like right before I started to have a lot of.
You donated $2. Let me see.
Blow the mosque up with adults in it. She also is that clear incitement?
She also very quickly deleted it.
Check out this surreal defense of a tweet that would have sparked global outrage if a Muslim said it, but instead he twists himself into knots.
She wrote something along the lines of they should blow up this mosque, and I think she said something hideous. People.
Yeah, blow the mosque up with the adults in it. You don't think that merits a prison sentence?
If somebody writes something on social media in their own.
Buddy, the amount of shit Muslims fucking say is crazy. You have them openly saying they wish they could commit fucking jihad and either force everybody to be Muslim or pay a jizya. They're talking about using immigration as a way to overtake Europe and the UK. There's fucking mosques that pray to kill all like non-Muslims, Christians and shit. That's even happening here. Do any of them get arrested for it? No. They don't even arrest the fucking Pakistani rape gangs. And then, somebody said something on social media that was clearly hyperbolic. Oh, lock her up.
Own home, however offensive I might find it, I don't think they should go to prison. That's my personal.
You don't think people
view.
can incite violence on social media? It doesn't matter whether she's in her home. She's
if it's clear.
Okay, so let's let's monitor all the fucking Muslims on social media. Make sure they never mention anything about fucking jihad, anything about Sharia law. If they mention anything about jihad or Sharia law, let's lock them up. I agree. It's bad to incite violence. So any Muslim that mentions anything about jihad or Sharia law, lock them up. Yep, I agree with Mehdi Hassan, totally. Fucking idiot.
What is truly Scandinavian?
Grattis.
Absolutely nothing.
Nada.
Niente. There is no such thing. Everything is copied. Our democracy, invented in Persia.
Dude.
Who found
Yeah, dude, Sweden is so fucked. Sweden is one of the most gay, cucked, retarded countries. They're trying to gaslight everybody into thinking Swedish people have no culture, and it doesn't matter that there's a bunch of Muslims and like fucking retards invading the fucking country en masse and changing the demographic landscape. It's so insane. Sweden is so fucking gay.
For 3. This time we're doing a house catch. He's got...
I don't care about this catching a predator shit. Thanks for the donation, E.
A lot of the success. And I got my heart broken super bad. And then,
it's the worst. Yeah.
and then I was like, all I'm going to focus on is myself and everything I want to do. And it helped me a lot. Like it got me to essentially where I am today. And it, you know, but I also put to the side trying to learn, like, be really good in interpersonal relationships and keep good friendships. And I put away, like, let me try to like be good to this person that I'm dating. And then I met a girl.
Yeah.
And she was great to me, and I was terrible to her because I had that mentality.
Because now you have that
previous.
trauma that and it carries with you. Yeah, that's the worst, man. And but you know what's crazy? I was doing a bit of research before I came on because I wanted to be prepared, and I listened to a few of your podcasts. And you mentioned something about heartbreak, right? It broke your heart, and then it made you, you know, turn into a savage, basically.
Yeah, 100%.
Same thing happened to him. That's how he started getting jacked. Same thing happened to me, bro. When I listened to, I think the Togi one, he said he like got like heartbroken or something.
The fuck? Why'd the hell do that?
Streets of LA, like not much more positive. It's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The fact that Sweden gave us Greta Thunberg says a lot.
Yeah, it does. Apparently there's a lot of gay fucktards coming out of Sweden. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. What's worse, seafood or beef? Probably beef.
Much more positive. It's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I get that. Who do you guys think in the industry is like the lamest fitness influencer?
Oh, you want a clip? Okay, I got you. You go first.
Probably Alex Eubank.
Retard $20 Trump's most base post? Question mark. Let me see. It is very hard, if not impossible, to win a war without attacking an invader's country. It's like a great team in sports that has a fantastic defense but is not allowed to play offense. There's no chance of winning. It is like that with Ukraine, Russia. Crooked and grossly incompetent Joe Biden would not let Ukraine fight back, only defend. How did that work out? Regardless, this is a war that would have never happened if I were president. Zero chance. Interesting times ahead. President DJT. Well, hopefully he's gonna help Ukraine invade Russia or something. But yeah, that's probably
now there are 3.
It's probably the most base post he's made so far. I don't know if he's gonna make good on the, you know, threat.
Guided missile destroyers deploying off the coast of Venezuela. It's all part of President Trump's plan to help combat drug cartels in Latin America. For more now, we are joined by national security correspondent Liz Landers, who's been tracking all of this. And Liz, what is the U.S. plan in Venezuela?
Yeah, Andrew, well, while the world has been focused on these peace talks that President Trump is attempting to broker between Russia and Ukraine, the U.S. has slowly been building up a large military presence in the Caribbean near Venezuela. A source familiar told Scripps News that the move is part of President Donald Trump's effort to combat those threats from Latin American drug cartels. The source confirming to Scripps News that 3 U.S. guided missile destroyers, the USS Gravely, USS Jason Dunham, and the USS Samson, are being deployed in these efforts, with some news outlets also reporting that the ships should arrive there imminently off the coast of Venezuela. So this will bring the military posture to about 4,000 sailors and Marines. And the broader region will also have several P-8 spy planes, warships, and at least 1 attack submarine, that according to Reuters. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
I don't know if this is really gonna do anything. Like, every time they do shit like this, it just increases the price of drugs, and then the cartels end up making more of a profit on the drugs they sell, and they just find some other way to sell them. So I don't know if this is really going to do anything. Probably just a waste of money, like always. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Hail Satan, donate $2. Have you read the Satanic Temple 7 Tenets? Don't. They entail veganism. Are we satanic? Act with compassion. Struggle for justice. One's body is inviolable. Freedoms of others. Belief should conform to one's scientific understanding. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, rectify. Guided on the principle to inspire nobility. Yeah, like, it aligns for sure. I don't know if anybody from the Satanic Temple, if any of them are vegan. If they're not, they're hypocrites. Thanks for the donation, though, Hail Satan.
You think Alex Eubanks the lamest?
Why?
So
I just find him boring, man. It's like every
I would say Alex Eubank is probably the most boring. Jesse James West and Will Tennyson are probably the most like fucking lame ass hypocritical, like dipshit, scumbag, Weasley cunts though. I see them as bigger like cunt dipshits than Alex Eubank. Alex Eubank is a douchebag, but I don't like Jesse James West and Will Tennyson, you know, more.
YouTube I watch him is like try not to click off challenge because
we did do that.
What the?
Well, he doesn't complain.
But why
man.
though?
He just complains.
Okay, so like off camera, like I don't really know him, and like I understand he's an intelligent human being because you don't get to where you are by not being intelligent. I can give him his props there. His vlogs and his content, like, you kind of suck in my opinion, but that's fine. Like maybe it's not for me, but like I feel like the thing is, it's like you go from like good Christian boy to, and then you're like clickbaiting gear like every 2 seconds, and then you're saying you're never gonna do gear, then you do gear, right, when your views are tapering off. So what was it? Did you want to take gear? Like, was it the views? Was it the money drying up that made you take that make that decision? It's like I don't have a problem with people taking gear. Like I've injected my cheeks with my fair share of testosterone, but it's like if you're gonna say one thing, you're gonna say it's like, you know, I'm not gonna do this because I'm Christian, and then you're gonna do it. It's like what the fuck is God gonna think? And then to go and just flip flop on your fan base like that, it's just like, it's weird to me, bro. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate, bro, honestly.
But he does have a good physique though. Like,
nah, bro, he looks, I'll be real, he looks sick. And the thing is, like, he didn't need gear, but I think like the idea of him on gear and like what his potential could be will at least keep him relevant for a bit more, because he was like actually falling off. But the thing is, like, I don't necessarily think like he wasn't making money, because at that level you can pivot into so many different businesses. I genuinely think he enjoys like being like top dog of the fitness industry, you know what I mean? And so
talked about relevant.
Yeah, exactly. I think he likes it. And like even this, like if he like watches this, I'm sure he'll be like, yes, they're talking about me, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I
don't know. I mean, obviously I've had enough interaction with him. I think there's also that part where, yeah, you want to, I mean, maybe also feels like he wanted to try that for a long time.
True.
And was just kind of like, well, also he's not that he's like older or anything, but obviously has aged. But I mean, maybe he's just like, yeah, okay, let's try it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And like people do change. Like you're not the same person like now that you were like, let's say 10 years ago, right? I get that. But you do have like some responsibility as an influencer to at least like, in my opinion, like be somewhat true to your word. Like, cause it's like the dude like flip flops like every 2 seconds. It's like, this isn't the first time like we've seen him do some shady, like there was the Photoshop, you know what I'm saying? Like where he's Photoshopping his photos. Then there was like the whole thing where with his blood work, where it's like pretty obvious he was on SARMs. And then there's like, what else was there? Can you think of anything? Anyway, whoever sees this will fill in the gaps. But there's more than a few like strange instances. But yeah, with that being said, like, you know, I don't have full context on the guy. Like, I don't want to seem like I'm just like I hate him or anything.
Yeah,
like,
I get it.
Retard $20. Do you agree with the Georgia Guidestones 10 Commandments? Go to the description section, scroll down a bit. Maintain humanity under 500 million. Guide reproduction wisely. Unite humanity, rule, passion, faith, tradition. Little nations rule eternally. Avoid petty laws, useless officials. Highest truth. Be not a cancer. Sounds fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know what's funny, bro? Like, I feel like I can literally talk about someone for 15 minutes on a podcast and like get a beer with them and it's probably fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, bro, because it's like, at the end of the day, like, there's just people working out and taking gear.
Yeah. It's true.
It's not that deep.
So who do you guys think is the coolest fitness influencer?
You want to go first?
Nah, you go first. I'm thinking, bro.
My favorite influencer right now is probably just the fucking Trend Twins.
Trend Twins?
Yeah.
Trend Twins are valid.
Yeah. All their videos is always fun. Like,
define cool. Like, do you mean like I enjoy watching them, or like just like they have like some aura low key? You know what I mean? Like they max out their aura stats.
I don't know, whatever you would consider like to be.
Well, like if I would watch like their video from beginning to end, like that's what I think they might.
I feel like that's a valid take. I feel like I don't think any fitness influencers are like cool necessarily. I feel like I'm not even necessarily cool, or like I feel like once you become a fitness influencer, your ability to be cool is just so much like diminished. You know what I mean?
Why? Wait, explain this. Why? This is funny.
Well, it's because like, bro, like you're getting all like.
You just get comments from dudes being like, oil up. That's all I get.
That's one thing, but it's like you're in the gym, like working out, like that's cool. But then it's like how many fucking videos about like a bench press are you gonna make, or how many videos about your macros, and then it's like, oh guys, I feel fat today, I'm not looking aesthetic, like it's like, okay, like you honestly just sound gay after a point. Like I feel the same way, right? Because it's like I'll be in my videos, it's like, oh, like yeah, like my tricep isn't looking like pumped right now, like, and it's like that's not cool, bro. Like, you know what I mean? But as a fitness influencer, it's like this type you need to talk about, I guess. So
yeah.
I mean, Trend Twins are funny as fuck. Like, even though I just said I'd beef with Togi, I think his content's like genuinely like I appreciate the effort. You know what I mean? I appreciate when someone is literally willing to die over their craft. Now I don't condone what he does, but I appreciate it. Who else? Is there anyone else? Like, who could we even think of right now?
Congrats, by the way.
Yeah,
appreciate it, bro.
That's fire.
Yeah.
We were this was Wine Wednesday. I was telling you, we were still recovering from Wine Wednesday. We're on a roof. It's so poetic, bro, because, you know, we're about to come to LA. We have all this content planned. And, you know, people are hitting us up, like, finally, like, you know, good job, you know, whatever. We had a great night of filming. We're on this roof, right, with our buddy. Buddy's off a little bit of ketamine. We're smoking a dart, okay? We're fucked up. We're just lying on the roof. It starts snowing. This is the first time he's touched snow, like real snow. He's touched, like, artificial snow before, but, like, real snow. It's like a real snowfall.
That's cool.
Back in Canada, and we're just like, bro, like, what the fuck is our life right now? Like if it could end right now, as far as like our, you know, success online, and it would sick story, because like this mother came from the islands. I'm from Canada. We meet. We start ripping content, and like I'm just, you know, super happy about it. And honestly, like he's in a lot of my content. A lot of people watch my content specifically for him, bro. Like literally, like they don't give a fuck about me, which is fine, bro, because like at the end of the day, like I understand that as far as my content, like I don't really even want to be like the main character.
Yeah.
Like I'd prefer to be like a promoter, like a Dana White, Vince McMahon. It's like, this is my show, but here are these cool characters, you know, along the way, sort of thing. So he's like that. So in my content, I have to me, it's like a show. And then I showcase different talents, whether that's, you know, Shan, whether that's my boy Dimitri's like literally this close to benching 700 pounds. Some guy record was huge. Or whoever.
Raw, 700 pounds raw.
I don't know what his pause does, but he did
Like not in a shirt.
He did 655 with wraps.
No, don't have a litter robot.
Whoa, no shirt though.
No shirt, no
Oh,
shirt.
wow.
Yeah, he's insanely strong, bro. Like, and I owe him a few viral videos, right? Because like I like to do like lifting challenges, right?
Yeah.
So these videos are scripted, obviously, but I just would, you know, challenge him for, you know, money. And I actually did like pay him a few times, and then after he kept beating me, I'm like this. So anyway, I can bench like 405, which is like pretty good, like, you know, but he rips, I think that day he did like 635, I'm pretty sure, just ripped it like nothing. Everyone in the comments are like, I've never seen 600 pounds move that fast. I've never even seen like anything like that. It's insane. Like he's actually, I literally think
Where's
he'll
this
break the
guy
world
at?
record. He's in Canada, bro.
Okay.
He's in Canada, works construction.
Everyone on this podcast are retarded wiggers just yapping like retards about men's physiques, kinda gay, but nothing wrong with that. Judging by how Bradley handled his interview with Andrew Tate, he likely sucks stick better than hoes who do it for a living.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Thanks for the donation, retard. You said you had an automatic litter box. Well, yeah, when Jasmine was living here, she took it. We got it from Amazon.
So what's the point of watching these other vids of people who don't know you just to throw shade and hate on other cocks? This cock is doing just fine. Have you ever researched the negative effects of pesticides? We are being poisoned at the mass.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, what's it called? It was a litter robot from Amazon. Let me see if I can find it. Can't remember what it was called. That is not it. Pet Snowy premium version Snow plus self cleaning litter box for cats. 3.3 to 20 pounds, 0 smell, 0 little litter, tracking waste, auto sealing, easy cleanup, automatic cat litter box, self cleaning. So it's the Pet Snowy self cleaning litter box. Dysgenic Yodeler donated $2. Since everyone is posting tenets and commandments, what do you think of PETA's 10 commandments of veganism? They're probably fucking stupid. Yeah, fine, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Now, like I was saying, like with being a promoter, because of my videos, he's able to start up like an online coaching business and like teach people powerlifting, which is like, again, like the power of the internet. And I'm hoping, you know, he can do well with that as well. But yeah, there's a lot of freaks out there, man. There's this guy, there's Dimitri, there's, you know, you see him. There's a couple black guys at Zoo Culture. I'm like, what the
Yeah, it's nuts, dude.
We should go to Skid Row and find the black guy with the best genetics and put him on gear.
It could be like the next Ronnie Cobb.
Baby burger but vegan donate $2. Did you watch this? Ah, gross. No, I don't know why I'd watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Do you ever see guys
never
like?
know.
Do you
You
ever
never
see
know.
guys who are homeless and they're like, God, you literally look better than me.
Bro, for real.
No, I haven't. I
I see
normally they're
some-
skinny. Normally, like they've done meth or
Yeah,
something.
there's
No,
Remember
but
Foot
like, okay, obviously they don't literally look better than a human who is eating real food, but like as far as their potential,
Like they could.
Yeah, it's like, whoa, your waist is 23 inches and your shoulders are this wide. Like this is crazy, bro. It's those BBC genetics, specifically West African though, because I've actually never seen a black like Jack Somalian dude or like a jacked Ethiopian. It's
so
like
it's not like Nigerians and shit.
yeah, it's like that region of and yeah. So I mean, obviously there's tons of probably jacked Somalians, but like it's just their genetic predisposition.
You're getting
is not
DMs for sure. I was like, bro, what the. Look at my shit. Look at my shit.
No. Yo, people will say that's racist, but like I don't.
No, not racist. Just like you're gonna get some Jack Somalian guys gonna be like, yo, bro, what the.
Yeah, no. But like genetic like predisposition for like muscle growth is like way
Well, bro,
more
I'll tell you
dominant.
one. You know, do you know who Breon Ansley is?
Yes.
So back in the day, this is like had to be 15 years ago. I remember I would train at the gym with him all the time in North Hollywood 24. This is before he ever took gear, before he ever did bodybuilding, and I'd work out with him and a few of our other buddies. And one day he comes in, he's like, "Yeah, I think I'm taking this bodybuilding thing serious." And he looked like a linebacker,
right?
Already at the time. And I was like, "Oh,
did he play a sport?"
I think he played football.
Okay.
And he looked already jacked. And I remember he told us, he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get on gear." And I was like, "Oh, cool, whatever." Like we talked about what he's gonna take. And then I swear to God, bro, 2 weeks later, he looked like a professional bodybuilder.
Yeah.
And Breon Ansley, I'm not capping about this story, and I'll tell it to him. And I've told this like once or twice before.
Breon Ansley. How do you even spell his name? Oh, him. Him, right. Yeah, dude, I think I could get like that. He's an IFBB pro, right? He does classic. I feel like I could get like at least that big. Like, I'm already looking pretty fucking good for only 3 weeks on just test and some growth hormone. Like, we're not too far off, man. Like, I've obviously got to gain some weight, but like I'm already doing pretty fucking good. I'm like, it might be too early to say. I'm gonna see how I respond to the steroids I'm on, but I might actually try, competing in bodybuilding and trying to get my IFBB pro card. Oh, there goes Gum Gum. Oh.
Not bad. We're not gonna go too heavy with those though, because those tend to give me a little problems with the.
I just want to invest in a leg press and hack squat. It's the leg training that's super fucking hard for me because of my like knee issues and shit. But yeah, I feel like I could definitely get to that size. I don't know if like my physique could be good enough quality. Like, who knows, could have like asymmetries and shit like that, but I don't know. I feel like I'm already doing so well. I might want to actually compete. And as far as I know, I don't know if there's any vegans competing in the IFBB, at least not in classic physique or anything. There might be some like bikini or figure competitors or something, but I don't think there's any vegan dudes competing in classic physique. Yeah, I don't think I could ever win the Olympia. Like, even if I had the most incredible best physique like Chris Bumstead, I don't think they'd ever let me win just because I'm vegan. It is definitely rigged and political, but just getting the pro card and being able to compete at a high level, I think that's obtainable. Fuck the humans, donate $2. Understand why Gary Yourofsky hates humanity. Yeah, I've already seen that. I'm not watching the video. Thanks for the donation, dude.
We're working around it, but I think 45 will be safe. I think 45 will be safe. And remember that rest period is low. So it's almost time to go again, damn it.
Bro, I think I could get a pro card. Like, come on, man. I already have a leg curl leg extension combo. I bought one like a month ago or some shit. I'm gonna try to make this sort of evenish. But yeah, I've only been on gear 3 weeks. I don't know. Like, he's obviously bigger than me and shit, but I've only been on for 3 weeks. Like, I think I could probably, like, compete. I think my chest is looking a bit more full. Definitely leaner. My abs are definitely coming in more. Let's see, side chest. Yeah, like, dude, just have to gain a bit of weight. I think he definitely mogs me on the, like, front double bicep, but wait. Need more width. Doing the front double bicep with a vacuum is hard. Let me see if I can do it. I don't know, man. I think I could get a pro card in Classic. I think it's obtainable. I think I got the right structure for it. I think it can be done. But that'd be sick. Being like vegan, IFBB Pro, classic physique. I'm looking fucking good. Bro, you gotta be... Like, even haters have to admit, I'm looking fucking good, dude. Steroids fucking work. Not enough muscle maturity. It's the stupidest fucking thing you could possibly fucking say. Yeah, dude, I obviously need more muscle mass. Muscle maturity isn't a fucking thing, dude. That's just stupid. Stupid to fucking say. Oh. Don't be a normie. Donate $2. Have you seen this?
It was my favorite drink, so I just kept drinking. I drank it. It's like, what are you talking about? Sure. I should drink.
Yeah. And like drink.
I'm not watching that. That's nice and boring. Thanks for the donation, dude. Torrey Washington competes in natural competitions. I can't compete in natural shows. So I'm on fucking steroids.
Before, but he looked like a freak in like 2 weeks.
Wow.
And he already looked great, like average, but way above average, but decent. But then he just like 2 weeks, he looked like a bodybuilder.
Straight hyper responder.
Insane.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. I mean, the dude's like 48 or something. He's still competing. 46? Yeah, something like that. Google.
Whoa.
Google Breon Ansley.
I thought he was like early 30s.
Whoa, Breon Ainsley is like 48? He's 45. Jeez. Bro, he looks fucking good for 45. Alright, well, I definitely still have some time to grow and shit. Not really worried about being too old for bodybuilding. Yeah, he looks great for 45. Shit.
The 31.
No. Oh, no. Okay, wait. He might be like, no, 42? 45.
Oh.
Yeah, bro. So, he and I talked to him about, he's like, because I was talking about like, Dexter Jackson is like one of the go-to guys that's done it forever. And he's done it like well into his 40s.
Love Dexter Jackson's physique, man.
And he's like, well, he started really late, so he's got more time to kind of to still do it, right? Because he didn't start when he was like, like a lot of kids start now.
Like at that level, like that's taking, a toll on your health because you're blasting the androgens year round. You know what I mean? It's like people come off and say I'm on TRT and they're on 100,000 megs a test.
But I think
he'll be on like a gram though.
I think he would actually come off.
Yeah.
Like he would come. I remember I spoke to him specifically, like off camera. He would literally get completely off.
Oh yeah.
And that's what I heard about Dexter Jackson would also come completely off.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, bodybuilding is one of those things where.
What I'm saying is your muscle mass is nowhere near it for competing. That's what I'm saying about muscle maturity. Don't have little cry, you'll need good few years on test and other shit. Okay, then when you're 36 you'll have a lot of don't cry big baby.
Oh, wow, you don't say. Thanks for fucking stating the obvious, dipshit. Thank you. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Frank Johnson donated $2. Holy shit, you're jacked, man. Quick question, though. Is there any point in doing incline bench if the normal bench press version targets the upper pecs just as well? I don't know if it's just as well. Like, again, it's fine to include at least one incline variation. I think it's just a good idea to be safe. But people who like only do incline, I don't know, that just seems like overkill. I heard you talking about how inclines don't make much of a difference. Yeah, it seems for the most part, incline press just targets the upper pecs about as much roughly and just less of the lower pecs. But like again, just to be safe, I think it's good to include just one incline variation at least per week. But there's people who literally only ever do incline, and that just seems like kind of overkill and pointless. Thanks for the donation though, Frank Johnson.
It's like people try to make it so scientific, but it's not an exact science. Like it's the most.
Wevo donated 240. V Adam John Gugamos. V the glitching vegan. Who may I emerge from the crack smoke? Hashtag vegan. Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation. Is there a peak and drop off with steroids? Like, does it only last for 7 years? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Don't cry either. I know a lot of bodybuilders who take gear and have completed at high levels, so don't cry. Or should I just suck your dick like everyone in the comments? You say to compete but in pro no 1 year, or should I just lie? You're already okay, nerd.
Yeah, you should suck my dick. I just shaved it. It's nice and smooth. Uploaded some photos to OnlyFans. So yeah, perfect time. Suck my cock. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Bro, science, right? Because it's like, even when it comes to something that's not like pharmacology, just like an exercise, right? Let's say you're doing a chest press. It's like, it's so individual because it's like, you might like see a study that indicates this exercise has X effect on muscle growth, right? But depending on like the length of my limbs, depending on like how the seat is at that specific gym, it might not be the best. So it's like, you really end up just trial and error. And then you use like the science to fill in the gaps. But yeah, that's insane that he's able to do that at that age. Who's your favorite bodybuilder, by the way?
Of all time?
Yeah.
Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah. So basic though.
Why?
Because I just like, you know?
How is that basic?
I feel like
you got, and here's the reason
you
why.
love Ronnie Coleman's physique. Are you like, this is like the sickest physique?
As far as like for me, would I want that exact physique?
Like, no, from like a fan's perspective.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you why, because when I first started, the thing that I liked most about him was that he just like, you know, when you talked about the
Can we find your training split and routine per exercise and sets somewhere? I'd love to try how you trained to surpass 225 on bench, for example.
Well, I have workout videos. Getting to 225 is easy, dude. Like, all you have to do is show up to the gym and just train. It's very, very simple. But I have training videos on my channel. You can just take a look. And they go back a while. Thanks for the donation, though, Gaines.
The Trent Twins? Yeah. Like, he was that guy back then.
True.
He was jacked as and he just went ham.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't like, yo, I'm gonna do this. Like, he just went ham every time he trained. And I've interviewed him here, but he was just like, he just went hard every time, no matter what.
So it's like a mentality thing as well.
Yeah, but there was no one else who like went as hard. I don't think trained as hard as he, except for like maybe Dorian Yates, trained as hard as he trained, and then just had the craziest physique, but then also was strong as while doing it. Because a lot of guys, they're obviously strong because you're gonna be strong at some baseline, but this dude was like freakish numbers, like front squatting like dumb weight, like doing insane shit.
Pounds, right?
On the front squat?
Yeah.
I think so.
Something
or no, I don't know about in the front. I don't know. Google Ronnie Coleman front squat. But he was, I just remember seeing him being like, this is insane. And I wanted to be strong and jack. And he was the one who made me think like that when I first started. Because you got to think, I wasn't watching YouTube videos of this. I was watching like, you had to LimeWire, download like videos of this. Front squat, 800 pounds is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
And then he did lifted like 800 pounds too. Like,
that's heavy, but front squatting is crazy, bro. That's insane strength.
And I'm pretty sure like somebody asked him like if he regretted anything and
doing more. Yeah.
He said he wished he did like more reps.
Yeah. That's what he said to me.
That's too funny.
Yeah. Was that 800? No, so that's 800 pound back squat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 800 pound. I think it was 585 front squat, but for reps. But anyway, so and this is before, you know, now we see on the internet, there's tons of random people who can do this kind of crazy strength.
Yeah.
So all I had was that, like, that was my perception of it, was that. And I was like, this guy's strong as and like the craziest looking bodybuilder.
Yeah. 100%.
And then I would talk to bodybuilders like Jay Cutler, like in person. He'd be like, yeah, like he would see this guy come and everyone would see him and be like, it didn't even do, because I would just see photos of it, obviously.
Didn't do it justice.
They would describe it as like, no one looked like this guy.
I feel the same. Yeah. So as far as not doing it justice, when I see a pro physique in real life, I'm like, what? Like, how is this real?
It's cartoonish.
Especially when they're conditioned. Like I saw Eric when he was prepping for his show. And he does, like, looks like an action
Eric goes to my gym, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's massive.
Eric Janicki?
Yes.
Yeah, so he's like, looks absolutely nuts, bro. And like, you know what's crazy? Not even a pro bodybuilder. Like, he's a WBF pro, but not an IFBB pro.
Yeah.
Which is insane. Like, how is that not a pro physique?
Yeah,
you know?
he recently had competed to try to get it and didn't get it.
Yeah, I think he came second. I think he got robbed, honestly. But anyway,
he's such a cool guy, too.
Such a cool guy.
Great dude.
I think it's funny, though, because it's like, you look at stuff like the Mike Van Wyck situation, you see this big guy throwing, like, you know, little Jeff Nippert on the ground and over talking about, like, training, like, the most, like, trivial. But most guys like Eric, guys like yourself, honestly, like now that I've spoken to you, like super nice, bro. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you're someone who would look intimidating from a distance, but then you speak to someone, speak to some of these bigger guys, and it's like, wow, like honestly, like so, and it's not even like just that they're nice. It's like also articulate, also like well spoken. And I feel like partly because when you're biggest, it's because you know how to train properly. You're like low key pretty smart. You know what I mean?
You have to. It's weird because you think it is. Yeah, from the inverse is like you think they're just big and dumb.
Yeah, exactly. He's the same way though, because like all the time people tell him, you know, I thought like, you know, you're really scary and then you're like really nice.
Unless he's on trend and he's fucking
Yeah,
scary.
unless he's
Don't
on-
take a photo with you.
don't take a photo with him if he's on.
It's only a
trend.
week of a nightmare, but
Would you ever do trend again?
oh yeah. I like the one thing about trend when I did take
It's
it,
too
like,
much,
bro. Like everyone around me said I was a cunt, but I generally I felt good though. I felt good.
I didn't.
I felt like really.
Were you, you said you're getting pissed. Like, for example, like what would something trigger you? Like, let's say like
if somebody just talked to me and wouldn't stop talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I do anything at that point that triggered you?
No, not really.
No?
Not that I can.
How about
think of.
cameraman?
Yeah.
What'd he do?
Just talk and I'll get pissed.
He's back there.
Just talking.
Yeah.
Do you ever get scared of him? Nah.
I'm gonna touch you, bro. Watch out.
Yeah, no, he's a sweetheart. Honestly, like he could not hurt a fly. I mean, I feel like if you train, you could be decent at fighting, but like he also has 2 left feet when he runs.
Yeah. Would you ever compete seriously though?
And like
bodybuilding or physique, whatever.
Honestly, like I wanted to at the start, but like now I'm just like,
what I think you should do, and like you won't even need to like answer this necessarily because you won't know. You should just get in better shape and then see how you feel.
Yeah.
Because right now, like you're off cycle, off like all these different substances, off the
piss.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel like we should just bring it back to baseline, get back to the physiques of old, actually eating clean. Because bro, like we look so much worse. Bro. We look so much worse. Bro.
You reckon we should do like a comeback?
Yes, bro. Like that'd be sick, and like we could get all the boys on board. Maybe like once a week.
Yeah,
like once a week.
That's it. That's it.
Once a week.
That's okay. That's manageable.
Yeah.
Because right now I've been drinking like 3 times a week, man.
Yeah, no, especially during the day. Nah.
And it's like the calories, but also here's the thing: like alcohol is toxic for you. It's like that inflammation, right? So it's like maybe you're eating your protein, but it's not processing the same way.
Yeah.
And like as someone, and like even if you're like enhanced, like the whole point of doing steroids, like people don't understand this. People think, oh, I take steroids, I get big. Well, the reason why is because it changes the way you process food. Like it changes the nutrient partitioning.
Male misandry, $20. Is it possible for someone to be a male who is a misandrist, like you're a man who hates men? I don't see why not. What do you think, and can you be racist to your own country? Countries aren't a race. Think you mean racist to your own race? Yes, you can. Thanks for the donation, male misandry.
That and like a couple other cosmetic and like strength benefits, right? So it's like if I'm taking gear and my fuel is alcohol, I'm still gonna have physique. It'll be a bit better, but it'll just be a bigger piece of shit. You know what I mean?
For sure.
It's like filling your Toyota Prius with jet fuel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have this terrible piece of shit, and then you're fueling it with like this premium fuel. You don't need it. You don't need it. So it's like you got to bring it back to baseline, bro. Yeah.
What else are you guys gonna do in LA?
We have a bunch of collabs. He's gonna say drink, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. We have a bunch of collabs lined up. We're planning on, also going to your gym. If you'd like to work out, I'd like to get a workout in with you.
Yeah.
Definitely, I want to play basketball with there's this 7'7" dude I want to collab with. Other than that though, just vibe, see what happens. I definitely want to gamble. I might go to Vegas to gamble though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go to Vegas today.
How long's the drive there?
4 hours.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
It's not bad.
Oh, drive to Ottawa was fucking horrible.
Yeah, but you gotta get on a plane like 40 minutes. So fast.
Yeah.
You get on JSX so easy. You'll be there in 40 minutes.
W video, bro. Let's run it.
Just fucking ruin our lives.
You should do it. That's what I'm probably gonna end up doing after this. Just get on a plane and go over there right now.
That'll be sweet.
You gonna gamble?
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm going there for.
What's your favorite thing to play? Like
blackjack. Yeah, love it.
Fuck, it's too sweaty, bro. It's too many
blackjack
sweats.
and baccarat. Oh,
it's too many sweats, bro.
You ever play on the
You be
slots,
knowing
though?
like all the.
Nah,
I'm like one of those guys.
You like slots?
Well, I'm kind of retired. So
he likes to see the colors and. Yeah.
No, but you can learn blackjack. It's simple. Just 21.
At one point, bro, I was like playing on 2 machines, bro. Like, right next to
playing on what?
2 machines. Like I was pressing that.
Oh yeah. No, that's a vibe for sure.
But yeah, I did won something, but it was like $500. Like
I feel like slots are the most rigged thing. So you're gonna get there.
I just like the animation.
Gambling, like you're gonna lose your money, like 100%. If you're sick at blackjack, like maybe.
He has his own YouTube channel.
Imagine coming out of the bar in 1969 to this motherfucking beer in your hand, driving home. Nothing better than drunk driving.
That's hilarious.
Let me feel the tar, baby. Let me feel. There's something about being out here in this fucking weather and this heat out here. It feels so fucking good. We're getting sunburnt. We're shooting guns, having fun.
When they fight, they look so funny.
Benelli, baby. Fucking Italians.
Look what they did to you, Jason. Kill them. They deserve to die, Jason.
I should have been like this, bro. Meat out. I need some carbs, bro. I need some fucking carbs. Dude, you're eating fucking gunpowder and lead.
That's the American dream.
Fucking done! I'm so fucking pissed! Yeah! Oh! Fuck! Yeah! Fuck! Fuck! Come on! Fuck you, boy! Yeah!
You know, when short dudes wear those long shorts that go past their knees, it makes them look like fucking midgets. They look so fucking short. If you're short, you need to, like, wear shorts that come above the knee, or else you look like a weird midget.
This is a journey of schizophrenia. Go to the head, high tits. Hitting lips. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about, man. Yeah, what I hate is my small ass fucking tiny ass wrist.
Yeah, dude, I'm never going on Tren. That is way too high of a risk, dude.
Let's go. Let me show y'all something that I do. You're just gonna stroke it a little bit. You go in there and edge yourself. You're gonna superset that edging with something else. I'm gonna grab that stick, boy. That stick is fuck. Fuck. Ugh. You think Ronnie gave Jay Cutler the N-word pass after he beat him?
Holy shit. I feel like, honestly, Ronnie don't even say that shit. Top 3 white guy of all time, Jay Cutler. They're like both
LeBron
top.
James, Ronnie Coleman, Martin Luther King. Actually, Martin Luther King was a communist, and he cheated on his wife with multiple women.
He was not a communist. He did cheat on his wife, though.
Oh.
Anyways, I'm walking in the gym, got a water, and I got a muffin, a buffin muffin. Jay Cutler, I'm talking to him. He's like, "What's up, man? You locking in?" And I look down at the muffin, and he looks at me in the muffin. He starts laughing.
He was like genuinely mad that we just are this retarded.
Well, yeah, because bro, he gave you the S tier card, so he's just like, shit, these motherfuckers aren't doing
when
shit.
I'm getting pumped, bro, I'm like, damn. If I had like 20 pounds of muscle.
Of course, I wish I had 20. Simon, say what up.
What up? They even know who I am.
No, they don't.
Keep it out.
He's the one who forgot to edit out the N-word and the Hitler shit out of the video.
So blame him.
That was Sarah who said that.
It was Sarah, but you should have edited her saying that out of it.
Bro, they keep me in a basement. What do you mean? Me and Grant chilling in chains.
These are 2 employees right here.
I'm getting mobbed, man.
2 employees going down. No wonder we're so unorganized.
I want to get back. Yeah, we're gonna do heavy dumbbell singles. We're gonna do barbell row, and we're gonna fucking do heavy single arm row. Well, on the cable. It don't matter.
Booty Cum Donny Chillers, when you met Rich, was there any British guys who he used to go with that looked like him because he goes to my gym? Curious if you know him. What are you talking about? Are you high? I have no fucking clue what you're asking me. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
Jay Cutler was working out twice a day. Okay. He still does. He literally told me that shit. Hit shoulders in the morning and then back. They didn't do fucking arms and then back because they're using your damn arms on back. I'm not gonna be able to lift heavy because my fucking biceps were curling 75 pounds for 5 fucking seconds. I completely understand what you're saying. No, you fucking know! I do. I just don't give a fuck. You know what? If I put a picture of a fucking rock with some goddamn googly eyes, that's you! That's you! I'm not even listening to you. You know what I'm listening to? It's the greatest guitar riff I've ever fucking heard. The next pick in the 2026 bulk draft. I select strawberry muffins. Free workout meal. Yeah, that's right, I'm fucking bulking. And there's no sense in doing a lean bulk. Just consume this entire tub. Non-factory yogurt.
Gross. Yogurt's disgusting.
My meal is this Winstraw right now. The first time.
Wavy wave a
thank you for that.
I'll say it in easy terms. You met Rich Piano ages ago. Do you remember meeting a guy at his booth who is British? And no, I ain't high.
No, I did not meet a guy at the booth who is British. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. You should have just asked that in the first place, because that actually made sense. But thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. I think what I meant to say before was, can you maintain a dose of steroids permanently and keep the benefits? Yes. Yes, you can.
In our lives, for the first time ever, me and Mikey aren't going to be doing the same exact thing. Mikey is going to be bulking while I am cutting, because I realized we have being identical twins, having the same DNA. We could really do something here, like a little experiment.
Imagine what we would look like if we actually got a coach and we actually listened to our coach.
We weren't retarded. The thing about failure is like failing over and over again. It's not a bad thing. It's like you get better, you learn from experience. But for us, it's like we just don't learn our lesson. Literally insanity. We don't doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. I think we need a coach of some sort, because right now I'm gonna crash diet, 3-week hypercut. I'm gonna starve myself, shit ton of cardio. I don't like taking tren, really, honestly. I always joke about it, but I don't take a lot of gear in general because I get anxiety from taking that shit, because I got gaslit by the entire internet, but I'm done listening to them.
Booty Cum Donate Tillers, VGF got autism, things come out different, you know this. Okay. Well, maybe try not being autistic when you ask me something, and then it's easier to understand you. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
So yeah, I might take tren, I don't know, like just a little bit, maybe 70 milligrams, 0.10 a day, just to keep the muscle wasting away.
You're gonna need a lot more to combat that 3-week deficit, bro.
The thing about when I start getting cut, my legs just disappear.
You're gonna have to take like 6 grams of fucking Retta, bro.
What's your plans for bulking here, huh?
Future's bright. Large.
Why don't you get a coach and like actually like try and get bigger, you know?
Maybe I'll run some insulin growth, but Yeah, I can't do that shit myself. I'd probably fucking die. I just don't want to get a big ass fucking Minecraft head, bro. That shit is so frightening. Like, I already got a big head, dude. I might just Lee Priest this bitch. See, I don't gotta run a lot of gear when I'm bulking, so food's gonna do the majority of the work.
Can you stop with that? It's kind of triggering the fuck out of me.
Everything triggers you, man. You're just a really easy guy to rage bait.
You rage baited my whole day away. How about that? Is that funny to you?
Just proves how soft you are. The Trent Twins is just a series. It's just a series of Chris's fucking outbursts. That's what it is.
No, it's not. It's a story of two brothers who have unconditional hate and love for each other.
I was
and then
thinking
all
about
the shit in between. Heartbreak, love, roids, fast cars. I realized I might not be the Mr. Olympia one day, right? I might just be an average pro bodybuilder. I might not be the Mr. Olympia. Somebody behind the screen is. And that my passion is to motivate that person to get on the fucking stage and be fucking great. Because imagine you're like one of the legends, bro. The people talk about you the way they do about Mike Menser or Arnold or fucking Dorian Yates. Like, that is what I want. And frankly, I think the only thing we're leaving behind is being too retarded to love to lift weight. I mean, that's not bad either, but I hope that's what it is. I don't know. You guys still tell me. Why do you do this channel? Who knows? I don't even know what's been going on.
There's more stars in the sky than grains of sand.
Yeah, for me, for leg day, it's like, I just go crazy on like 4 movements, heavy, hard, usually pick a compound. Leg curl, leg extension, compound movement, then maybe like lunges or some shit. We're gonna test the durability of this gym right now.
Product testing for
Exactly,
our, for our next home gym in Texas. No, go crazy, go buck wild, boy. Don't break the fucking machine down.
Hey, throw on some white snake, get your ass in the gym. That's what I always say. Staff, hey, don't lower that. Do not lower that weight, bro. You're there and fucking go again.
I never liked squatting on a Smith machine. It always felt very weird and awkward.
Yes!
Guys, back. Glad to be back. Man, we are tomorrow, Joe. We are 9 weeks out. Exactly. 9 weeks out, guys.
Bootycam donators, I bought loads of dates today, cleared shelf. Well, that sounds like fun. I'm gonna be going out Saturday to like near Toronto to have dinner with my mom, and I'm gonna get some like sushi. I should probably eat some dates for like a high carb day or something. That'd be nice. I haven't had dates in a while. Just been eating like grapes and watermelon and shit. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Appreciate it. You know, it's really fucking annoying. I had a watermelon and I ate it. And, you know, I put the like green part you can't eat in the trash. And then I forgot to wake up in time to take the trash out. So then I had this garbage bag filled with, like, melon rotting in my fucking garage for the whole week. And then the bag leaked. Oh, so nasty. Smelled so bad. I had to, like, clean the fucking garage and shit after. That was really annoying. Anytime I have melon, I have to, like, really make sure that I remember to take the trash out. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cam.
Guys, so maybe we'll see about an update, maybe not, we'll see. But we're gonna train we have 2 training sessions today. We're gonna give you guys one, some shoulders. We're supposed to be at 201 at 9 weeks out. So where are we at? We're supposed to be at 201. I tell you what, I feel a little bit heavier than 201. I don't feel 201 right now. I feel.
What weight does he compete at? Because I'm 205 right now. He's got to be way shorter than me. Breon Ainsley competition weights. 185. So he's 5'7". Huh. .212 division. He aims for like 185 to 195. 2023, he weighed in at 203. Needing to lose 16 pounds to meet the 187-pound weight limit for Classic. Right, because they have weight caps for height, right? IFBB Classic Physique weight caps. So I could weigh up to 249 for Classic. That's cool. That'd be big as fuck if I was at the weight cap for Classic. Cause that's like peeled and shredded on stage. That'd be fucking massive. So realistically, I'd be walking around like probably 270-ish. Like normally before dieting. That would be huge. That's like 70 pounds more than I weigh now.
I feel like I'm still about 210. Nevertheless, that's what it has to be, 201. And we got to make it happen. We just have to make it happen. We always do. Let's rock and roll. It makes up the difference with density. It makes up the difference with conditioning. It makes up the difference with size. That really makes up the difference in the illusion. Even though there's still a lot of illusion to it. There's still a lot of density and muscle there still, right? But there's still. So we're working.
Yeah, what up? All right, we got that resolved.
Save your calls for after the stream. Everyone has to wait. Save your calls for after the stream. Everyone has to wait. Save your calls for after the stream. Everyone has to wait. Save your calls for after the stream. Everyone has to wait. Save your calls for after.
I can't always do that, so you're just gonna have to bear with me. But thanks for the donation, M.
Would you recommend exposure therapy or a trauma specialist for someone who has chronic depression, has undiagnosed PTSD, and has trouble starting conversations with strangers/social anxiety?
I'm not entirely sure, dude. It's kind of like everything else. You may be able to find somebody who specializes in, wait. You may find somebody who is really good at specializing with therapy for people with like depression and PTSD, but you might find somebody who's really terrible at it. Same with any doctor. You might find a doctor who will tell you really stupid shit, give you medications you don't need, and then you might find a doctor who's really good and will actually be able to fix you up. I would say vast majority of the time, especially for depression, I'm not so sure about PTSD, but definitely for depression, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they have no ability to help you, and all they can really do is prescribe you medications, and if you go to therapy, it'll likely do nothing or make it worse. Modern therapy is mostly focused around women and treating women, because women are more likely to have mental health issues, like depression, anxiety, PTSD. So because the whole industry is centered around helping women, if you're a man, the reason men get depressed is oftentimes very different than the reason women get depressed or have other mental health issues. So they'll just basically get you to talk about your problems and then like not give you any solutions, and then you just wasted your fucking time. And therapy sessions can also make you focus on how you feel more, which is a problem. You don't want to focus on how you feel. You just want to feel good, not hang on to every little thing you're thinking or feeling, and just go on about your day and focus on tasks. XQC kind of had a funny clip, but it's true. Somebody asked him like this deep question about like, hey, do you ever get depressed and feel these like weird existential thoughts and it feels like you don't even know who you are anymore? And then XQC said, yeah, sometimes I feel like that, but then, you know, I just like jerk off and have a good wank and go to bed. That is a very good way to deal with, you know, mental health problems. Just don't think about it, move on about your day, focus on something that you enjoy, like jerking off, fapping to hentai or something, and then like go to bed and not think about it. The more you hang on to these feelings and the more you think and talk about it, like oftentimes you're reinforcing those neural pathways to be more depressed, and you think about the depression more, and then you think about how anxious you are. You don't want to have to think about those things. If you feel those things, you just want them to be fleeting, ignore them, focus on something else, and go on about your day. Again, the way these therapy sessions are often structured, oh, well, could you tell me how you feel about that? Like, what happens when you feel this way? Like, how long does it last? Tell me exactly, like, what the substance is of how you feel. Do you feel like your heart is fluttering? It just trains you to be more depressed and more anxious and, like, have more issues. So I can't tell you one way or the other whether it would be a good idea for you to go to any kind of therapy, because it may or may not be helpful. You may or may not have a good therapist. The only thing I can tell you is to look out for is if they're trying to focus too much on how you feel and they're just asking you questions about how you feel, rather than training you to be a better, more capable, stronger person who just knows how to ignore some of these stupid feelings, focus on like just positive things and how to effectively get through your day and actually come up with solutions to problems, then they're a shit therapist. Do not see them. So that's really the only thing you should look out for if you decide to go through therapy. Look for people who will offer you solutions and train you to be a more competent, stronger person who can deal with problems effectively and not just ask about how you feel. But thanks for the donation, Sneed. If you have any other questions about mental health, I'd be happy to answer. Twinkle Toes donated $2. Do you think causing pandemic and mass sterilizing every race except one with the vaccine is morally justified to prevent a cataclysm caused by human overpopulation? Well, if the two options are we all die versus only some of us die, then I would choose the some of us die option. If you were to save only one race of humans from extinction, which race would you choose to save? Well, obviously fucking white people. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Thanks for the donation, Twinkle Toes.
I'm a vegan bodybuilder. Are the macros and stuff for this bar good? Or is it just junk food disguised as a high-protein bar?
Let me see. One bar, 150 calories, 10 grams protein, 19 grams of carbs. It's not the worst I've ever seen. If you have 20 grams protein, 300 calories, that's not too bad for a protein bar. Only 6 grams of added sugar. It's not too bad. If you want just like a... If you want a little snack or something with some protein in it, it's not too bad. Thanks for the donation, Wagyu Cow Taban Flyers. Well, yeah, male therapists are obviously going to be better. You might find some like gay dipshit male therapists, but male therapists are obviously going to be better.
Not bad. We're not gonna go too heavy with those though, because those tend to give me a little problems with the elbow. So we're working around it. I'm gonna do a couple more reps here because this shoulder can use some more roundness and some more cap. So I'm gonna do a couple more reps to single arm, whatever it takes, right?
You know, it's kind of weird. I don't see any difference in the size between his shoulders, and he's still like paranoid that one shoulder is smaller than the other. It's interesting. Because, like, when I look at myself, I feel like there's a size difference between my two shoulders, but I don't know if I'm just imagining it.
Thank you. Yeah, keep it up.
Just turned 19.
Yes, keep it up, bro. Keep it up. Thank you. Do a side chest and maybe a side tricep to show what the shoulder.
He must lose weight very fucking quickly, because 9 weeks out, he does not look like 9 weeks out.
20 reps. Okay, burn some good. And dizzy after that one. The bison and the sweet potato. So.
Yeah, that looks like one of those Cybex machines. I've never used them. I don't know if they're particularly good. Looks kind of neat. I like how you can keep like you're sitting very upright. I think Treadmill Factory.
Thoughts on this split? Chest/back, legs, shoulders/arms, rest, rest, chest/back, legs, shoulders/arms, rest, rest, repeat. And what kind of split are you doing, ATM?
That is perfectly fine. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It is asynchronous. You may benefit from more frequency and fewer rest days, but if you feel you need the extra rest, then, you know, there's no wrong answer. I'm doing a push-pull leg split, so I do push-pull legs, rest, push-pull legs, rest, and I just repeat that cycle. Thanks for the donation, though, Ulf J. Retard donated $2. Incredible. Let me see.
I did watch it. The guy was also wearing a bracelet. I never wear a bracelet. If you zoom in, he was wearing a gold bracelet. I never wear a gold. So that's how also the guy appeared to be black or something. He had like brown skin. He doesn't have a hitchhiker's thumb. Anyway, I did a little forensic as well.
Sounds like he wanted to make sure that wasn't him. That's odd. I think even for Destiny, that would probably be embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, they have something similar on Treadmill Factory. Iron X XC, leg press hack squat. Pendulum squat. Yeah, that. And that. That actually looks exactly the same. Is that it? No. Oh, it's a little different. Same basic machine. 525 pounds. I don't know about the size of the weight horns, but that does look like a commercial grade system. Just the weight horns seem like they might be a little small. It doesn't give you a weight limit, so I'm assuming it's pretty heavy. I don't know if I'd get this, though. I just like how it's really upright. Better for your back. Dodo, $22. Do you like Bradley Martyn, or do you think he's a jackass? Do you think he's a good interviewer? I think he is a bit of a jackass. Like, he interviewed Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, and he doesn't know shit about anything. I think it's stupid to platform those people, especially if you can't give them any kind of pushback. His podcast interviews are entertaining, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Max training weight 660. That's nothing. I don't know if this has like a fuck ton of leverage on it where You don't need that much weight, but that sounds really light. Super light. Soy allergic vegans don't need to tell others. Have you ever tried to convince someone to go vegan who's allergic to soy? Yes. Or know any soy allergic vegans? I don't know any personally. What would you eat if you couldn't eat any soy or soy products? I would eat pea, rice, hemp protein. I'd eat seitan. There's fava bean tofu. You know, chickpeas, lentils, plenty of other options. Thanks for the donation, soy allergic vegans. Maximum load 770, that's not adequate. Black iron leg press. Weight capacity 880, that still sounds super light. Dude, you have to, like... I'll have to call that one company that's in, I think they're in Oshawa. Every fucking leg press has no weight capacity unless it's like this big ass commercial grade thing. The ones they make for home gyms are trash.
Like nothing ever happened. Okay, 20 reps here. A little something. The weight isn't too crazy. Nice and slow, nice and steady, nice and smooth, with some good control. Let's rock.
That looks like a neat machine. The fuck was that? Oh, is that just a stretching thing? Dude, I haven't seen these in forever. I've only seen one gym that had that.
Do you train if you have a cold or sick in general? Or do you just rest and don't push your body?
If I feel a cold coming on, then I'll rest, just to make sure I don't get sick. If I've had a cold, or I'm like actually sick, yeah, I'll take time off to recover. And once I feel like I've well gotten over it, I'll start training again. So I do gummy no, no gum gum, no gum gum, no gum gum, no gum gum, no gum gum. So like I will train sick sometimes, but it's only when I've already been sick and the cold is like coming down. So once I'm like 80% recovered, I'll usually get back into training. But yeah, if I feel it coming on, I'll just take a day or two off just to prevent getting sick, because then I'll just have to end up taking more time off anyway. But once I do get sick, if I'm like 80% recovered, I'll just start back to training. But yeah, it's generally not a good idea to train while you're sick. I haven't gotten a cold in quite a while. It's been a while since I've actually gotten a cold. Thanks for the donation, Ulf J. Yeah, I'm on roids.
I know you guys aren't going too far. We are back, and we're definitely gonna put some momentum together now. So we got something special today, as I'm feeling good, as I'm feeling great. Muscle Works, actually. There we go, that's the segue into that. Vanquish spring sale going on now. 80% off, guys, with my code Breon. And, oh, I was just telling Joel about some exciting news getting ready to come up, but that's gonna be a few videos down the line to unfold and to let you guys know about. Let's rock, love you guys. Still warming up.
Hell yeah.
I guess always
curls.
warming up until we go to 100.
Dude, it's so funny how all these pro bodybuilders do hammer curls, and then Mike Israetel makes a video saying hammer curls aren't worth shit and he can't win a bodybuilding show.
Huh? CN, right, Joel?
Yeah, hammer curls are sick.
I know. Still warming up, Joel. Still warming up. How many was that? I said we at least got to do like 20 of them. We at least got to do like 20 of them. 10 each arm is about right. Okay, for your guys' hammer curls out there, you guys can use belts, but you better not be using straps. You better not be using wrist straps. Y'all can use these belts all you want, but keep those wrist straps at home, damn it. Build those damn arms and forearms.
Yeah, I don't recommend using straps if you're doing bicep work because it looks really weird if your forearms are really small but your biceps are really big. How much weight is that? It looks heavy.
Still warming up. Actually, a lot lighter than I thought. Seeing how you he could do 22 probably.
Is he getting the 105s? Is that really 105? Holy shit. Dude, I gotta step my game up. I've only been going up to the 60s lately. Shit.
Little something. Little something. We did that.
Dude, I remember Kevin Levrone. He did 100-pound dumbbell curls. That is fucking nuts. And they were good. Like, that was actually good. 100 fucking pounds.
First one. 100-pound
Watch
dumbbell
this.
curls in your face.
Oh wait, that was the 100 pounds. Dude. Those are good fucking curls for 100 fucking pounds. That is nutty.
First one. 100-pound dumbbell curls.
Yeah, he was ridiculously fucking strong. I remember one of the Battle for the Olympia videos, I think like 2 weeks out, he was benching like 500 for reps. That's solid fucking technique for hundreds. That'd be fun being that strong.
What's that?
51 years old.
So we're gonna try this 405 out.
405 for 4 reps. That's really good for being retired in 51. Easy. Jeez. Yeah, dude, like, why in the fuck wouldn't you want to be on steroids? I mean, why? It's like when I see these dudes who are old as shit and then they're lifting more weight than me and they're bigger and more jacked, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
The Wandering Mason won't add me on Telegram. I love him but he's a bitch ass. Add me bro, add me, 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 add me.
All right, well, why don't you add Booty Cum to Telegram, Wandering Mason? Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum. Yeah, I think this was like a few weeks out from the Mr. Olympia. Like, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 405 incline for reps. It's just moving so easy. Like, holy shit. That is fucking nuts. I wish, like, you know, if I could win the lottery for anything, I would hope it's so that I could take as much growth hormone as I fucking want. Like, I don't even care about cars or whatever. If I could win the lottery, but on the condition I could only spend it on steroids and growth hormone, like, yes, please.
What is happening? Here for another one. I wasn't playing with you guys. This is the second one that we have filmed in the week, right, Joel? Yep. So, damn right. So I wasn't playing, guys, when I said I was gonna give you guys more videos, and we're gonna even bump it up even more. Give you guys the details of this prep. We are a little under 12 and a half weeks now. A little under 13 weeks. Yes, and we're at Goals Venice. We're gonna hit it hard and heavy today. Well, hard. Heavy, we'll see, because the carbohydrates are low. We're gonna go as good as we can. You guys can try all of this at home, what we're getting ready to do today. Chest and tris. Oh, and, you know, I always take my shades off because I call you guys family. I feel like I would cover myself from family sometimes.
I'm taking 30 milligrams testosterone per day and 5 IUs growth hormone per day. Oh, you sound like an addict? No, I sound like somebody who wants to make fucking gains, dude. Oh, it's that simple. Just want to make gains.
From people that aren't family sometimes, but you, man, just to say the least. Did you earn them yesterday? I know you did. I know, brother. I saw it. It's always good to see you guys back there. You know what I mean?
I fucking hate these machines. They always ruin my fucking shoulders. Cannot fucking stand them. I don't know why so many people love these things. They're fucking horrible. Hate them so much.
All right, as you guys see, going slower and controlled.
Oh, is that a hungry kitty? You can't wait a little bit longer? I usually feed you at 5. It's a little early. You hungry, little baby? Why don't you just wait a little bit longer?
Focusing on that. Going 100 here, 2 sets for that, and then that's gonna be all she wrote with that, just doing 100.
Well, unlike Goku, I cannot concentrate ki energy, so yeah, I'm gonna need steroids.
Going smarter with this one. We're trying not to, right? That's what we're focused on, not letting the front shoulder do the pressing, but two exercises of dips. 2 hammer strength incline, 2 of dips. And it's on the tries. This 2 is all our brother Bree needs.
I hate kickbacks. I fucking can't stand kickbacks. I'm surprised he even does that exercise. It's like F tier. Yeah, weird. Why would he do kickbacks with a cable and then do them with fucking dumbbells? That's like the most F tier fucking tricep exercise.
We're a little bit more.
The only time I've ever done kickbacks is if I wanted to like warm up my elbow. I find them good as like a warm up for doing an actual tricep exercise, but I'm surprised he bothers doing kickbacks.
90-degree. And then when you put your, I better not see you guys putting your feet out like this to do these. This how is me.
I try, bro. I try. One of these days. Great, bro.
Yeah, second one of the series.
What we trained today?
The chest and the tries.
Ooh, I should have guessed.
Are sensu beans edamame? I wish they were. Dude, if sensu beans were real, that'd be so dope. That's a good exercise. I like it. Yeah, I think I could get an IFBB Pro card in Classic. I think I could. Let me... You know what? I'll feed the cat right now. And I'll go take a piss. Dodo donate $2. Please react 53:30 to 57.
I have the discipline at least.
All right, I'll react to that when I'm back. I'm just gonna feed the cat, take a piss, and then we'll react to that. I'll be right back. Yeah, I hear you. You don't need to meow. I hear you. Yeah. Haven't given up on Islam, vegan, donated tillers. Have you given up convincing Muslims to go vegan? I've never really bothered trying to convince Muslims to go vegan. They're all cowardly fucking pussy-ass liars, so they won't even ever bother talking to me. What's the best Islam pro-vegan arg? Best way to convince him? Kindness to animals and not harm, and exploiting them without necessarily necessities entitled by their religion, animal products in the modern age. Veganism is a secular belief, so there's no Islamic argument you can make for veganism. Islam permits the murder of innocent people. It permits you to keep slaves. It allows you to keep women as sex slaves. So, and it allows you to kill animals. So there's no Islamic argument that you could make for veganism because veganism is antithetical to the Islamic belief, and veganism is a secular belief. It has nothing to do with any fucking religion. Thanks for the donation, though. Haven't given up on Islam. Here we fucking go. I just fed you. Fuck off. Oh. Oh, fuck. Ow. Are hammer curls worth doing, or is the normal bicep variant enough? Hammer curls are worth doing. They're gonna work your forearm and brachialis more compared to bicep curls. Mike Israetel is just a fucking idiot. Mike Israetel doesn't know how to train, doesn't know how to diet, hasn't won a single bodybuilding show. So what the fuck does he know?
In on my diet or decide to take steroids, I would be like the fittest person ever. But I have food problems, bro. Like, especially when the Donald shit happened, there's so many times, we'll call it 6 times, where I ate so much food and threw up and then just ate more food and passed out.
Wait.
That actually happened like 3 days ago.
Wait, because you ate so much food that you
I
made
ate
yourself
so
throw
much
up, or you threw up because you ate so much food?
I ate so much food to where I felt so bad to where I had to throw up. Where all it took, like, technically is making myself throw up, but all it took was just the cough and think about it. And like I have problems with food, like serious problems.
But like, is it sweets or is it just like steaks?
Everything. I can't just eat one meal. Like when I go out to places, or Uber Eats, DoorDash, I order like a lot. I know it sounds crazy, but I probably spend, oh, that sounds insane, 30 to 50K a month when I was at my peak on Uber Eats.
How? Like, literally how? That doesn't sound like... Does he not eat it? Like, he's not that fat. So if the guy was like a massive 600-pound blueberry, I'd believe it, but like, how? That sounds like he orders this food and then doesn't eat it.
No way. My peak was probably 15.
I tripled it, 100%. 100%. I swear to God.
Filthy.
Like, whatever you think is bad, 3x it. I swear. So I would order everything.
I know. I remember times you'd even be here and you'd order like
order
just
everything,
tons of shit.
And I can eat everything for the most part. Like I feel like a normal diet for me would be like 10,000 calories a day.
No. Hell no.
It's a lot. I mean,
there's no way. And if he's like throwing up everything he's eating, his voice would be absolutely fucked by now from the stomach acid eating away at his throat. Like his teeth would be dissolved.
it sounds like a lot, but it's not. I'm telling you, I like to overeat like a lot.
Do you think all the health stuff is keeping you like not fat? Why do you think you're not fat? I mean, you work out like a crazy person.
Oh,
because you work out like twice a day most days.
Oh, because I have the discipline at least to eat cleaner food, but I don't have control on the clean food. Like I have to eat multiple steaks,
steak is a clean food apparently.
Like multiple servings, so like it's a huge calorie surplus.
Yeah.
If I were to just like not care about what I eat at all, it would just be too bad. Because I eat too.
This guy's full of shit.
Much.
Like if you were eating like
it's like clearly
I
full of
you
shit.
eat a lot of clean food.
I overeat on clean food, and then that still makes me fat. And then the reason I'm not super fat is because I fast all the time because I'll fast 3 days, 4 days, 5 days at a time sometimes just to get back to normal.
So he fasts for 3 to 4 days at a time, and then he'll binge. So that means only 2 to 3 days out of the week, he's actually eating anything. So how in the fuck does this add up to 50K? Like, none of this makes any sense. He's just full of shit.
That's good. Sounds like a crazy eating disorder.
I have problems.
That's a real eating disorder.
No, I have real problems. Like, I really be eating just nonstop until I literally can't eat no more.
Why don't you just stop?
I have problems, man. That's why I wish I wanted to be back on YouTube, man, because with YouTube, it was so sick because it was like that was my #1 priority, So it was like nothing else mattered.
Yeah. I see.
Like
So
it was just my
focused on
YouTube.
that.
Like
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's just lying and he's totally full of shit. There's no fucking chance in hell. Massive, massive bullshitter, dude. Let's try to fuck around with Battletoads just a little bit more. Try a few more runs. Ah, fuck. That is so annoying. You know what, I'll just reset it. Ah, fuck. Is that guy just a known troll? Like, and just bullshits all the time? It's like he's clearly full of shit. Cock Pulp donated $2. If you were donated $20 million right now, what would you do? Would you quit YouTube? Would you quit OnlyFans? Would you give up on your fans and say, fuck them? Do you genuinely care about us and the movement aside from the Sociopath Act? Let's see. I would probably take 1 week off of streaming and just chill. And then just probably stream 4 or 5 days a week rather than every single day. Because I would like a bit more time off. Other than that, business as usual, pretty much. With that extra money, I'd probably actually spend some time to travel and collab with other vegan YouTubers. Wouldn't bother collabing with Tash because I think she's an idiot. Tash and Jack are just fucking dummies. Collab with Rafaela, militant vegan. I'd go hang out with Gary, maybe do some collabs with him. Yeah, I think you got all the crumbs. But, yeah, other than that, just business as usual and just buy more steroids. I'd just get some really good, high-quality growth hormone, take higher doses, just make more gains. Thanks for the donation, though, Cock Pulp. No, I wouldn't fly out any fucking girls. That's just fucking stupid. Oh, you can... That's interesting. Ah, bitch! No! That was the furthest we've gotten. That's fucking crazy. That is so stupid. Dude, that is like actually fucking insane. Why does this game have to be so fucking hard? Like, for real. Like, I get it. But, like, I mean, give me a fucking break. Oh, what? It didn't even touch me! Fuck you! Can you mod Clarence now because he's died it down? Maybe. Ah, fucking... Yeah, it's... That is so annoying. I might just want to make a save state to skip over redoing some of that other shit. That's... Oh my god, that game, like, just breaks you down mentally.
PBS. In 1987, Steven Weinberg wrote a cute little paper entitled Anthropic Bound on the Cosmological Constant. I say cute and little.
Unite the Vegans, $22. Were the rice cakes you were just eating flavored, and if so, what flavor? No, they're just plain. And have you tried fava bean tofu or pumfu, pumpkin seed tofu yet, and will you buy or make them? I'd buy it. I wouldn't bother making them. I wouldn't bother getting pumpkin seed tofu. I'd get the fava bean tofu. But I haven't seen them in stores yet. Thanks for the donation, Unite the Vegans.
Because this work feels minor in comparison to, say, electroweak unification theory that won him the Nobel Prize. Weinberg was foundational in establishing the standard model of particle physics and represented an enormous leap in our understanding of how this universe works. But his little 1987 paper, although more obscure, may tell us something about how the multiverse works, and can even be thought of as evidence for the existence of an enormous number of other universes. Hey everyone, before we get started, I wanted to let you know that August 8th was the 94th birthday of Sir Roger Penrose. The work of Sir Roger and his famous Penrose diagram have been an important part of space-time, and to celebrate, we have a limited edition Penrose diagram pin. This pin is based off our original design for the Penrose diagram. The pin will only be available via pre-sale through mid-September. We're also offering 10% off for the first 24 hours, as well as 5% off all Penrose-inspired merch. There are links to the merch store in the description. Now, on to the episode. In our last episode, we asked whether it's bad science to hypothesize a multiverse. We concluded that it very much depends on where the particular multiverse comes from, But in general, we concluded that if a theory predicts a multiverse but isn't itself concocted with the intention of producing a multiverse, then we can't just necessarily dismiss the theory on aesthetic grounds, for example, for a violation of Occam's razor. But that doesn't help with the testability of the hypothesis. If we can't ever travel to or receive a signal from another universe, how do we know they exist? Falsifiability is another hallmark of good scientific hypotheses, and so the multiverse is in danger on that front. But actually, there are ways to test the multiverse hypothesis without ever leaving our universe. Our universe has several properties that seem particularly well suited or finely tuned for the formation of life. If the binding energy of helium was a bit lower or a bit higher, then we'd have either only hydrogen or no hydrogen, respectively. If a very specific nuclear energy level of the carbon-12 nucleus was a bit different, stars wouldn't produce an abundant supply of this life-critical element. Another example of an apparent fine-tuning that we've talked about recently is the small mass of the Higgs boson, which, for reasons we discussed and will review, seems oddly teensy. Related to this is the smallness of the strength of gravity compared to the other forces. If either the Higgs mass or the strength of gravity were larger, matter would scrunch up into blobs too dense to form interesting structures, or just into black holes. The separation in scale between the Higgs mass and the Planck scale and the weakness of gravity and the other forces are both examples of the hierarchy problem. Another example is the apparently very tiny value of the cosmological constant. The cosmological constant is a number that appears in the Einstein field equations of general relativity, which, if positive, causes accelerating expansion of the universe. The expansion of the universe is indeed accelerating, and so the cosmological constant is indeed positive. We call this effect dark energy, and while we don't know what it really is, the most routine explanation is that empty space has a constant energy density. This is sort of maybe expected. Due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, even a perfect vacuum can't be considered to have exactly zero energy. And positive energy density of the vacuum has the effect of causing accelerating expansion. We've now seen that our universe is accelerating, which means that we know that something like this vacuum energy exists, and we know how strong it is. In the modern universe, there's more of this dark energy than all of the other forms of energy combined, by a factor of nearly 2.5. That sounds like a lot, but it corresponds to a minuscule energy density of empty space. The only reason dark energy is so dominant is that after nearly 14 billion years of expansion, there's just so much empty space that the dark energy adds up. Okay, so our universe seems to have this tiny energy density of the vacuum. If we go ahead and use admittedly naive methods to calculate what the energy of the vacuum should be based on the expected activity in the known quantum fields, we get a number that's quite a bit larger than we observe, 120 orders of magnitude larger. While this has been called the worst prediction in physics, we don't really presume that we can predict the energy of the vacuum using current theories. The quantum field theory used to do this calculation is incomplete. It breaks down at very high energies. Now, it's generally assumed that other effects at play, at higher energies than we've tested, work to suppress the vacuum energy, but we don't know how. Perhaps you recall the recent episode where we talked about how a naive attempt to calculate the mass of the Higgs particle using quantum.
This is just some fucking nerd shit. No idea.
Did Neanderthals or some other archaic human make it to North America? That's the first thing we're talking about today in just human evolution, archaeological questions I can't get out of my brain. This is literally that meme where that woman's wondering what her partner's thinking about. This is what I'm thinking about in that scenario. Did Neanderthals or someone make it to North America? It's an interesting one. By the way, this is all coming completely off the top of my head today. I just feel like free-flowing, freestyling, as it were. This is a question I've changed my mind on a lot. Usually when people talk about this, they're talking about the Cerruti mastodon, which was a mastodon that ended up underneath a California highway in some bizarre scenarios. Strange things have happened to it. The bones are broken, the tusk is upside down in the ground, and yet it seemingly was deposited in quite calm environment, like a stream or something gentle that covered the bones. Not the usual environment where this amount of damage can be done to a mammoth. So it's been argued that this is evidence for human activity. Problem is, there's no modified stone tools, there's no cut marks on the bones. Strange things are happening, like some of the teeth have been bashed in, and humans don't really do that so commonly, like hitting a mastodon's tooth so hard it shatters. That's a pretty hard thing to do. And it was uncovered by a huge piece of commercial digging equipment, a digger. It was dug up by a digger, one big enough to build a motorway. So it's an odd one. I'll freely admit it's an odd one, but on its own, it's not enough to prove that some form of archaic human was in North America. But, there's another site I want to talk about called Diring-Yuriak. This one is on the other side of the Pacific. This place is about 140 kilometers southwest of Yakutsk in Siberia. This is the coldest large city in the entire world, allegedly. They've recorded temperatures up to minus 64.4 degrees Celsius. That's minus 83 Fahrenheit for my American viewers. What can you say about that? That's bloody chilly. Shout out to everyone in Yakutsk. rather you than me, but I'm sure it's lovely. Here at the site, at Diring Uriak, archaeologists found what are lower Paleolithic stone tools. These are your kind of stone tools that a Homo erectus or something was making. Like
Ajib ke pederash as dast dardan in Javan dignakat, obihache post hermagandar in rizhi mast poshtnakat. Jovan ni kosh chere, kosh sedavar kosh biga. Chedin mard shojavar bar vojdani hast, my tunist mesli pedresh kenvar vatan fosh.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
like simple bifaces, choppers, things like that. These stone tools, whenever I show them on screen, they just literally look like rocks. And it is hard to identify these stone tools sometimes, but it's all about how many flakes were removed. Are they removed in a pattern? Are there multiple stone tools where flakes are removed in a pattern? That's the kind of thing that archaeologists are looking for. Obviously, when you go back far in time, stone tools are simple, man. Our technology was simple. We're really just bashing rocks together to get something sharp to cut up an animal. There's some debate about the age of this Diring Uriak site. It just seems like they're having a hard time untangling the dating there. Some have argued it's 260,000 years old. Others more in line with 400,000 years old. It's pretty old. Pretty old. And it would have to be pretty old for them to be making those kind of simple stone tools as well. What's not up for debate, though, is just how far north this place is. It's really, really far north up there in Siberia. This, as far as I'm aware, is the furthest north lower Paleolithic site in the entire world, and which on its own says a lot about human adaptations, right? Can hominins have been living that far north without some form of clothing, shelter? It's not likely, right? It's not likely. Maybe they were just there in the summer before legging it back down to warmer climates, but you can't help but think they're building shelters. They've got clothes, not clothes that are sewn, but, you know, meat ponchos. They're rocking some furry ponchos at least. Had to be. So that's cool. That's very interesting. But I didn't fully appreciate until I pulled it up how far north it was in relation to America. So yeah, so it's about 61 degrees north, which basically is as far north as like half of Alaska. A lot of Alaska. I don't know why when I see it on a map, I just didn't fully appreciate this. Hominins were living as far north as basically the entire western coast of Alaska. When I'd seen these maps, I always just assumed people were way further south, sort of level with North Korea, that sort of region, much further south, which would put them in line. What's North Korea? 40th degree. What? North Korea is level with like Northern California? I did not appreciate that either. What? Climates are weird, man. How is California the same latitude as North Korea? Climates are weird, man. Climates are weird. I imagine North Korea is much colder than that. Another thing that keeps me awake at night, how to stay safe and make the most of the internet. Yes, thank you to Surfshark. No risk there. Thank you, Surfshark, for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to the mysteries. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Point is, Diring Uriak is as far north as much of western Alaska. So that's point number one I didn't appreciate in this whole debate. The second thing I did not appreciate is just how long Beringia was around. So Beringia is this landmass that connected Asia to North America. When times are cold, sea levels are lower, all this water is trapped as ice. This land bridge forms between Russia and Alaska. How far is it even in this day and age? Even today, there's only 82 kilometers between them. What's that in miles? American Grid, that's 50 miles. Yeah, 51.5 miles. So there's only 50 miles between Russia and Alaska anyway. So when sea levels are lower, much lower, these places are connected. You know, it's so easy to do this. I had kind of assumed that how the world is now is more or less how it was in prehistory. And when this land bridge existed, that's the exception, right? Because you kind of have this bias that how the world is now is how the world was. But at least according to the National Park Service of the United States of America, Beringia existed for perhaps 80% of the last million years. Like how we are now is the exception. Most of the time, Beringia existed. And that's just something I did not appreciate. Like I said, it's so easy to have this bias that how it is now is how it was then. But that's not true. So considering archaic humans were as far north as 61 degrees north, and considering the fact that Beringia existed perhaps 80% of the last million years, I think hominins might have made it to Alaska. They really had a long time to get there, and they were clearly capable of living in that kind of climate. Now, how far away is Diring Uriak from Alaska? Okay, so it's 2,000 miles, the coast from Diring Uriak to Alaska, which isn't close, right? That is not close. 3,300 kilometers. But, you know, humans tend to expand. That's what we do. Why couldn't they have made it to Alaska when they're that far north? Now, did they make it below the ice? I don't think so. You know, the sea levels are lower, these huge glaciers form. Basically, all of Canada, Oregon, Washington is under ice. I don't think they made it below that ice. I think that ice was a real barrier, a real barrier to the expansion of humans and animals. When that ice was there, humans are not getting through that, at least until, you know, later on when we had properly developed boats and things, like how the ancestors of Native Americans got here. So I don't think Homo erectus, Denisovans, Neanderthals, I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they're capable of an Arctic sea voyage. I don't think we have evidence to say that. But did a Denisovan make it to Alaska? I think so. There's no reason to think they couldn't. I don't know how the climate is over there. Well, it's cold. What are the chances of finding these lower Paleolithic sites, middle Paleolithic sites in Alaska? How easy is that? I'm not sure. I think they might have been there, man. They might have been there. I can't stop thinking about prehistoric religion and the origins of human religion. Isn't it kind of interesting that we have this sort of symbolic layer to everything we do in the world? Like even every culture has a religion of some form. And even if you're not personally religious, like me, myself, I just don't really think there's an all-powerful being watching over me, dictating all the different aspects of my life. I just don't feel like that's the case. And yet I am also basically unable to avoid religion, because religion, and I'm sort of tying in symbolism here, it's just this whole layer we add on to the world. They're trying to make us use, you know how like Facebook is trying to get us to wear glasses with like augmented reality. Like our religion, our symbolism is kind of like we're doing that already. We're already augmenting reality with these stories, with these ideas, with these practices. It's very, very interesting. I can't help but wonder where it comes from. And especially when I see things like this. This, believe it or not, guys, is a picture from Chauvet Cave. You know the one in France. It's so famous for all the incredible artwork. But there's a chamber there where a bear skull was placed prominently on this rock. This is a bear skull here. You can see another one on the floor beneath it. I can't remember how many remains of bears were found in this cave, but it's a lot, right? It's really a lot. There is no way that the placement of that bear skull is accurate.
Just random vids, donate $2, basically Florida. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they ring doorbells. That's a crocodile. Wow. Such nice chunky boys. My god, they're like cats. Oh, there's a crocodile. Oh. Dog go bork. Wow. So, oh, that's a nice crocodile. That's nice. Sophie Rain donates 1 million to Mr. Beast Team Water fundraiser. Yeah.
I've been wanting to donate. I'm just not sure how to, so I'm glad you called me.
Okay.
Because I want to donate $1 million is what I want to donate.
Wait.
Wasn't this whole thing like a load of bullshit? He's done this sort of thing before where he installed water pumps in these African villages, and like 1 year later none of them are working. There's like no point in helping these people. They're just beyond help. New competition for you. Do it. There's no way there's an engine in that car. That's being gutted. Yeah, that car's gutted. Yeah, it's completely gutted. It's just the frame. Or just the body. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Accidental. There's no way. That's exactly the kind of thing humans do, right? We find this odd thing in nature and we construct a story around it. We construct a narrative around it. It becomes part of this augmented reality. And this wasn't put back on there by the archaeologists. This is basically how someone left it 25,000 years ago. 25,000 years ago. Imagine all the things that have happened. You know, and if this was a film, there would be that montage of day turning to night, day turning to night, day turning to night, whilst all of human history transpires. And this bear remained on that altar. I'm going to call it an altar. It could have been just a guy messing around, right? It could have been just a guy messing around. But humans love to add this extra layer of symbolism. And I've just been thinking a lot about how much of our religion is a combination of unusual natural phenomenon and us sort of unable to explain the feelings that we feel in our body. Like, for example, when you're in a cave, it's dark, it's a different atmosphere. Your senses are kind of going crazy. It's not a comfortable place. And there's something that humans love about that. We love that uncomfortable feeling. And we kind of seek it out and we love to wonder about it. As again, I could keep saying stories, but create stories around it. You can't help but feel these people are in this cave feeling these things. Then maybe if they're not hunting bears, they're coming across the remains of lots of them. And then there's this prominent rock in the center of the chamber. They place one there. What sort of rituals and everything have been forgotten to time by this cave? I don't know. It's so incredible. I've just been thinking a lot about it, especially because I learned that there's this really interesting rock that is the most beautiful rock anyone's ever seen, and I can prove that to you. This is a conical stone, black stone. This is apparently the idol that was at the center of the main sort of temple of Aphrodite. Is this in Cyprus? Yeah, in Cyprus. At Aphrodite's sort of main shrine, the island where she's believed to come from. You know, are people worshipping a statue of this incredibly beautiful woman? No, they're worshipping an unusually black rock. And you know, how long had people been investing this rock in meaning before it got to classical Greece? Who knows? Maybe countless thousands of years. And it's just, I just can't get this out of my head. How much of this sort of augmented reality that we build around us that is important, I don't mean to be dismissive about it, it's extremely important for human life. It's probably essential to human life. Maybe it is literally what it means to be human, is to have this extra layer of reality on top of the earth. And how much of that is just our ancestors being in strange places, feeling strange emotions, and stumbling across unusual natural phenomenon. That thought keeps me up at night, man. That thought keeps me up at night. How much of the things that I do and believe in my day-to-day life are because someone 10,000 years ago found a black rock? You know, that's interesting to ponder. Okay, I'm lying in bed at night. I cannot sleep. My thoughts are whirring. My family is asleep around me, snoring away. What am I thinking about? When did the last archaic human die out? When was the last Neanderthal alive? When was the last Denisovan alive? Any other groups, Homo floresiensis? When was the last one of them alive on the earth? Now, caveat, of course, they interbred with us, so in a sense, you know, some people would argue they are alive. I don't know. We're only like 2% Neanderthal, right? So if they are alive, it's not much of them. But if you want to think like that, it's not inaccurate. But still, when was like a real Neanderthal alive? You know, a Neanderthal community not admixed with us alive, a Denisovan community alive. It's so hard to say, right? It seems that Neanderthals are gone by 40,000 years ago. There isn't anything securely Neanderthal dated after that, really. By 40,000 years ago, Homo sapiens have spread out all across Europe, Asia, up into the Arctic, Australia. We're basically everywhere by 40,000 years ago. If there's anyone alive at that time, there's not much room for them, right? We're going to be finding small pockets of humans. But small pockets of humans is basically how life was for most of the Paleolithic, so could they have survived somewhere? And I think our best chance of finding a late survivor are Denisovans. First of all, the admixture between the Homo sapiens and Denisovans is believed to have happened later, because it happened after Neanderthal inbreeding. So interbreeding with Denisovans must have happened sort of roughly 40,000 years ago, maybe a bit younger. And what's interesting is that we have interbred with Denisovans multiple times. There was a DNA study that came out on this 6 years ago now, multiple deeply divergent Denisovan ancestries in Papuans. Papuan populations have a larger than average chunk of Denisovan DNA, it seems, and this is a result of admixture with multiple Denisovan groups. And one of the conclusions was with that study was that one of these admixing events with these Denisovan groups happened between 30 and perhaps as recently as 14.5 thousand years ago. 14.5 thousand years ago. Like, was that 30,000 years basically after Neanderthals went extinct? There's been a lot of debate around that number, a lot of debate, because here's the caveat, right? Let's say you had two human groups that admixed with two different Denisovan groups, and then later those modern human groups, 14,500 years ago, admixed together. It would look like the population perhaps had this new input of Denisovan DNA, which is true. They did have this input of Denisovan DNA, but not because they admixed with Denisovans. It's just the two human groups who are now together had admixed with different Denisovan groups way in the past. So I've seen that as the caveat, as the criticism. I'm not a geneticist, so any geneticists in the comments, please wade in and tell me, is that right? Is that wrong? But that study does raise, you know, an interesting point. If 30,000 years ago, 25,000 years ago, were there still Denisovans somewhere in island Southeast Asia? It's very possible. And even were they in what was the landmass as a whole, Papua New Guinea, Australia? We don't have any archaic human remains or artifacts or sites that is definitive evidence of that, but it's not impossible. It could be that a small population of Denisovans was alive in that region for tens of thousands of years after they died out elsewhere. How likely is that? How much, if I had to put a number, if I was a gambling man, what would I bet on that? That's tricky. I don't know what percentage I'd put that as. I don't know how likely it is, but it's certainly a possibility. There's even over in Europe, some people have argued that there was a Neanderthal human hybrid called Lago Velho child from Portugal, who is Homo sapiens Neanderthal hybrid, who lived about 25,000 years ago. Now, people have debated the bones and whether they truly show signs of Neanderthal admixture, but when that child was discovered, it wasn't known through DNA that humans and Neanderthals had admixed, I believe. I'm pretty sure that predates that discovery. And now we know that they did, and we have specimens like Oase from Romania, where they had a Neanderthal ancestor only like 6 to 10 generations ago. And it seems that Neanderthals were living out in Iberia longer than elsewhere in Europe. Could they have survived there? Perhaps. Going far north, if you watch my video about how far north did Neanderthals get, because of all the glaciations that have happened since that time, we don't have a good idea of the northern limit of Neanderthal boundaries. How far north did Neanderthals get, and how long did they survive in those regions? Not known, I think. I think it's fair to say we don't have the ability to answer that question. So yeah, it's an interesting one. When did the last archaic humans die out? And did they survive perhaps tens of thousands of years longer than we currently have evidence for? Interesting one. That's keeping me up at night, guys. If you catch me at 3 a.m. having a bowl of shredded wheat, it's because I'm thinking about that. Okay, I'm still awake, guys. It's 5 a.m. now. I'm still awake. I'm on my second bowl of shredded wheat. It's getting to the point where you're thinking, I'm not going to go back to bed. I'm just going to ride out the day again, because I've been thinking so much about this question. I've come to think of this as the biggest gap in the Paleolithic archaeological record. Is that true? I don't know. Feel free to discard all of my opinions, but it is a big gap. It is a big gap. So on screen right now, what you are looking at is the distribution of Acheulean tools. These are those like lower Paleolithic tools that we talked about with Deering Uriak, hand axes, bifaces, choppers, flakes, all of these things. As you can see, there's some big gaps in Africa. There's gaps in the Sahara, there's gaps in Congo. But other than those two gaps, that, these tools are found across Western Africa, Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, all of these regions, these tools are found. Angola, Namibia, all across the west coast of Africa, apart from those two gaps, these tools are found. And even those gaps, I suspect, exist because these are politically unstable regions, sadly, and extremely poor regions where just less archaeological research is being done. I would bet those gaps of the Congo and the Sahara are not really reflective of the distribution of ancient hominins. They're just reflective of modern day archaeological research. I would bet. That's my hunch. But tools found across Western Africa. Now, let's go look at the map of early human remains, where humans are actually found, not stone tools. I can't get a nice map, but it's all on the south and east, basically exclusively. Apart from a couple of sites in Morocco, it's all in the south and east. So there's basically this huge, huge hole in the core region of human evolution where we have no human remains at all, yet we're sure because of tools that humans were there. We're sure humans were in West Africa. We have the tools. The tools date to very, very old, millions of years old, but no human remains. That's a colossal gap I can't stop thinking about. I mentioned this. I did a live stream with Flint Dibble. I mentioned this on his live stream too. It's a massive gap in the archaeological record. And you can't help but wonder how many of our ideas are prejudiced or influenced by the fact that we have this incomplete data set, which is always the way in archaeology, but this just seems a particularly glaring gap in the archaeological record. There are many questions we have about the evolution of hominins and early humans, like the transition from Australopithecus to early Homo, or the evolution of larger-brained hominins like Homo erectus, or we have this muddle in the middle, where in the middle Pleistocene, the middle Paleolithic, who is the ancestor of humans and Neanderthals? We're not sure. We're not sure where they lived. And again, is that because in the core region of human evolution, we're basically missing human remains from 2/3 of the continent? That's really fascinating. And, you could perhaps think about it like, probably there's not much remaining there. Probably if we found something, it's going to be more in line with basically what we found across Africa and Eurasia. And for the most part, that's likely to be true, right? It's likely that there are similar hominins living all across Africa at a similar time. However, we can't forget about Homo naledi. Before the discovery of Homo naledi, it was not believed that small brain hominins existed, 200,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago. It was thought that all of those had either died out or evolved into larger brain hominins way before that, million plus years ago. And yet we know that in South Africa, there was this island of hominins who were very different, very, very different until 300,000 years ago. And some of these areas, to use Atlas Pro's term, could really be like islands that aren't islands. Maybe there's some Homo naledi-like hominin in these remote regions of Western Africa, in the Congo, in the Sahara, Nigeria, Senegal. Who was living there? We have the tools. Who was living there? Are there incredible things to be discovered there? And when we're thinking about archaic humans and the evolution of the Homo sapiens, were there any in Western Africa? How long did they live for? Did they contribute to the evolution of modern humans? It's entirely possible. There is that study where it talks about ghost populations in sub-Saharan Africa. I think there's been a lot more. I don't want to really talk about that. I know probably in the comments you're thinking about that. I don't really want to touch on that because I just have this thing in my head where I feel like new data has sort of changed geneticists' thinking on that these are just like very diverged populations of modern humans. Or like, this is another thing that's hard to, this is another thing. Like, how many genomes difference do you have to be before you're not modern human anymore? Instead of, how many genomes different do you have to be, and how diverged our ancestors have to be thinking about like an archaic human versus a Homo sapiens? Especially when you're talking about Africa, which is the core region of human evolution. How do geneticists draw that line? It's kind of making me feel like I'm treading into dangerous waters here. So I'm not gonna go any further because I'm just unqualified to talk about that. But that is an interesting question for a geneticist. Like, how does a geneticist think of modern human versus archaic human in terms of like from a genomic perspective? How different does it have to be before it crosses that line into archaic human? Interesting to ponder about. Okay, it's 7 a.m., guys. The sun is up. I have been kept up all night pondering these.
It was probably all monkeys all along. Had to have been all monkeys. We'll watch that Liver King video later. Fuck this shit about Destiny. Trump and the Epstein files. Oh my god, the 12 hours of Hunter Avallone. Hunter Avallone has had a very weird couple years.
Hi.
Hello, Chris. How are you doing, sir? Thanks for the donation, dude. Breakfast tacos in chat. Check your DMs if you're bored, dude. I'm just watching videos. I'm having a hard time getting Theus up right now. Ooga booga. I think my camera, like, should fucking work. I don't know what the deal is. There we go.
In a Handmaid's Tale roleplay server. Evangelicals. You ever notice how every white supremacist, neo-Nazi, and Christian nationalist also happens to be Christian? That's not a coincidence, my friends. Hitler, he was a Catholic. Hey, what's up, vegan? How you doing, bud?
Hey, what up, dude?
Hey, just chilling. I'm just watching videos, hanging out, waiting for theists to come up to get them deconverted. And I was going through my videos and I saw you in one of the videos, and I was like, maybe Vegan Gain's bored or something. And so I sent you a message. I guess you're wanting to hang out for a little bit, but